Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was summoned by Ragnok at age 3 and found out he owned 50% of the magical world. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The summoning. The goblin who appeared on Petunia Dursley's doorstep was not what she had expected when the doorbell rang at 7:30 in the morning. She had expected the postman, perhaps. Or Mrs. Henderson from number 6, come to complain about the hedge again. What she got instead was 3 feet and 4 inches of nightmare dressed in a charcoal suit that cost more than her husband's car. Ragnok the Elder had not personally conducted field work in 43 years. He had subordinates for such things, armies of them, in fact, spread across 17 countries and 4 continents. But some matters required the director's personal attention, and the matter of Harry James Potter had proven to be one of them. "Mrs. Dursley," he said, and his voice carried the particular quality of gravel being crushed under an iron wheel. "I am here for the child." Petunia's face went through several colors in rapid succession. White first, then green, then a mottled red that clashed terribly with her floral housecoat. Her hand tightened on the door frame until her knuckles matched the paint. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "There's no child here. Just my Dudley, and he's Harry James Potter," Ragnok interrupted. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "Son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. Placed in your care on the night of November 1st, 1981. Currently residing in the cupboard beneath your stairs, if our information is correct." He paused, allowing the weight of that knowledge to settle. "Our information is always correct." Behind Ragnok, 2 goblin guards stood motionless. They wore no suits, just leather armor, blackened with age and use, and weapons that gleamed with an edge that seemed almost hungry in the pale morning light. Petunia's mouth opened and closed several times. From inside the house came the heavy footsteps of her husband, drawn by the commotion. "Petunia? Who's at the—" Vernon Dursley stopped mid-sentence as he caught sight of the visitors. His face, already ruddy from breakfast, deepened to an alarming purple. "What the bloody hell is this? Mr. Dursley?" Ragnok inclined his head by precisely 1 degree. "I was just explaining to your wife that we've come to collect the Potter child." "You have." He consulted a pocket watch that appeared to be made of bone. 53 minutes to produce him before we exercise our legal right to enter your home and retrieve him ourselves." "Legal right?" Vernon sputtered. "Legal right? I'll show you legal right, you bloody little." The guard on Ragnok's left shifted his weight. Just that, a slight movement, a redistribution of mass. But something in the quality of that motion made Vernon Dursley's words die in his throat. "The Gringotts Inheritance Protocols of 1743, Ragnok continued, as though Vernon hadn't spoken, grant us authority to retrieve any magical child whose guardians have failed to maintain contact with our institution regarding said child's holdings. You were sent 17 letters over the past 2 years, Mr. Dursley. You responded to none of them." He smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. "We kept copies, of course. We always keep copies." "Holdings?" Petunia's voice came out as a whisper. "What holdings?" "They left us nothing. Just the boy and a letter saying to keep him safe." "Then you were misinformed." Ragnok reached into his coat and produced a leather folder, which he extended toward her. "The Potter estate currently contains 347 million galleons in liquid assets, 17 properties across 4 countries, and controlling interests in 43 magical enterprises. Additionally, through various bloodline connections, the boy has potential claim to—" He paused, something flickering behind his ancient eyes. "Well, that's rather what we're here to determine, isn't it?" The folder hung in the air between them. Neither Dursley moved to take it. "You have 51 minutes, Ragnok said. I suggest you use them wisely." The cupboard door opened, and Harry Potter looked up at the thin-faced woman who had never once called him by name. "Get up," Aunt Petunia said. "Get your things." Harry didn't ask questions. Questions led to cupboard doors staying closed longer. He simply gathered the thin blanket that served as his bedding and the single toy he owned, a plastic soldier missing one arm, found in the garden last spring, and stepped out into the hallway. The goblins were waiting by the front door. Harry had never seen a goblin before, but something in his chest recognized them anyway. Something old and quiet and patient, something that had been waiting without knowing what it waited for. He looked at the one in the suit, the one who was clearly in charge, and the goblin looked back at him. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. "Harry Potter," Ragnok finally said, and his voice was different now. Softer, though no less precise. "Do you know who I am?" Harry shook his head. "My name is Ragnok. I am the director of Gringotts Bank." He crouched down, bringing himself closer to eye level with the boy. "Do you know what a bank is?" "Where money goes," Harry said. His voice was small from disuse. Aunt Petunia preferred him silent, but steady. "Yes. Among other things." Ragnok studied the child's face with an intensity that made even his guards uncomfortable. The boy was small for his age, too thin, with bruises on his arms that spoke of rough handling. But his eyes, green as killing curses, as the old saying went, held no fear. Only a watchfulness that seemed far too old for a 3-year-old child. "Your parents left things with us," Ragnok continued. "Money. Houses. Other things we don't have names for. We need to sort out what belongs to you." He paused. Harry looked at the cupboard door, still hanging open. At the thin mattress on the floor inside, the single bare bulb overhead, the spiders that lived in the corner and never bothered him. Then he looked back at the goblin. "Yes," he said. Ragnok nodded and straightened. He did not offer his hand. Goblins did not touch humans casually, but he gestured toward the door with something that might have been respect. "Then let's go find out what you own." The journey through London was a blur of black cars and grey streets, but Harry watched everything with the silent intensity that would come to define him. He noted how the guards positioned themselves, one always between him and the window, one always watching the road ahead. He noted how Ragnok kept one hand inside his coat, though on what, Harry couldn't guess. When they reached the leaky cauldron, Ragnok dismissed the car with a wave and led Harry through a door that seemed to materialize from the brickwork itself. Inside was chaos and wonder. Wizards and witches moved through the dim space, their robes sweeping the sawdust-covered floor, their voices rising and falling in conversations about subjects Harry couldn't begin to understand. A man at the bar was reading a newspaper where the pictures moved. A woman near the fireplace was feeding something that looked like blue flames to a tiny dragon perched on her shoulder. Harry took it all in without expression, but his hand tightened on his plastic soldier. "This way," Ragnok said, and the crowd parted before him like water around a stone. They passed through a back door, down a series of corridors that twisted in ways that didn't quite make sense, and finally emerged into a vast marble hall that took Harry's breath away. Gringotts Bank rose around him like a cathedral of commerce. Chandeliers hung from a ceiling lost in shadow, their light catching on gold and gems and metals Harry had no names for. Goblins moved everywhere, behind counters, through doorways, up and down staircases that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The sound of coins being counted created a constant whispered music that filled the space. "The main hall," Ragnok said, but he didn't stop. He led Harry past the public areas, through a door marked with symbols that seemed to writhe when Harry looked at them, and down a staircase that spiraled into darkness. They descended for what felt like hours. The air grew colder, then warmer, then cold again. The walls changed from marble to granite to something that looked like compressed shadows. Harry's legs ached, but he didn't complain. He had learned early that complaining changed nothing. Finally, they emerged into a chamber that made the main hall seem like a closet. The inheritance chamber was circular, perhaps 100 feet across, with walls that rose and curved until they met in a dome far overhead. Every inch of those walls was covered in writing, names, dates, numbers, connecting lines that formed a web so complex it hurt to look at. In the center of the chamber stood a stone basin filled with something that looked like liquid silver. "The heart of records," Ragnok said. "It has existed since before Gringotts was founded. We built the bank around it. Every magical bloodline in Britain is recorded here. Every inheritance, every debt, every claim and counterclaim for the past 3,000 years." He looked down at Harry. "Your blood will tell us what you're owed." Harry approached the basin. Up close, the silver liquid seemed to move on its own, swirling in patterns that almost formed shapes before dissolving again. "What do I do?" Ragnok produced a small knife from his coat. The blade was barely 2 inches long, but it gleamed with the same hungry light as the guards' weapons. "1 drop," he said. "The magic will do the rest." Harry held out his hand. The blade touched his finger, and there was a brief, bright pain. A single drop of blood fell into the silver. The chamber exploded with light. The documents began materializing before the light had fully faded. They came first as motes of brightness that drifted down from the dome, but as they touched the floor they transformed into parchment, old, thick, covered in cramped writing and official seals. 1 document became 5. 5 became 20. 20 became 100. The goblin scribes who had been waiting at the chamber's edges rushed forward with quills and ledgers, trying to record everything as it appeared. But the documents kept coming. And coming. And coming. Harry stood motionless beside the basin, watching as his inheritance buried the floor in paper. The first hour brought the expected revelations. The Potter family vault, with its galleons and artifacts. The cottage in Godric's Hollow, destroyed but still owned. The seats on 3 different wizarding councils, held in trust until the heir came of age. The second hour brought surprises. A property in France that hadn't been accessed in 2 centuries. A buried claim to mining rights in Cornwall. Stock certificates in companies that had changed names so many times no one remembered who owned them. The third hour brought confusion. Documents referencing families that had died out generations ago. Debts owed by people who had been dead for centuries. Claims based on marriages that history had forgotten. By the fourth hour, the scribes had stopped writing and simply started stacking. The floor was no longer visible. Documents covered everything, the basin, the walls, the goblin's feet. Some were so old they crumbled at a touch. Others were so new the ink was still wet. At the end of the fourth hour, Ragnok was summoned. He arrived to find the chamber in chaos and his scribes standing in corners, their quills hanging limp, their faces blank with shock. Harry Potter sat cross-legged atop a pile of documents, methodically sorting them into stacks. "Director," the head scribe said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You need to see this." Ragnok took the document the scribe offered. It was old, so old the parchment had turned brown at the edges, but the words were still clear. Herewith recorded, the compact between the Goblin Nation and the House of Peveril, establishing shared ownership of the Gringotts institution in exchange for protection and service rendered during the Vampire Wars of 847 AD. The Peveril line shall hold in perpetuity a share of 15% of all profits generated by Gringotts and its subsidiary holdings. Ragnok's hand did not tremble. His face did not change. But something shifted behind his eyes, something that had not shifted in a very long time. "The Peveril line ended," he said slowly. "Centuries ago." "No, Director." The scribe's voice was barely audible. "It continued. Through the Potters." Ragnok looked at the child sitting on his mountain of inheritance. 3 years old. Thin as a whisper. Eyes like something ancient looking out of something new. "What else?" Ragnok asked. The scribe handed him another document. Then another. Then another. By the 5th hour, Ragnok understood. Through blood and marriage, conquest and compact, the child named Harry James Potter had legal claim to approximately 50% of the magical holdings in Britain. He owned shares in Gringotts itself. He owned the land beneath Hogwarts. He owned so many businesses that mapping the connections would take years. He held debts that gave him leverage over half the sacred families, and titles that predated the ministry by centuries. He was 3 years old, and he was worth more than most nations. Ragnok dismissed the scribes with a wave. They fled gratefully, leaving the director alone with the child. "Harry Potter," Ragnok said. Harry looked up from his sorting. "Yes. Do you understand what's happened here?" The boy considered the question with unsettling care. "I have things," he said finally. "Lots of things." "Yes." Ragnok moved closer, stepping over documents that represented fortunes beyond counting. "You have lots of things. More things than almost anyone alive. People will want to take them from you. People will try to hurt you to get them. Do you understand that?" Harry nodded. His hand, Ragnok noticed, had not let go of the plastic soldier since they left Surrey. "What do you want, Harry Potter?" The question hung in the air of the chamber like smoke. Around them, the walls continued to glow softly, more names appearing as the magic traced connections that had been forgotten for generations. Harry looked at the documents. At the goblin before him. At the vast chamber that contained more wealth than he could possibly imagine. "I want to understand," he said. Ragnok was silent for a long moment. Then he did something he had not done in front of a human in over a century. He smiled. "Good answer," he said. "That's a very good answer." The quarters they gave him were deep within the goblin tunnels, far from sunlight and wizarding eyes. The room was small by human standards, perhaps 8 feet square, but to Harry it seemed impossibly large. There was a bed with actual blankets. A chair. A table with a lamp that burned without fire. A window that looked out onto nothing, since there was nothing to see this far underground, but a window nonetheless. Harry stood in the doorway for a full minute, not moving. The guards had left him here with instructions to rest, but he couldn't quite bring himself to enter. The cupboard had been small. Cramped. Dark. But it had been his. He knew its dimensions, its shadows, its particular smell of dust and cleaning supplies. This room was different. This room was too much. Finally, he stepped inside. The bed was soft, softer than anything he'd ever touched. He sat on its edge and felt himself sink into the mattress, felt the blankets yield beneath his weight. It was strange. It was wonderful. It was terrifying. He was still sitting there, unmoving, when the knock came. "Enter," Harry said, because that's what people said when someone knocked. He'd heard Uncle Vernon say it 100 times. The door opened to reveal a goblin he hadn't seen before. Female, he thought, though he wasn't certain, the armor she wore made it difficult to tell. She was older than the guards who'd accompanied Ragnok, with scars across her face that suggested a life of violence, and eyes that held no warmth whatsoever. "Harry Potter," she said. "I am Silverclaw. I've been assigned to keep you alive." Her tone suggested she found the assignment deeply offensive. "Hello," Harry said. Silverclaw stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping across every corner as though expecting assassins to emerge from the walls. When she was satisfied, she turned her attention to Harry. "You're small," she observed. "Yes. You're weak." "Yes. You don't argue." Harry considered this. "Should I?" Silverclaw's eyes narrowed. She had been prepared for many things, crying, demands, the particular entitled whining that wizard children seem to specialize in. She had not been prepared for calm acceptance. "The director believes you're important," she said. "He believes you're worth protecting. I haven't decided if I agree." "That's okay," Harry said. "I haven't decided if I'm worth protecting either." For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The lamp flickered, casting strange shadows across the stone walls. Somewhere in the distance, Harry could hear the sound of goblin voices, a work crew, perhaps, or a patrol changing shifts. "Go to sleep," Silverclaw finally said. "Tomorrow will be difficult." She turned to leave, but Harry's voice stopped her at the door. "Miss Silverclaw." She didn't look back. "What?" "Thank you for coming to tell me." Silverclaw did turn then, her scarred face unreadable. 3-year-old children did not thank people. 3-year-old children screamed, demanded, threw tantrums when things weren't to their liking. They did not sit quietly on strange beds in underground chambers and offer gratitude for basic information. "You're a strange child, Harry Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "I know." He watched her go, then looked around his new room one more time. The bed was still impossibly soft. The lamp still burned without fire. The window still looked out onto nothing. But it was his. For the first time in his memory, he had something that was truly, entirely his. Harry lay down on the bed, still clutching his plastic soldier, and closed his eyes. Far above, in a tower that overlooked the sleeping countryside, Albus Dumbledore's instruments began to scream. They were delicate things, most of them, silver and glass and crystal, crafted over decades to monitor the most important magical signatures in Britain. Some tracked the pulse of ancient wards. Others measured the flow of ley lines beneath the earth. And a few, a precious, irreplaceable few, were tied to specific individuals whose welfare concerned the old wizard greatly. The instrument connected to Harry Potter had been silent for 2 years. A soft, steady hum that indicated the boy was alive, was safe, was exactly where he had been placed. Now it shrieked like a dying thing. Dumbledore was across the room before the first scream had fully faded, his wand already in hand, his blue eyes wide with something very close to fear. He reached for the instrument, a spinning silver top surrounded by orbiting moons, and felt the magic roiling off it in waves. The blood wards had broken. Harry had been moved from Privet Drive. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said, and the phoenix on his perch raised its head. "Find him. Find him now." The bird vanished in a burst of flame. Dumbledore stood alone in his office, surrounded by the aftermath of 100 plans suddenly thrown into chaos. The prophecy. The Horcruxes. The careful preparations he'd made over a decade, all of it dependent on Harry being where Harry was supposed to be. Minutes passed. Then hours. Fawkes returned near dawn, his plumage dull with exhaustion. He had searched everywhere, every magical signature in Britain, every place the boy might have gone. But Harry Potter had vanished from the world as completely as if he'd never existed. No. Not vanished. Hidden. There was only one place in Britain where even Fawkes could not go. Only one institution old enough, powerful enough, and paranoid enough to hide a magical child from the greatest wizard of the age. Gringotts. Dumbledore sank into his chair and, for the first time in many years, felt the weight of his 150 years pressing down upon him. "Oh, my boy," he murmured to the empty room. "What have they done with you?" The first morning of Harry Potter's new life began with violence. He woke to the sound of metal on metal, a clash that echoed through the stone corridors like thunder. For one confused moment, he thought he was back in the cupboard, that Uncle Vernon was fixing something in the kitchen above. Then memory returned, and he opened his eyes to find Silverclaw standing at the foot of his bed. "Get up," she said. "Breakfast, then training." Harry sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Training? You're 3 years old and you weigh approximately as much as a moderately sized turkey. If someone decides to kill you, you'll die within seconds unless you learn to fight." Silverclaw tossed something onto his bed, clothing, he realized. Dark fabric, sturdy and simple. "Put those on. You have 5 minutes." She left without waiting for a response. Harry dressed quickly. The clothes fit surprisingly well, someone had taken his measurements while he slept, apparently, which should have been disturbing but instead felt oddly reassuring. When he emerged from his room, Silverclaw was waiting with 2 more goblins he didn't recognize. This way. They walked through tunnels that seemed to go on forever. Sometimes they climbed stairs, sometimes they descended. Sometimes the passages were smooth and lit, sometimes they were rough and dark and felt far older than anything Harry had ever encountered. He tried to memorize the route, but after the first dozen turns he gave up. Eventually, they emerged into a cavern that took his breath away. It was enormous, larger than the inheritance chamber, larger than the main hall above. Stalactites hung from a ceiling lost in darkness, and the floor was covered in sand that glittered faintly in the torchlight. Around the edges of the space, goblins were training. Harry had never seen anything like it. They moved with a speed and precision that seemed impossible, their weapons blurring through the air, their bodies twisting in ways that defied the limitations of their small frames. Blades rang against blades. Spears thrust and parried. And everywhere, the sound of controlled violence filled the air. "Welcome to the Deep Training Hall," Silverclaw said. "This is where goblin warriors have learned their craft for 3,000 years." She looked down at Harry, her scarred face expressionless. "You will learn here too. If you survive." Harry watched a pair of goblins across the cavern engage in what appeared to be a fight to the death. One of them took a blade to the shoulder and kept fighting, blood streaming down his arm, his face showing no pain at all. "Will I have to do that?" Harry asked. "Eventually." Silverclaw's tone suggested she found the question amusing. "But first, we start with the basics." She led him to a cleared space near the edge of the training area, away from the more intense combat. There, laid out on a cloth, were a series of weapons, each one sized for a goblin, which meant they were just about right for a very small human child. "This is a dagger," Silverclaw said, picking up the smallest blade. "It is the first weapon every goblin learns. It is also, in many ways, the most important. With a dagger, you can fight. You can hunt. You can protect yourself in close quarters when larger weapons fail." She held it out to Harry. "Take it." Harry took the dagger. It was heavier than he expected, the metal cold against his palm. He looked at the blade, then at Silverclaw. "What do I do?" "First, you learn to hold it without cutting yourself." She adjusted his grip with brusque efficiency. "Then you learn to stand without falling over. Then you learn to move without tripping. Then, maybe, if you're very lucky and very determined, you learn to fight." "How long does that take?" Silverclaw almost smiled. "Ask me again in 10 years. The training was brutal. Not violent, not yet." Harry wasn't ready for actual combat, and Silverclaw knew it. But she pushed him to the limits of what his small body could handle, then pushed further. Stance drills until his legs trembled. Balance exercises until his ankles ached. Basic movements repeated so many times that his arms felt like lead. And every time he faltered, every time his concentration slipped, she was there with a correction, sharp words if he was being lazy, a guiding hand if he was genuinely struggling. "Again," she said, after Harry's 20th failed attempt at a simple blocking motion. "Your elbow is too high." "It's tired," Harry said. It was the first complaint he'd voiced all morning. "Yes," Silverclaw agreed. "It will be tired for years. That doesn't mean you get to stop." Harry tried again. His form was still wrong, but slightly less wrong than before. "Better," Silverclaw said, which was the closest thing to praise she'd offered. "Now do it 40 more times." By midday, Harry could barely lift his arms. Silverclaw called a halt and led him to a stone bench at the edge of the training area, where a meal was waiting, bread, cheese, and some kind of dried meat that Harry didn't recognize but was too hungry to question. He ate in silence, watching the other goblins train. Most of them ignored him, focused on their own exercises, but a few shot glances his way. Curious, mostly. Some hostile. They don't like me, Harry observed. No, Silverclaw agreed. They don't. You're a wizard in their home. Most of them have been taught since birth that wizards are the enemy. She tore off a piece of bread and chewed it thoughtfully. Director Ragnok believes you can change that. Prove him right. How? Work harder than they expect. Fight better than they think you can. Show them you're willing to bleed for your place here. She fixed him with that unsettling stare. Can you do that? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the years of silence and darkness and never being enough. About what it had taken to survive in a house where he wasn't wanted. Yes, he said. I can do that. Something shifted in Silverclaw's expression. Not quite respect, not yet, but something close to acknowledgement. Good, she said. Finish eating. We have 6 more hours of training. The pattern of Harry's days established itself quickly. Morning training with Silverclaw, weapons, movement, the basics of goblin combat technique. Midday meals in the warrior's mess, where he learned to eat quickly and efficiently while surrounded by beings who hadn't decided yet if he was enemy or ally. Afternoons with goblin tutors who taught him numbers, letters, and the particular way goblins understood the world. Evenings with Ragnok, who asked him questions about what he'd learned and told him stories about the magical world beyond the tunnels. It was more education than Harry had ever received. It was more attention than he'd ever been given. And slowly, painfully, he began to change. His body hardened first. The thin, malnourished child who'd been pulled from a cupboard started to fill out, his muscles developing, his reflexes sharpening. He would never be large, his early years of neglect had seen to that, but he learned to use his size, to be quick where others were strong. His mind sharpened too. The goblin tutors were not gentle teachers. They expected mastery, and anything less than mastery was met with sharp disappointment. Harry learned to think in patterns, to see systems where others saw chaos. He learned to read contracts the goblin way, finding the traps hidden in language that seemed simple on the surface. But it was the training with Silverclaw that changed him most. Again, she would say, after he'd failed to block her strike for the 100th time. And Harry would get up, reset his stance, and try again. Not because he was forced to. Not because he feared the consequences of stopping. But because somewhere in the repetition, he had found something he'd never had before. Purpose. The weeks became months. Harry turned 4 in the tunnels beneath London, though no one celebrated, goblins didn't mark such things. He was allowed to send a letter to no one, receive visits from no one. The magical world above continued without him, and he continued without it. And then, 3 months into his training, the assassins came. Harry was asleep when the ward screamed. Not the soft chime that indicated a visitor, not the measured tone of a scheduled alert. This was something else, a shriek of violated magic that echoed through the tunnels like the death cry of something vast and ancient. He was out of bed before he was fully awake, the dagger Silverclaw had given him already in his hand. The hallway outside his room was chaos, goblins running in all directions, shouting in their native tongue, weapons flashing in the torchlight. Silverclaw appeared from nowhere, grabbed Harry by the arm, and pulled him into a side passage. Stay low, she hissed. Stay quiet. Don't move unless I tell you. They pressed against the wall as a group of goblin warriors sprinted past, heading toward the sound of combat somewhere ahead. Harry could hear it now, the clash of metal, the occasional burst of magical energy, screams that cut off too suddenly. What's happening? He whispered. Someone breached the outer wards. Silverclaw's hand was on her own weapon, a curved blade that seemed to drink the light. Mercenaries, from the sound of it. Professional killers. Her eyes were cold. They're here for you. Harry's grip tightened on his dagger. How do you know? Because they're heading straight for your quarters. Someone told them exactly where to find you. The sounds of fighting grew closer. Harry could make out individual voices now, goblin battle cries, and beneath them, something else. Human voices. Speaking in accented English, calling out to each other in some kind of tactical language. "There's a safe room deeper in," Silverclaw said. "If we can reach it," she never finished the sentence. The wall beside them exploded inward. Harry was thrown across the passage by the force of the blast, his ears ringing, his vision blurred by dust and debris. He hit the opposite wall hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs and slid to the floor, still somehow clutching his dagger. Through the ringing in his ears, he heard Silverclaw snarl something in gobbledygook. Heard the clash of weapons. Heard a human voice cry out in pain, then another. He forced himself to look up. Silverclaw was fighting two of them, human men in dark clothing, their faces covered, their weapons longer and heavier than her curved blade. She was faster, more precise, but they had reach, and they worked together with the coordination of long practice. One of them got through her guard. The blade caught her across the thigh, and she stumbled. The second man raised his weapon for a killing stroke. Harry didn't think. Didn't plan. Didn't hesitate. He threw the dagger. It wasn't a good throw. His arm was too small, his technique too raw, his aim compromised by the dust and the ringing and the terror that threatened to freeze him solid. But it was enough. The blade caught the mercenary in the shoulder, spinning him around, spoiling his strike. Silverclaw used the opening. Her blade found the man's throat, and he went down. The other mercenary turned toward Harry, eyes widening as he registered the threat. He raised his weapon, and Silverclaw's blade took him from behind, punching through his chest with a sound that Harry would never forget. Silence fell. Silverclaw stood over the bodies, breathing hard, blood running down her leg from the wound in her thigh. She looked at Harry, still on the floor, still staring, his hands empty now that he'd thrown his only weapon. "Where did you learn to do that?" she asked. "You taught me," Harry said. His voice was shaking, but his eyes were steady. "Yesterday. The throwing drill." Silverclaw stared at him for a long moment. Then she did something Harry had never seen her do before. She laughed. "Get up," she said, reaching down to offer her hand. "We need to move. There are more of them." Harry took her hand and rose. His whole body was shaking now, the adrenaline of the moment catching up with him. But he didn't cry. He didn't freeze. He looked at the bodies on the floor, the first human deaths he'd ever witnessed, and felt something settle into place inside him. This was real. This was his life now. And if he wanted to survive it, he would have to become something more than a scared child hiding in a cupboard. "My dagger," he said. "Can I get it back?" Silverclaw retrieved the blade from the mercenary's shoulder and wiped it clean on the dead man's clothing. She handed it to Harry, and her expression was different now. Not warm, Silverclaw was not capable of warmth, but something close to respect. "You did well," she said. "For a wizard." From Silverclaw, it was the highest praise imaginable. The attack was repulsed within the hour. 12 mercenaries had breached the outer wards, professionals, well-equipped, clearly briefed on Gringotts' defenses. 8 were killed in the fighting. 3 were captured. 1 escaped, slipping through a tunnel that had been thought sealed for centuries. But the cost was high. 7 goblins dead. 15 wounded. And one, a young warrior named Ironclaw, barely 50 years old, had thrown himself in front of a curse meant for Harry, dying in the passage outside the boys' quarters. Harry stood at the ceremony the next day, watching as Ironclaw's body was given to the deep fires. The goblins sang in their own language, their voices rising and falling in harmonies that seemed to shake the stone itself. Harry didn't understand the words, but he understood what they meant. Someone had died because of him. Ragnok found him afterward, sitting alone in the chamber where they usually held their evening conversations. Harry didn't look up when the director entered. "You're blaming yourself," Ragnok observed. "He died because they were looking for me." He died because he chose to protect you. There's a difference. Ragnok settled into the chair across from Harry, his ancient bones creaking with the movement. Ironclaw was young. Idealistic. He believed that what you represent, the possibility of true alliance between our peoples, was worth dying for. He paused. Do you believe he was wrong? Harry didn't answer for a long time. The flames in the nearby brazier crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls. I don't know what I represent, he finally said. I'm just a kid. No. Ragnok's voice was firm. You were a kid. A scared, neglected child hiding in a cupboard, waiting for someone to remember he existed. That child died the moment you threw that dagger. He leaned forward, his dark eyes reflecting the firelight. You need to decide, Harry Potter. Who do you want to be now? Harry looked at his hands. They were still small, still a child's hands. But there was a callus on his palm now, from hours of weapons training. There was dirt under his nails from working with goblin craftsmen. There was a strength there that hadn't existed 3 months ago. I want to be worth it, he said quietly. I want to be worth what Ironclaw died for. Ragnok smiled. It was a strange expression on his aged face, but something about it made Harry feel, for the first time since the attack, that things might be all right. Then that's who you'll become, the director said. It won't be easy. It won't be quick. But if you're willing to work for it, really work, harder than you've ever worked for anything, then I believe you can be exactly that. He rose from his chair, his joints protesting, and moved toward the door. But he paused before leaving, looking back at the boy who had killed his first man just hours ago. Your parents would be proud of you, Ragnok said. I knew them, briefly. They had that same fire in them, that same determination to be better than the world expected. He nodded once. Rest now. Tomorrow, we begin the real training. He left Harry alone with the fire and the shadows and the weight of a dead goblin's sacrifice. Harry sat in silence for a long time, thinking about cupboards and daggers and the strange path that had brought him here. Then he did something he hadn't done since arriving in Gringotts. He cried. Not from fear. Not from pain. But from something more complex, grief for Ironclaw, relief at surviving, and underneath it all, a fierce, burning determination that he couldn't have named but felt in every part of his being. He would be worth it. Whatever it took. Whatever it cost. He would be worth it. The investigation into the attack took weeks. Ragnok's best people traced the mercenaries' funding through a dozen shell companies and cutouts, following a trail of gold that led to unexpected places. The captured attackers were interrogated, thoroughly, by goblin standards, which meant that by the time they started talking, they would have confessed to anything. But what they revealed was troubling. Someone inside the ministry authorized the attack, Ragnok told Harry, 3 weeks after the incident. They were in the director's private office, a space Harry had never been allowed to enter before. It was surprisingly modest, just a desk, a few chairs, and walls covered in ledgers going back centuries. Not officially, of course. But the paperwork trail is clear. Someone with access to the highest levels of magical government decided that you were a threat worth eliminating. Harry absorbed this information without expression. He had learned, in his months underground, to keep his reactions hidden. It was a goblin skill, one that came naturally to a child who had spent years invisible in plain sight. Who? We don't know yet. The trail goes cold at a certain level. Whoever did this is careful, patient, and well protected. Ragnok steepled his fingers, studying Harry with those ancient, unreadable eyes. But we will find them. Goblins have long memories and longer patience. What do I do in the meantime? You continue training. You continue learning. You become strong enough and smart enough that when they try again, and they will try again, you'll be ready. Ragnok paused. There's something else. Something I need to show you. He rose and moved to a section of wall that looked identical to the rest. A gesture, a word in gobbledygook, and the wall dissolved to reveal a hidden alcove. Inside was a single document, encased in crystal that seemed to shimmer with protective magic. "This arrived yesterday," Ragnok said. "Through channels so old I'd forgotten they existed. It's for you." Harry stepped closer to the crystal. The document inside was old, incredibly old, the parchment brown and crumbling at the edges. But the words were still legible, written in a hand that seemed to belong to another age entirely. To the heir of Peveril, it read. "If you are reading this, then you have come into your inheritance, and the time has come to speak of truths long buried. There are things in your blood that others have killed to possess and will kill to suppress. The choice of what to do with them is yours alone. But know this, you are not the first to face this choice, and you will not be the last. The line continues because we chose, in our time, to fight for it. You must make the same choice, whether to hide what you are, or to claim it openly and face what comes. Whatever you decide, remember, you are never truly alone. The blood remembers. The magic remembers. And when the time comes, you will find allies in places you never expected." "Your ancestor, Ignotus Peveril." Harry read the letter 3 times before he could speak. "The Peverils," he said. That's supposed to be a legend. Stories about death and invisibility cloaks and, the Deathly Hallows," Ragnok finished. "Yes, we know the stories. We've known them for far longer than wizards have been telling them." He touched the crystal case gently. "The cloak is real, Harry. Your father had it before you. It's in your vault, waiting for you. And the other two? The stone and the wand? Lost, supposedly. Scattered across centuries and continents." Ragnok's expression was unreadable. "But things that are lost have a way of being found, when the right person comes looking." Harry stared at the letter. His ancestor. A man who had lived centuries ago, who had written these words knowing they might not be read for generations. Who had faced the same choices Harry was facing now and had chosen to fight. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because you need to understand what you're inheriting." Ragnok's voice was grave. "Not just gold and property. Not just titles and debts. You're inheriting a legacy that people have been trying to destroy for 1,000 years. The Peverils, the Potters, they were never just wealthy families. They were guardians of something. Protectors of secrets that others would kill to possess." "What kind of secrets?" Ragnok was silent for a long moment. Outside his office, Harry could hear the distant sounds of Gringotts going about its business, the clink of coins, the murmur of voices, the steady heartbeat of an institution that had survived for millennia. "That," the director finally said, "is what you'll spend the next several years discovering. For now, all you need to know is this: you are not just a wealthy child hiding in a goblin bank. You are the heir of something ancient and powerful, and there are those who will do anything to prevent you from claiming it." He touched the crystal case again, and it dissolved, leaving the letter floating in the air. "Take it," Ragnok said. "It's yours. It's always been yours." Harry reached out and took the letter. The parchment was warm against his fingers, thrumming with a magic that seemed to recognize his touch. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For everything." Ragnok inclined his head. "Thank me when you've survived long enough to make use of it. Now go. Silverclaw is waiting, and she doesn't appreciate tardiness." Harry left the office, the letter carefully folded and hidden in his pocket. Behind him, Ragnok stood alone in the ancient room, watching the door close with an expression that might have been hope. Or might have been fear. Even he couldn't tell anymore. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in a chamber he didn't recognize, vast and circular, with walls that rose toward a darkness that seemed absolute. In the center of the chamber stood 3 figures, their faces hidden in shadow. "The heir returns," one of them said. Its voice was like stone grinding against stone. He is too young, said another. Too weak. He will break before he bends. Perhaps. The third figure stepped forward, and Harry caught a glimpse of eyes that seemed to hold galaxies. Or perhaps he will surprise us all. The blood runs true in this one. I can taste it. They turned toward Harry, and even though he couldn't see their faces, he felt the weight of their attention like a physical force. Tell me, child, the third figure said. What would you sacrifice to claim what is yours? Harry opened his mouth to answer, and woke up. He was in his small stone room, tangled in his blankets, his heart racing. The dream was already fading, the details slipping away like water through his fingers. But the question remained, echoing in the darkness. What would you sacrifice? Harry lay in the darkness for a long time, thinking about cupboards and daggers and dead goblins and letters from ancestors long since turned to dust. He didn't have an answer. Not yet. But he knew, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that he would find one. Whatever it took. Whatever it cost. Somewhere far above, in a tower overlooking the Scottish Highlands, Albus Dumbledore finally received the news he had been dreading. The blood wards are gone, Minerva McGonagall reported, her face pale in the candlelight. Completely gone. It's as if they never existed. They existed, Dumbledore murmured. They protected him for 2 years. But now. He trailed off, staring at the instruments on his desk that had once tracked Harry Potter's welfare. They were silent now, dead things of silver and glass. Gringotts won't speak to us, Minerva continued. I've tried every contact we have. They've completely sealed their records regarding the Potter accounts. Because he's inside their walls. Dumbledore rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out at the moonlit grounds below. They've claimed him, Minerva. They've taken him into their nation and made him one of their own. Can they do that? Legally, I mean. Legally, no. But Goblin law operates on different principles than ours. And Harry Potter's inheritance. He shook his head. If even half of what I suspect is true, they have every reason to want him close. He represents something that could change the balance of power between our peoples forever. Minerva was silent for a moment, processing the implications. What do we do? Dumbledore continued staring out the window. Below, he could see Hagrid's hut, a thin tendril of smoke rising from the chimney. Further away, the forbidden forest stretched toward the horizon, its depths hiding secrets that predated even his long life. We wait, he finally said. We watch. We prepare for the day when Harry emerges from those tunnels. He turned to face his deputy, and for a moment she saw something in his eyes that she hadn't seen in decades. Fear. Genuine, uncontrolled fear. And we hope, Minerva. We hope that the child they return to us is still the child we need him to be. And if he isn't? Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Then may whatever powers watch over this world have mercy on us all. Deep in the tunnels beneath London, Harry Potter slept. He dreamed of fire and shadow, of ancient voices speaking in languages that had died before wizards learned to write. He dreamed of his parents, faces he couldn't remember but somehow knew, watching him with expressions of pride and worry intermingled. And he dreamed of 3 figures in a circular room, waiting for something. Waiting for him. In the morning, he would wake to another day of training. Another day of lessons. Another day of becoming something more than the scared child who had lived in a cupboard. But for now, he slept, and the magic in his blood sang with possibilities. The heir of everything had awakened. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Gold. The blade missed Harry's throat by less than an inch. He hit the sand rolling, came up with his dagger already moving, and blocked Silverclaw's follow-up strike with a motion that had become instinct over 18 months of daily combat. The impact jarred his arm to the shoulder, but he didn't let it show. Showing pain was weakness. Weakness got you killed. Better, Silverclaw said, circling to his left. Your reaction time has improved. Harry didn't waste breath responding. He watched her feet, the way she shifted her weight, the subtle tells that preceded her attacks. She was testing him today, pushing harder than usual, probing for gaps in his defense. She found one. The feint came from the right, but the real strike came low and left, sweeping toward his knee. Harry tried to adjust, but he was a fraction too slow. The flat of her blade caught his leg, and he went down hard. Dead, Silverclaw said, standing over him with her weapon at his throat. If this were real, you'd be bleeding out right now. Harry stared up at her, breathing hard, sand in his hair and sweat stinging his eyes. He was 4.5 years old. By any reasonable standard, he shouldn't have lasted 30 seconds against a trained goblin warrior. He'd lasted almost 3 minutes. Again, he asked. Something flickered in Silverclaw's eyes. Not quite approval, she was too professional for that, but something close to it. Rest first. Drink water. Then again. She turned and walked to the edge of the training circle, leaving Harry to pull himself upright and limp toward the bench where his water flask waited. Around him, the deep training hall echoed with the sounds of other combatants, the ring of metal, the thud of bodies hitting sand, the occasional cry of pain quickly stifled. Harry had been living in Gringotts for 18 months now. In that time, he had changed in ways that would have been unrecognizable to the Dursleys, if any of them had bothered to look. He was still small, would always be small, probably, thanks to those early years of malnutrition. But his body was dense now, corded with muscle that seemed to wrap around his bones like armor. His movements had taken on a quality that the older goblins called kravik, a word that roughly translated to efficient lethality. He didn't waste motion anymore. Didn't telegraph his intentions. Didn't show weakness even when he felt it. He had also, in those 18 months, nearly died 4 times. The first attack, 3 months after his arrival, had been the most chaotic. But the subsequent attempts had been more sophisticated, a poisoned meal intercepted by a paranoid food taster, an accident, in the lower tunnels that had collapsed a ceiling inches from where Harry had been standing, and most recently, a curse fired through a gap in the wards that had been closed for centuries. Someone wanted him dead very badly. And they had resources that went far beyond what ordinary enemies should possess. You're thinking too much. Harry looked up to find Ragnok settling onto the bench beside him. The director rarely came to the training halls, his age and position made such visits unusual, but when he did, it was always for a reason. I'm thinking about who wants to kill me, Harry said. A reasonable preoccupation. Ragnok watched the training with ancient eyes. We've made progress on that front. The gold trail has led us to some interesting places. Where? Patience. Ragnok's lips curled in what might have been a smile. We're having a visitor today. Someone who's been requesting a meeting for months. I've finally decided to allow it. Harry's hand moved automatically toward his dagger. Who? Albus Dumbledore. The name sent a cold thread down Harry's spine. He knew that name, had heard it spoken in whispers and warnings since his first weeks in the tunnels. Dumbledore, the great wizard. Dumbledore, the manipulator. Dumbledore, who had left Harry on a doorstep with nothing but a letter and had expected the world to unfold according to his design. Why? Because information flows both ways. He wants to assess you, to see what we've done with his precious weapon. But in doing so, he'll reveal things about himself. Ragnok's eyes were cold. I want you to meet him, Harry. I want you to look him in the eyes and decide for yourself what kind of man he is. And if I decide he's an enemy, then we'll proceed accordingly. Ragnok rose, his old bones creaking. The meeting is in 2 hours. Clean yourself up. Wear something appropriate. He left without waiting for a response. Harry sat alone on the bench, watching the goblins train, thinking about the wizard who had shaped his fate before he was old enough to understand what fate meant. 2 hours. Time enough to prepare. The meeting chamber was neutral ground, a space carved from the rock between the goblin tunnels and the public areas of Gringotts. Neither fully one territory nor the other, it had been used for centuries as a place where the two peoples could interact without either side holding advantage. Harry arrived first, as Ragnok had instructed. He wore dark robes of goblin make, simple, well-fitted, without ornamentation. His hair had been combed back from his face, revealing the scar that marked him as something special in wizarding eyes. His dagger was hidden in his sleeve, though he suspected Dumbledore would know it was there. He didn't sit. Instead, he stood near the window that looked out onto the main hall of Gringotts, watching the witches and wizards who moved through the space below. They seemed so ordinary. Concerned with their vaults and their transactions, unaware of the child watching them from above. The door opened behind him. Harry turned slowly, deliberately, and got his first look at Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard was tall, incredibly tall, easily the tallest person Harry had ever seen. His beard reached nearly to his waist, silver-white and carefully groomed. His robes were purple and starred with moons, flamboyant in a way that seemed calculated to disarm. And his eyes were the color of ice, and they held a weight that Harry felt like a physical pressure. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm, grandfatherly, full of kindness that felt both genuine and somehow rehearsed. "My dear boy. It's so good to finally see you." Harry didn't respond immediately. He let the silence stretch, watching the old wizard's face for reactions. It was a technique Silverclaw had taught him. Most people couldn't stand silence and would rush to fill it, revealing more than they intended. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. His smile remained in place, patient and knowing, as if he had all the time in the world. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry finally said. "I've heard a great deal about you. And I about you." Dumbledore moved to one of the chairs arranged around a small table and settled into it with the ease of a man who was comfortable anywhere. "The goblins speak highly of your progress. They say you've taken to their training with remarkable aptitude. They've been good teachers." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes traveled over Harry, assessing, cataloging. "You've grown since the last time I saw you. Though I suppose you wouldn't remember that occasion." "The doorstep," Harry said flatly. "When you left me with the Dursleys." A flicker of something crossed Dumbledore's face. Surprise, perhaps, at the directness. Or discomfort at being reminded of decisions that had consequences he hadn't anticipated. "Yes," he said quietly. "The doorstep. I had hoped, but I see now that my hopes were insufficient protection." He spread his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement. "I made mistakes, Harry. I can only ask your forgiveness and hope that you'll allow me the chance to make amends." Harry considered this. The words sounded sincere. The body language was open, unthreatening. Everything about Dumbledore's presentation suggested a kindly old man who had acted with the best intentions and now regretted the outcome. But Harry had spent 18 months learning to read people. And beneath the warmth, beneath the grandfather act, he saw something else. Calculation. Dumbledore wasn't apologizing because he was sorry. He was apologizing because he thought it was the best strategy for regaining Harry's trust. "What do you want?" Harry asked. "I beg your pardon." "From this meeting." "From me." "What do you want?" Dumbledore's smile dimmed slightly, recalibrating. "I want to know that you're well. That you're being treated fairly. That the goblins are providing for your needs." "They are. And I want to ensure that you understand the dangers you face. There are those who would do you harm, Harry, not just the assassins who've already struck, but others. Darker forces that are stirring in the shadows." Harry thought of the dreams he'd been having. The circular chamber. The three figures. The voice that asked what he would sacrifice. "Tell me about Voldemort," he said. Dumbledore's expression shifted. For just a moment, the mask slipped, and Harry saw something raw beneath, grief, perhaps, or fear. What do you know about him? I know he killed my parents. I know he tried to kill me and failed. I know he's supposed to be dead, but no one seems entirely certain. Harry held the old wizard's gaze. I know you fought him. And I know there are things you haven't told anyone about how that war ended. You've been remarkably well informed. The goblins have long memories. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, seeming to weigh his options. Then he spoke, and his voice was different now, quieter, heavier, as if the words cost him something. Voldemort is not dead. He's diminished. Reduced to something less than a ghost but more than nothing. I don't know where he is or what form he currently takes, but I know with certainty that he will return. He looked at Harry with those ice-blue eyes. And when he does, you will be at the center of his attention. Why? Because of what happened that night. When his curse rebounded, when you survived what no one should have survived, something changed. A connection was forged. Dumbledore leaned forward. You're important, Harry. More important than you know. And that importance makes you both valuable and vulnerable. Harry processed this. It wasn't news, Ragnok had told him as much months ago, but hearing it from Dumbledore added weight to the words. You want to protect me, Harry said. Or you want to control me. Which is it? Can't it be both? The honesty surprised Harry. He had expected deflection, reassurance, more of the grandfatherly warmth. Instead, Dumbledore had admitted, at least partially, to motives that were less than pure. The goblins believe you see me as a weapon, Harry said. A tool to be shaped and pointed at your enemies. The goblins are cynical by nature. Are they wrong? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Outside the window, the sounds of Gringotts continued, the murmur of transactions, the clink of coins, the steady rhythm of commerce that had survived wars and disasters and the rise and fall of Dark Lords. No, he finally said. They're not entirely wrong. I do see you as important to the coming conflict. I do believe your survival is essential to defeating Voldemort permanently. And yes, I have plans, hopes, at least, for how that might unfold. He met Harry's eyes directly. But I also see a child who deserves better than the hand he's been dealt. A child who lost his parents to violence and his childhood to neglect. A child who should be playing with toys and learning to read, not training with weapons and studying financial warfare. The world doesn't care what should be. No. It doesn't. Dumbledore rose from his chair, moving toward the window. The world is harsh and unfair and full of people who would use you for their own ends. I'm one of them, Harry. I won't pretend otherwise. But I would ask you to consider that not all uses are equal. Some people would use you and discard you. Others would use you and try to give you something in return. What would you give me? Knowledge. Training. A place in our world that goes beyond money and titles. Dumbledore turned to face him. A chance to be more than an heir. A chance to be a hero. Harry thought about this. About Silverclaw's brutal training and Ragnok's patient education. About the letter from Ignotus Peverell and the weight of inheritance that seemed to grow heavier with each passing month. About the dreams that came at night, asking questions he couldn't answer. I'm 4 years old, he said finally. I don't want to be a hero. I want to understand what I am and what I'm owed and who wants me dead. When I understand those things, I'll decide what to do with them. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. And if I could help you understand them? Then you'd be useful. But useful isn't the same as trustworthy. A long pause. Then, slowly, Dumbledore smiled, a different smile than before, less warm but somehow more genuine. You're remarkable, you know. Not because of the prophecy or the scar or the bloodline. Because of how you think. He moved toward the door. I'll leave you to your training, Harry. But I hope we'll speak again. There's much I could teach you, if you're willing to learn. Is there anything you want to ask me? Before you go. Dumbledore paused with his hand on the door. Just one thing. Are you happy here? With the goblins? Harry considered the question. Happiness wasn't something he thought about much. It seemed like a luxury, something for children who hadn't learned that the world was dangerous and that safety was an illusion. I'm learning, he said. I'm getting stronger. I'm becoming something more than I was. That's not what I asked. I know. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. It's the only answer I have. Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if this response had confirmed something he suspected. Take care of yourself, Harry. The road ahead is long, and it will test you in ways you can't imagine. He left, closing the door softly behind him. Harry stood alone in the meeting chamber, thinking about weapons and heroes and the difference between being used and being useful. Then he looked at his hands, small hands, a child's hands, but stronger than they had been, and went back to training. He wanted to assess you, Ragnok said that evening, when Harry reported on the meeting. To see if we'd broken you, reshaped you into something unrecognizable. What did he find? I don't know. He's hard to read. He's had 150 years to practice hiding his reactions. Ragnok stirred his tea with a silver spoon, one of his few concessions to human custom. But I have spies in places he doesn't suspect. He was disturbed when he left. Worried. He told McGonagall that you were not what he expected. Is that good? It means he can't predict you. For someone like Dumbledore, unpredictability is the most dangerous quality an enemy can possess. Ragnok sipped his tea. You're not his enemy, of course. Not yet. But you're not his ally either, and that unsettles him. Harry thought about the conversation. About the honesty Dumbledore had shown when admitting his motives. About the calculation that had lurked beneath every word. He said Voldemort is still alive. Diminished, but alive. He said I'm connected to him somehow. Ragnok set down his tea. Did he say how? No. Just that something happened when the curse rebounded. Something that forged a connection. Interesting. Ragnok's expression was thoughtful. There are old magics, very old, predating wands and incantations, that involve such connections. The death of one person to preserve another. The sacrifice of blood for blood. He studied Harry's face. Your mother died protecting you. Her love, her sacrifice, created something that even Dumbledore doesn't fully understand. You think he's hiding something. I think Dumbledore always hides something. The question is whether what he's hiding is dangerous to you or simply inconvenient for him. Ragnok rose from his chair, moving to the window that looked out onto nothing. We have our own investigations underway. The assassination attempts, the gold trails, the mysterious forces working against you, they're all connected. I can feel it. Connected to Voldemort? Perhaps. Or perhaps to something older. Ragnok turned to face him. There are powers in this world that predate the Dark Lord. Powers that have been watching and waiting for centuries. Some of them are interested in you, Harry. Very interested. Harry thought of his dreams. The circular chamber. The three figures. The voice asking what he would sacrifice. I've been having dreams, he said slowly. Strange dreams. About a room with 3 people in it. They know me somehow. They're waiting for something. Ragnok's expression sharpened. Describe them. Harry did his best, though the details slipped away even as he spoke them. The stone-grinding voice. The figure with galaxy eyes. The question that echoed in the darkness. When he finished, Ragnok was silent for a long time. These aren't ordinary dreams, he finally said. The magic in your blood is waking up, Harry. It's trying to tell you something. He moved closer, his ancient face grave. I don't know who those figures are or what they want. But I know this, you need to be stronger before you face them. Much stronger. How much stronger? Ragnok smiled, and there was something fierce in it. Strong enough to look into the eyes of beings that have existed since before humanity climbed down from the trees, and demand answers. It was a terrifying thought. It was also, Harry realized, exactly what he needed. Then train me harder, he said. Whatever it takes. Ragnok's smile widened. I was hoping you'd say that. The next year passed in a blur of violence and education. Silverclaw's training intensified. No longer content with basic weapons work, she began teaching Harry the deeper elements of goblin combat, the way they used their small stature as an advantage, the techniques for fighting opponents twice their size, the philosophy that underpinned every strike and parry. Combat is conversation, she told him one morning, as they circled each other in the training pit. Every attack is a statement. Every defense is a response. The warrior who controls the conversation controls the fight. Harry ducked under her blade and tried a counter that she deflected easily. And if you can't control it? Then you change the language. She demonstrated with a sudden shift in her footwork, moving from the formal patterns they'd been practicing to something wilder, more unpredictable. Harry barely managed to avoid her strike. Never let your enemy know what kind of fighter you are. Be water. Formless, adaptable, impossible to grasp. It was good advice. Harry took it to heart. Beyond combat, his education expanded in other directions. The goblin tutors, grudging at first, but increasingly invested in their unusual student, taught him the intricacies of magical finance. He learned to read contracts the way other children learn to read storybooks, finding the traps hidden in innocent-seeming language. He learned to trace gold through labyrinths of shell companies and cutouts. He learned the difference between wealth and power, and how one could be converted into the other. Your inheritance makes you rich, his economics tutor told him. But richness is nothing without leverage. Gold sitting in a vault is just metal. Gold in motion, invested, loaned, strategically deployed, is force. Harry learned to think of his fortune not as a number but as a weapon. One he was only beginning to understand how to wield. And through it all, the assassination attempts continued. The fifth attack came on a spring morning, when Harry was working in the lower archives with a goblin scribe named Thornback. They were researching an obscure property claim when the door exploded inward and 3 figures in black robes poured through. Harry moved on instinct. His dagger was in his hand before his conscious mind had registered the threat, and he was already diving behind a shelf of ledgers when the first curse screamed past his head. Thornback wasn't as quick. The curse caught him in the chest, and he went down with a sound that would haunt Harry's dreams for months. But the attackers had made a mistake. They were wizards, accustomed to fighting at range with wands and spells. The archive was cramped, cluttered, filled with obstacles that broke up sight lines and created blind spots. And Harry had spent 18 months learning to fight in exactly these conditions. He took the first one from behind, his blade finding the gap between hood and collar. The man went down gurgling, and Harry was already moving, using the body as cover while he assessed the remaining threats. The second attacker was smarter. He swept the shelves with a curse that sent ledgers flying, trying to flush Harry from cover. But in doing so, he exposed his flank, and Harry's thrown dagger took him in the shoulder. The third attacker ran. Harry let him go. He was 5 years old. He'd just killed a man and seriously wounded another. His hands were shaking, and there was blood on his robes that wasn't his own. But his mind was clear. Terribly, unnaturally clear. Thornback, he said, moving to the fallen goblin's side. Thornback, can you hear me? The scribe's eyes fluttered open. The curse had hit him hard, but goblins were resilient. He was alive, barely. Get help, Thornback managed. The door, call. Harry was already moving. He found the alarm rune, activated it, and then returned to Thornback's side. He didn't try to move the goblin, Silverclaw had taught him that moving wounded people could make things worse, but he stayed close, his bloody dagger still in his hand, watching the broken door for more attackers. Help arrived within minutes. Goblin warriors flooded the archive, followed by healers who swept Thornback away on a floating stretcher. Someone, Harry never found out who, had to pry his fingers off the dagger before they could lead him away. Ragnok found him an hour later, sitting in his quarters, staring at his hands. They'd been cleaned, but he could still feel the blood on them. "Two dead," Ragnok said without preamble. "The one you wounded killed himself before we could question him. The one who ran made it to the surface before our people caught up with him. Thornback will live. The healers say another few minutes and he wouldn't have." Ragnok settled onto the chair across from Harry. "You saved his life." "I killed 2 people." "Yes. You did." Ragnok's voice was matter-of-fact. "Does that trouble you?" Harry thought about it. Really thought, pushing past the numbness that had settled over him since the attack. "It should," he said finally. "Killing should bother me. That's what everyone says. Everyone says many things. Most of them are fools." Ragnok leaned forward. "You killed 2 people who were trying to kill you. Who had already nearly killed an innocent bystander. You acted with speed, precision, and courage that warriors twice your age would envy." He held Harry's gaze. "Does that trouble you?" "No," Harry admitted. "That's what bothers me. It doesn't trouble me at all." Ragnok nodded slowly. "Good. Good. The world is full of people who feel bad about doing necessary things. They hesitate. They second-guess. They let enemies escape because they're too busy mourning their own lost innocence to finish the job." Ragnok's expression was fierce. "You don't have that luxury, Harry. You're too important, too targeted, too dangerous. The people who want you dead won't stop because you feel sad about defending yourself. So I shouldn't feel anything. Feel whatever you want. Grieve if you need to. But don't let feeling stop you from acting." Ragnok rose from his chair. "You're not a murderer, Harry. You're a survivor. There's a difference." He left without another word. Harry sat alone in his quarters for a long time, thinking about survival and murder and the thin line between them. Then he cleaned his dagger, checked its edge, and went back to training. There was nothing else to do. The 6th attempt came 2 months later, but Harry was ready for it. He'd learned to recognize the signs, the subtle wrongness that preceded an attack, the way his instincts screamed danger before his conscious mind caught up. He killed the attacker himself, cleanly, without hesitation. After that, the attempt stopped for a while. Whether his enemies had run out of assassins or simply decided to try a different approach, Harry didn't know. But he used the respite to push his training harder than ever. By his 6th birthday, he could hold his own against Silverclaw for nearly 10 minutes. He could read contracts in 3 languages and had memorized the key elements of Goblin financial law. He could navigate the tunnels beneath Gringotts blindfolded, using only sound and smell to guide him. And he could kill without hesitation, without remorse, without the kind of doubt that got people killed. "You're ready," Silverclaw told him one morning, after he'd finally managed to disarm her in a sparring session. It had taken 3 years. It was the first time he'd ever succeeded. "Ready for what?" "For the next stage." She retrieved her weapon and sheathed it. "You've mastered the basics of goblin combat. You know how to fight, how to survive, how to kill. But there's more to learn, things that can only be taught outside these tunnels." Harry's heart quickened. In 3 years, he'd never left Gringotts. The tunnels had become his world, familiar and safe and bounded by stone. Where? The Goblin Nation has holdings beyond Britain. Training grounds in places where wizards don't go. You'll spend time there, learning things that can't be taught in a bank vault. When? Soon. Silverclaw studied him with that assessing gaze he'd come to know so well. But first, there's something else. Someone wants to meet you. Who? Arcturus Black. Lord Black. Your great-great-uncle. Her expression was unreadable. He's been requesting an audience for months. Ragnok has finally agreed. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. He knew that name. The Black family, one of the oldest, darkest, most powerful wizarding families in Britain. Connected to him through his grandmother, Doria Potter née Black. Connected to Voldemort through the Death Eaters who had served him. Why does he want to meet me? That's what you're going to find out. The journey to Grimmauld Place was Harry's first trip to the surface in 3 years. The sunlight hit him like a physical blow. Even filtered through the heavily tinted windows of the Goblin car, it was blindingly bright after so long in the tunnels. He squinted, his eyes watering, and felt a strange mix of wonder and unease at the world beyond the glass. London sprawled around them, grey and crowded and impossibly vast. Harry watched the Muggles on the sidewalks, going about their ordinary lives, unaware that they were passing a car containing one of the most valuable children in magical Britain. Nervous? Silverclaw asked. She sat beside him in the back seat, armed to the teeth despite the invisibility wards on her weapons. Prepared, Harry corrected. Same thing, for you. The car stopped in front of a row of townhouses that looked exactly like their neighbors, unremarkable, slightly shabby, completely ordinary. But Harry could feel something beneath the surface. Magic, old and dark, pressing against his senses like a weight. Number 12, Silverclaw said. It's hidden from Muggle eyes. Only those of black blood can see it. I'm not black blood. You will be. If this goes the way Ragnok expects. Harry stepped out of the car, and the house materialized between its neighbors like something rising from deep water. It was taller than the others, darker, with windows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The door was black iron, and the knocker was shaped like a serpent. He could feel the house watching him. Ready? Silverclaw asked. Harry didn't answer. He walked up the steps and knocked. The door swung open on its own, revealing a hallway lined with portraits that hissed and whispered as he passed. The magic here was different from Gringotts, older, somehow, and more aware. The house itself seemed alive, and it was deciding whether to accept him or destroy him. At the end of the hallway, a door stood open. Beyond it, firelight flickered. Harry walked through. The room was a study, lined with books that looked older than Gringotts itself. A fire burned in a massive hearth, and before it sat the oldest human Harry had ever seen. Arcturus Black was dying. That was the first thing Harry noticed. The old man's skin was paper-thin, his hands trembled on the arms of his chair, and his breathing had the rattling quality of lungs that had fought too long and were finally giving up. But his eyes were black as the family name, and they held a fierce intelligence that age hadn't dimmed. Harry Potter, Arcturus said, and his voice was stronger than his body. The boy who lived in a cupboard and now lives in a bank. Come closer. Let me look at you. Harry approached without hesitation. He'd faced assassins and dark wizards and his own nightmares. One dying old man didn't frighten him. Arcturus studied him for a long moment, his dark eyes moving over Harry's face, his build, his posture. They tried to bury you with Muggles, the old man finally said. And you climbed out wearing goblin steel. He laughed, a dry, rasping sound that might have been coughing. Doria would have loved you. My niece, your grandmother. She had that same fire. You knew her. I knew everyone worth knowing. Arcturus waved a trembling hand at the chair across from him. Sit. We have much to discuss and little time. I am dying, boy. The healers give me 6 months if I'm lucky. I need to settle my affairs. Harry sat. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, designed for long conversations before warm fires. What affairs involve me? All of them. Arcturus's eyes glittered in the firelight. The House of Black is dying too, you see. Not from illness, from stupidity. My heir, Sirius, rots in Azkaban for crimes I'm not certain he committed. My other options are either insane, imprisoned, or married to idiots. He leaned forward. But you're different. You have black blood, however diluted. You have proven yourself capable of surviving, thriving, even, in circumstances that would have destroyed lesser children. And you have something none of my other options possess. What? A future. Arcturus smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. I want to make you my heir, Harry Potter. I want to give you the black fortune, the black titles, the black magic. Everything that has been built over 15 centuries, given to a 6-year-old boy who lives with goblins. Harry processed this. The implications were staggering. The black fortune was one of the largest in Britain. Combined with his Potter inheritance and the goblin holdings. What do you want in return? Arcturus laughed again. Smart boy. Everyone wants something. He settled back in his chair. 3 things. First, the black name survives. You take it, you honor it, you pass it to your children. Second, the family magic continues. You learn our ways, our spells, our traditions. You become black, not just in name but in spirit. He paused. And third, you find out the truth about Sirius. The truth? He was my heir before this happened. My brightest, most promising grandchild. They say he betrayed the Potters, your parents, to the Dark Lord. They say he killed 13 people with a single curse. But there was no trial, Harry. No proper investigation. Just accusations and assumptions and a lifetime in the worst prison in the world. Arcturus's voice hardened. I don't know if he's innocent. But I know the process was wrong. I want to know the truth, whatever it is. Harry thought about this. About Sirius Black, rotting in Azkaban, convicted without trial. About his parents, betrayed and murdered. About the questions no one had bothered to ask. If I investigate and find he's guilty, then he stays where he is. Justice is justice, even when it hurts. Arcturus met his eyes. But if he's innocent, if he was framed, if the truth is other than what we've been told, then I want him freed. And I want whoever did this to pay. And the gold? The titles? They come with strings attached. All gifts come with strings, boy. The question is whether the strings bind you or free you. Arcturus smiled. The black fortune would give you power independent of the goblins. It would make you a force in wizarding society, not just an heir hiding underground. It would give you options that don't currently exist. Harry considered. The offer was tempting, incredibly tempting. But he'd learned enough about negotiation to know that the first offer was rarely the best one. I'll need time to think. To consult with Director Ragnok. Of course. Take a week. Arcturus's energy seemed to be flagging. But don't take too long, Harry Potter. Death waits for no one, not even the Lord of House Black. Harry rose from his chair. Thank you for seeing me, Lord Black. Arcturus. If you're going to be my heir, you'll call me by my name. The old man's eyes glittered. Come back when you've decided. And Harry, bring that goblin with you. I want to meet the one who taught you to move like a predator. Harry bowed, a gesture of respect he'd learned in the tunnels, and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Lord Arcturus, why me? You have other options, even if you don't like them. Why choose a 6-year-old boy you've never met? Arcturus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than before. Because you remind me of someone I used to know. Someone who had the same fire in her eyes, the same refusal to bend. He looked into the fire. Doria died too young. I always wondered what she might have become if she'd lived. Now, maybe I'll find out. Harry left the room, left the house, left the darkness of Grimmauld Place behind. But Arcturus's words followed him, echoing in his mind long after the goblin car had taken him back to the tunnels. Maybe I'll find out. Ragnok listened to Harry's report without interruption. When Harry finished, the director was silent for a long time. He's offering you the world, Ragnok finally said. Or a significant portion of it. I know. The Black Fortune combined with your existing holdings would make you the wealthiest individual in magical Britain. Possibly in magical Europe. I know. It would also make you a target for everyone who fears that kind of concentration of power. And there are many who fear it. I know that too. Ragnok studied him with those ancient eyes. What do you want to do? Harry had been thinking about this since leaving Grimmauld Place. Thinking about power and responsibility and the question Arcturus had asked, whether strings bound you or freed you. I want to accept, he said. But not blindly. I want the investigation into Sirius Black to happen before the adoption. If he's innocent, I want him free before I take his inheritance. That could take years. Then it takes years. Harry met Ragnok's gaze. I've learned enough about contracts to know that this one is too good to be simple. Arcturus wants something more than what he said. I want to know what it is before I commit. Ragnok's lips curled in approval. Very good. What do you suspect? He's dying. He said 6 months, but I think it's less. He wants to see the Black name restored before he goes, wants to know his legacy is secured. But there's more to it than that. Harry paused, organizing his thoughts. He mentioned Sirius might be innocent. If that's true, someone else betrayed my parents. Someone who's been free for 5 years while Sirius rots in prison. And the Black family has a history of dark magic. Of alliances with Voldemort. If Sirius was framed, the most likely culprits are other Blacks, or people connected to them. Harry's voice hardened. Arcturus wants me to investigate because he's too old and too watched to do it himself. He wants me to find the traitor and deal with them. He's using his inheritance as payment. Ragnok nodded slowly. And knowing this, you still want to accept? Yes. Harry's eyes were cold. Because whoever framed Sirius betrayed my parents too. They're responsible for my mother's death, my father's death, everything that happened after. I want to find them. He paused. I want to make them pay. Revenge is a dangerous motivation. So is greed. So is fear. So is love. Harry shrugged. I'm not pretending to be noble, Director. I want the Black Fortune because it makes me stronger. I want the investigation because it gives me answers. And I want the person who killed my parents because they deserve to die. Ragnok was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, fierce and approving. You've learned well, he said. Very well indeed. I'll assign investigators to the Sirius Black case immediately. In the meantime, continue your training. Continue learning. Become strong enough that when the time comes, you can take what's offered and survive the consequences. And Dumbledore? He'll hear about this. He'll try to interfere. Let him try. Ragnok's eyes glittered. The Black family has protections that even the great Albus Dumbledore can't breach. Once you're adopted, you'll be under their shield as well as ours. He'll have no legal way to touch you. Harry nodded. It was a good plan. A solid plan. But somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice whispered that plans had a way of falling apart when they encountered reality. He ignored the voice. He had work to do. The investigation began immediately. Ragnok assigned a team of his best people, goblins who specialized in uncovering secrets that wizards wanted buried. They worked quietly, carefully, tracing the events of that night 5 years ago through a maze of contradictions and missing evidence. Harry wasn't directly involved, he was too young, too recognizable, too likely to attract attention. But he read every report that came through, absorbing the details, building a picture of what had really happened. The official story was simple: Sirius Black had been the Potter's secret keeper. He had betrayed them to Voldemort, leading to their deaths. When confronted by Peter Pettigrew, he had killed Peter and 12 Muggle bystanders with a single curse. But the evidence didn't quite fit. There had been no trial. No interrogation. No opportunity for Sirius to defend himself. He'd been arrested at the scene, declared guilty by the Minister of Magic personally, and shipped to Azkaban within 48 hours. The witnesses were problematic too. The Muggles who had survived the explosion couldn't agree on what they'd seen. Some said Sirius had been laughing. Others said he'd been crying. Still others said he'd been shouting something, Peter's name, perhaps, or an accusation. And then there was the matter of Peter Pettigrew's body. Or rather, the lack of one. They found a finger, the lead investigator reported, 6 weeks into the investigation. One finger, supposedly the largest piece of Pettigrew that survived the explosion. But the blast radius was wrong. The magical signature was inconsistent. And no one thought to ask why a supposedly powerful curse left nothing of its target but a single finger. Harry studied the report. You think Pettigrew staged his own death? I think the evidence doesn't support the official narrative. Whether Pettigrew is alive, whether Black is innocent, those are conclusions we can't draw yet. But something is wrong with this case. Very wrong. Harry thought about what this meant. If Pettigrew had faked his death, if he had been the real traitor. Then he was still out there. Still alive. Still unpunished. Keep digging, Harry said. Find me proof. Find me something I can use. The investigator nodded and returned to work. 3 months later, Harry returned to Grimmauld Place. Arcturus was worse than before. The old man could barely leave his chair now, and his breathing had developed a wet, rattling quality that spoke of lungs filling with fluid. But his eyes were still sharp, still fierce, still burning with the need to settle his affairs before the end. You've investigated, Arcturus said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Harry sat across from him, in the same chair as before. Your grandson may be innocent. The evidence is problematic. Tell me. Harry told him. The missing trial. The inconsistent witnesses. The suspicious circumstances of Pettigrew's death. When he finished, Arcturus was silent for a long time. I knew it, the old man finally said. I knew there was something wrong. But I was too weak, too watched, too afraid of what I might find. He looked at Harry with something like gratitude. You did what I couldn't. Even knowing it might prove him guilty. The truth matters more than comfort. Yes. It does. Arcturus took a deep, shuddering breath. The adoption. You'll accept. On conditions. Harry held the old man's gaze. The investigation continues until we have proof, enough to force a trial. If Sirius is innocent, I want him free. If he's guilty, I want to know why. Either way, the truth comes out. And the other conditions? The Black family magic. You mentioned traditions, spells, ways of doing things. I want to learn them, but I won't practice anything that harms innocence. Dark magic is a tool, not a philosophy. Arcturus laughed, which turned into a cough. You sound like Doria. She said something similar, once. Power is neutral. Only use determines morality. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Very well. I accept your conditions. The adoption will proceed. Harry nodded. One more thing. Yes. You're dying faster than you admitted. The healers give you weeks, not months. You wanted this settled before the end. Harry's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. I want to know why. Not the strategic reasons, the real ones. Arcturus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. I've lived a long time, Harry Potter. I've seen the House of Black rise and fall, watched my family tear itself apart through war and madness and stupid, stubborn pride. I've buried children and grandchildren, watched the line thin and weaken until we're almost gone. He looked into the fire. I don't want to die knowing it was all for nothing. I don't want the Black name to end with me, forgotten and irrelevant. I want. He trailed off. You want it to mean something. Yes. Arcturus met his eyes. You're 6 years old. You've survived things that would have broken adults. You have the potential to become something remarkable, something that could carry the Black name into a future I'll never see. He smiled, and for once it was genuine. I'm not giving you the inheritance because I have no other options. I'm giving it to you because you're the best option I've ever had. Harry processed this. The honesty surprised him. Arcturus had no reason to be vulnerable, no strategic value in admitting weakness. But he'd done it anyway. Maybe dying changed people. Maybe it stripped away the pretenses and left only truth. I'll honor the name, Harry said quietly. Whatever else happens, I'll make sure the Black legacy means something. That's a promise. Arcturus nodded. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, as if a weight had been lifted. The adoption ritual is complex, he said, his voice steadier now. It requires preparation, potions, incantations, arrangements that can't be rushed. We'll need a week, perhaps 2. Can your goblin friends handle the security? They can. Good. Arcturus closed his eyes. Then it settled. The House of Black passes to a new generation. He smiled faintly. May you do better with it than we did. The adoption ritual took place on a winter's night, deep in the hidden chambers beneath Grimmauld Place. The room was circular, carved from black stone, lit by torches that burned with green flame. Ancient runes covered the walls, dormant for generations but thrumming with power now, awakened by the coming ritual. Harry stood in the center of a silver circle, dressed in black robes that Arcturus had given him. The old man sat in a chair nearby, too weak to stand but determined to witness the ceremony. Silverclaw waited at the edge of the room, armed and alert, her eyes scanning the shadows for threats that weren't there. 3 other figures were present: Narcissa Malfoy, who had come despite her husband's objections, Andromeda Tonks, the disowned sister who had married a Muggleborn and been burned from the family tapestry, and the ritual master, an ancient goblin whose name Harry had never learned. The blood of Black is old blood, the ritual master intoned, his voice carrying despite his small stature. It has flowed through this land since before wizards kept records. It has shaped history, fought wars, built empires that rose and fell while ordinary families lived and died unremembered. He approached Harry with a silver bowl and a knife that seemed to drink the light. Tonight, this blood welcomes a new son. Harry James Potter, blood of the Potters, blood of the Evanses, blood of the Peverils who came before all. Do you consent to join your line to the House of Black? I consent, Harry said. Do you swear to honor the Black name, to protect the Black legacy, to carry forward the traditions of this house into whatever future awaits? I swear. Do you accept the magic of this house, its power, its responsibilities, its burdens and its gifts? Harry thought of Arcturus, dying in his chair. Of Sirius, rotting in Azkaban. Of the long line of Blacks who had built and destroyed and shaped the world according to their will. I accept. The ritual master cut Harry's palm. The blood that flowed was red and ordinary, but when it hit the silver bowl, something changed. The liquid in the bowl began to glow, first red, then silver, then a deep, terrible black that seemed to contain stars. Harry felt the magic enter him like a wave. It was cold and hot at once, dark and bright, ancient and somehow new. It wrapped around his core, merged with his existing power, and settled into a new configuration that felt both familiar and utterly alien. The Black family magic had accepted him. "It is done," the ritual master said. "Harry James Potter is now Harry James Potter Black, heir to the House of Black, lord of this ancient and noble line." Arcturus was crying. Harry had never seen the old man show emotion before, but tears were streaming down his withered face now, tears of relief and joy and the kind of peace that came only when a long-carried burden was finally set down. "Thank you," Arcturus whispered. "Thank you." Harry crossed to him, knelt beside his chair, and took his hand. The skin was paper-thin, cold, but the grip was surprisingly strong. "Rest now," Harry said. "I'll take it from here." Arcturus smiled. It was the last smile Harry would ever see on his face. 3 days later, Lord Arcturus Black III died in his sleep, surrounded by family, his legacy secured. The wizarding world learned that a new Lord Black had been named. They learned that he was 6 years old, that he lived with goblins, that he had been adopted by the previous lord in his final days. They did not learn what to make of it. The months following Arcturus's death were busy ones. Harry returned to Gringotts, but not to the same quarters he'd left. His status had changed. He was a lord now, of one of the oldest families in Britain. That came with responsibilities that couldn't be handled from a small stone room in the lower tunnels. Ragnok arranged new quarters, larger, more secure, befitting his station. There were offices for the staff that managed the Black holdings. Meeting rooms for the inevitable visitors. Training areas that could accommodate the expanded security detail. It felt wrong, somehow. Too big, too grand, too far from the simple life he'd built in his first years underground. But Harry understood necessity. He was no longer just a valuable child being protected. He was a player in the game of magical politics, whether he wanted to be or not. "The merger of the Black and Potter holdings is proceeding as planned," Ragnok reported, a month after the funeral. "Combined, you now control approximately 43% of the magical economy in Britain. The remaining percentages are scattered among several hundred smaller holders." "And the Gringotts shares?" 15%, as we discussed. The original Peveril Compact is being honored. Ragnok's expression was unreadable. There are those in the nation who aren't happy about it. A wizard holding that much influence over goblin affairs hasn't happened in centuries. Are they a threat? Not yet. But watch your back, even here. Power makes enemies. Harry nodded. He'd learned that lesson well. The investigation into Sirius Black had stalled somewhat. They had evidence that something was wrong, but nothing conclusive enough to force action. The ministry, predictably, had no interest in reopening a case they considered closed. The public had moved on, satisfied with the narrative they'd been given. But Harry hadn't moved on. He wouldn't, not until he knew the truth. "There's something else," Ragnok said, interrupting his thoughts. "Something you should know." "What?" "The attacks on you have stopped completely since the adoption. Not because your enemies have given up, our intelligence suggests they're more concerned than ever. But because they're afraid." "Of what?" "Of you." Ragnok smiled thinly. "The Black family has defenses that go beyond wards and guards. Ancient magic, woven into the bloodline itself. Your enemies know that attacking you now would trigger retaliations they might not survive. They're regrouping, reassessing, trying to find another way. That won't last forever." "No. It won't. But it gives you time. Time to grow stronger. Time to prepare." Ragnok rose from his chair. "Use it wisely, Harry Potter Black. The storm is coming. Make sure you're ready when it arrives." The years passed. Harry turned 7 in the tunnels, then 8, then 9. He grew taller, stronger, more dangerous. Silverclaw's training intensified to levels that would have killed a lesser student. The goblin combat arts, the family magics of House Black, the strategic education that Ragnok personally oversaw, all of it combined to create something that had never existed before. A wizard raised by goblins. A child who thought like a banker and fought like a warrior. An heir who understood both the light and the dark, and had chosen to master both. The magical world watched from a distance, unsure what to make of him. The Daily Prophet ran stories speculating about his whereabouts, his activities, his plans for the future. Some called him the hope of the wizarding world. Others called him a dangerous aberration, a creature of goblin influence that threatened the natural order. Harry ignored them all. He had more important concerns. The investigation into Sirius Black had finally borne fruit. 3 years of patient work had uncovered evidence that couldn't be ignored, witness statements that contradicted the official narrative, financial records showing payments to key ministry officials, and most damning of all, a magical signature analysis proving that the explosion that had killed Pettigrew had been cast by a different wand than Sirius Black's. The case for a new trial was overwhelming. All Harry needed was the right moment to present it. That moment came on his 10th birthday, when a letter arrived that changed everything. It was from Narcissa Malfoy, and it contained 2 words, Pettigrew Lives. Harry read the letter 3 times before responding. His relationship with Narcissa had grown complicated since the adoption. She was caught between her loyalty to the Black family and her marriage to Lucius, who remained one of Harry's most persistent political opponents. She walked a careful line, providing information when she could, warning of threats when she dared, but never openly breaking with either side. This letter was different. This was a commitment. By confirming Pettigrew's survival, she was declaring which side she truly stood on. Harry summoned Silverclaw. "I need to send a message," he said. "To Narcissa Malfoy." "Securely." Silverclaw's eyes narrowed. "This is about the investigation." "Yes. She has proof that Pettigrew is alive. If we can get that proof, we can force a trial for Sirius. That's dangerous. For her, for us, for everyone involved. The people who framed Black won't let this come to light easily." "I know." Harry met her gaze. "That's why we need to move fast. Before they can react." Silverclaw was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. "I'll arrange secure passage. Narcissa can come here, it's the safest option." "But Harry." She paused. "This is the first move in a larger game. Once you start, you can't stop. The people behind this frame-up, whoever they are, will come for you with everything they have. Let them come." Harry's voice was cold. "I've been waiting for them my whole life." Narcissa arrived the next day, cloaked and hooded, escorted by goblin guards through passages that few wizards knew existed. She looked older than Harry remembered. The strain of her double life showed in the lines around her eyes, the tension in her shoulders. But her spine was straight and her gaze was clear. "Lord Black," she said, using his formal title. "Thank you for seeing me. You have information. I want to hear it." Narcissa settled into the chair across from him. The room was secure, warded against eavesdropping, sealed against magical intrusion, but she still glanced at the walls before speaking. "Peter Pettigrew is alive," she said. "I've seen him. He's been hiding as a rat, an animagus form, in the home of a wizarding family. The Weasleys." Harry felt a cold fury settle into his chest. "He's been living among wizards. For 9 years. Yes. As a pet rat, belonging to one of the Weasley boys." Narcissa's expression was grim. "He attends family dinners, sleeps in children's bedrooms, listens to everything that's said in the house. The perfect spy, in plain sight." "How did you find out?" "Lucius." The name came out bitter. "He doesn't tell me much, but I've learned to listen at doors and read documents left carelessly on desks. Pettigrew has been reporting to someone. Providing information about the Order of the Phoenix, about Dumbledore's activities, about anyone who might pose a threat. To whom? I don't know. Not Lucius, he's just a conduit. Someone higher up the chain. Narcissa hesitated. But whoever it is, they're connected to the Dark Lord. They're keeping things ready for his return. Harry processed this. Pettigrew alive and spying. A network still active, still loyal to Voldemort. A conspiracy that went far deeper than a single frame-up. Can you prove it? That Pettigrew is an animagus? I can give you his location. The rest you'll have to handle yourself. Narcissa met his eyes. Harry, I'm taking a terrible risk telling you this. If Lucius finds out. He won't. And when this is over, you'll have the protection of House Black. Harry's voice softened slightly. You've been alone for too long, Aunt Narcissa. It's time to come home. Something flickered in her eyes, hope, perhaps, or relief. Thank you. Thank me when it's over. Harry rose from his chair. Now. Tell me everything you know about the Weasleys. The plan came together over the following weeks. Harry couldn't simply accuse Pettigrew publicly, no one would believe a 10-year-old's word against the established narrative. He needed irrefutable proof, captured in a way that couldn't be denied or dismissed. Ragnok suggested a solution. The Goblin Truth Ritual, he explained. Ancient magic that compels honesty. If we can get Pettigrew in front of our witnesses, the ritual will force him to confess everything, his crimes, his masters, the truth about that night. How do we capture him without alerting whoever he reports to? Carefully. Ragnok smiled grimly. Very, very carefully. The operation took a month to plan and 3 minutes to execute. A goblin team, disguised as pest control workers, arrived at the Weasley home with a cover story about magical rat infestations in the area. They cast detection charms, identified the animagus hiding among the family's actual pets, and captured him before he could transform and flee. By the time anyone realized something was wrong, Pettigrew was already in the deepest cells of Gringotts, awaiting his appointment with truth. The confession was everything Harry had hoped for. Under the influence of the ritual, Pettigrew couldn't lie. He confessed to being a Death Eater. He confessed to betraying the Potters. He confessed to framing Sirius Black, to faking his own death, to 9 years of spying while everyone thought him dead. And he named names. The list was extensive, ministry officials who had looked the other way, pure-blood families who had provided support, contacts who had helped maintain his cover. Some names were expected: Lucius Malfoy, the Lestranges, the usual suspects from Voldemort's inner circle. But some names were surprising. Bartemius Crouch, Pettigrew wheezed, the truth dragged out of him against his will. He knew. He covered it up. His own son was involved, Barty Jr., imprisoned in Azkaban, but not dead, never dead. Harry listened to every word, recording everything through goblin memory crystals that couldn't be tampered with or disputed. When the confession was complete, he had enough evidence to destroy half of Wizarding political society. He didn't use it all. Not yet. Instead, he focused on Sirius. The confession proved beyond doubt that Sirius Black had been framed, had never received a trial, had spent 9 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. Harry took that evidence to the Wizengamot, accompanied by a team of goblin lawyers who had been preparing their case for years. The trial lasted 3 days. By the end of it, Sirius Black was free, Pettigrew was bound for Azkaban, and the wizarding world was reeling from the revelation that their justice system had failed so spectacularly. Harry met his godfather for the first time on a rainy afternoon in the visitors' room of St. Mungo's. Sirius Black looked nothing like the photos from before his imprisonment. He was gaunt, hollow-eyed, his dark hair streaked with gray that hadn't been there a decade ago. 9 years in Azkaban had stripped away everything soft about him, leaving only bone and sinew and a kind of desperate intensity. But when he saw Harry, something changed. The hardness in his face softened. The ghosts in his eyes retreated slightly. "Harry," he said, and his voice cracked on the name. "Look at you. Look at what you've become. Harry studied his godfather. The man who should have raised him. The man who had suffered for a crime he didn't commit while Harry grew up in a cupboard and then in goblin tunnels. "You're thinner than I expected," Harry said. Sirius laughed, a raw, rusty sound, like machinery that hadn't been used in too long. "Azkaban food. Wouldn't recommend it. The healers say you need months of treatment. The Dementors did significant damage. The healers say a lot of things." Sirius leaned forward, his eyes searching Harry's face. "They also say I have a godson who lives with goblins, holds 2 lordships, and just single-handedly overturned my conviction. Want to tell me how that happened?" "It's a long story. I've got nothing but time." Sirius smiled, and for a moment Harry could see the man he must have been before, charming, reckless, full of life. "Your father would be proud of you, Harry. He'd also be completely bewildered, but mostly proud. You knew him well." "He was my brother. Not by blood, but by everything that matters." Sirius's voice softened. "James and I, we were supposed to protect you. Both of us. We had plans, you know. Plans for when you were old enough. Teaching you to fly, to prank, to be the kind of troublemaker that makes Hogwarts actually fun." His expression darkened. "Then Peter happened. And I spent 9 years going slowly mad while I survived." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "It wasn't what anyone planned, but I'm still here." "Yes. You are." Sirius reached out, slowly, hesitantly, and gripped Harry's shoulder. "Thank you. For finding the truth. For not giving up." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the cold calculation that had guided him for years, but something warmer. Something that felt almost like family. "You're my godfather," he said simply. "Family takes care of family." Sirius's eyes glistened. "Yeah. We do." The months following Sirius's release were a period of adjustment for everyone. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, reclaiming his childhood home with a mixture of hatred and nostalgia. Harry visited when he could, getting to know the man who should have been his guardian, learning the stories of his parents that no one else could tell. It wasn't easy. Sirius was damaged in ways that didn't heal quickly. There were bad days, days when the Dementor's influence dragged him back into darkness, days when he couldn't get out of bed, days when the trauma overwhelmed everything else. But there were good days too. Days when Sirius told stories about James's pranks and Lily's temper. Days when he taught Harry things about his parents that made them real in a way they hadn't been before. Days when Harry felt, for the first time, like he understood where he came from. "They would have loved you," Sirius said one evening, as they sat before the fire in Grimmauld Place. "James would have been terrified of you, probably. You're too competent, he'd feel completely inadequate. But he would have loved you so much. And my mother? Lily?" Sirius smiled. "Lily would have looked at you and seen exactly what you are, a survivor, a fighter, someone who refuses to break no matter what the world throws at him. She would have been so proud." Harry looked into the fire, thinking about parents he'd never known and the legacy they'd left behind. "I'm going to Hogwarts next year," he said. "My letter will arrive in a few months." "I know." Sirius's expression was complicated. "Are you ready for it?" "I've been preparing for 7 years." "That's not what I asked." Harry considered the question. Hogwarts, the school where his parents had met, where they'd fallen in love, where they'd first joined the fight against Voldemort. A place full of history and magic and people who had opinions about who Harry Potter should be. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I'm going anyway." Sirius nodded. "That's the only approach worth taking." He raised his glass. "To Hogwarts. May it survive your arrival." Harry raised his own glass. "May my enemies not." They drank together, godfather and godson, bound by blood and loss and the stubborn refusal to be what the world expected. The letter came on Harry's 11th birthday. It arrived by Owl, a magnificent grey bird that swooped through the ventilation shafts of Gringotts and found Harry in his quarters, apparently unbothered by the wards and protections that should have stopped it. Mr. H. Potterblack, the secure quarters, Gringotts Bank, London. Harry opened the envelope with steady hands. He had known this was coming, had been preparing for it, in one way or another, for most of his life. Dear Mr. Potterblack, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read the letter twice, then set it aside. Silverclaw found him an hour later, staring at the wall of his quarters with an expression she couldn't read. The letter came, she said. Yes. You don't seem excited. Harry turned to face her. In 7 years, she had become the closest thing he had to a mother, not that either of them would ever say that aloud. She had trained him, protected him, shaped him into whatever he was becoming. I'm leaving, he said. Everything I've built here, everything I've learned, it won't matter as much there. I'll be a student. A child. Someone they can dismiss or control or ignore. Is that what you think? It's what they'll think. Harry's jaw tightened. Dumbledore has been waiting for this moment for years. He believes he'll finally get control of me, that Hogwarts will reshape me into whatever he needs. Will it? Harry thought about the question. About the old wizard with ice-blue eyes and plans within plans. About the school that had shaped generations of witches and wizards, for better and worse. No, he said finally. Hogwarts won't reshape me. But I might reshape it. Silverclaw's lips curled in what might have been a smile. Then you're ready. I hope so. Hope is for people who haven't prepared properly. She reached into her armor and produced something Harry hadn't seen before, a small pendant on a silver chain. This is from the nation. A gift for our unusual student. It will let you communicate with us regardless of distance. Whatever happens at Hogwarts, you're not alone. Harry took the pendant. The metal was warm against his palm, thrumming with goblin magic. Thank you, he said. For everything. Thank me when you've graduated. And Harry. She paused. Try not to kill anyone during your first week. It sets a bad precedent. I make no promises. She almost smiled. The next months were a blur of preparation. Harry visited Diagon Alley with Sirius, acquiring supplies and drawing stares from everyone they passed. The boy who lived, finally returned to public view, accompanied by the man who had been wrongfully imprisoned for his parents' murder. The Daily Prophet had a field day. He visited Grimmauld Place, learning the Black family magics from dusty tomes that Arcturus had left behind. He met with Narcissa, who helped him understand the political landscape he'd be entering. He trained with Silverclaw until the last possible moment, refining his skills to the sharpest edge. And he thought about what was coming. Hogwarts. The school where his parents had fallen in love. The castle that sat on land his family had owned for centuries. The place where an ancient vault waited beneath foundations that predated the school itself. He didn't know what he'd find there. Didn't know what challenges awaited him or what enemies would emerge. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wasn't going to hide anymore. The heir of everything was coming out of the shadows. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Lord of House Black. The fire crackled in the ancient hearth of Grimmauld Place, casting dancing shadows across walls that had witnessed 15 centuries of Black family history. Harry sat in the chair that had once belonged to Arcturus, a cup of tea cooling in his hands, watching the flames consume another log. 3 weeks until Hogwarts. 3 weeks until everything changed. You're brooding again. Sirius appeared in the doorway, looking healthier than he had in months. The hollows beneath his eyes had filled in somewhat, and the grey in his hair seemed less pronounced. Recovery was slow, but it was happening. I'm thinking, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Not when you're 10. Sirius crossed the room and dropped into the chair across from him. What's on your mind? The Wisingamat session tomorrow. The one where they'll formally recognize my lordships. Ah. Sirius's expression sobered. The one where half of pureblood society will be staring at you, trying to figure out if you're a threat or an opportunity. Both, ideally. Sirius laughed, but there was an edge to it. You know, when I imagined meeting my godson, I pictured teaching him to fly and sneaking him sweets. Not coaching him through political warfare. Life rarely matches expectations. No. It doesn't. Sirius studied him with those gray eyes that had seen too much. Are you ready for this? The Wisingamat isn't like the goblins. They don't respect strength the same way. They respect blood and tradition and the proper forms of address. I know. Harry set down his tea. That's why I need you there. You know the forms. You know the players. You know which families will support us and which will try to tear us down. Most will try to tear you down. You're a half-blood holding two of the most powerful seats in the chamber. You're an insult to everything they believe about the proper order of things. Good. Insults are memorable. Sirius shook his head, but he was smiling. James would have loved you. He really would have. The Wisingamat chamber was a cathedral of power. Harry had seen impressive spaces before, the deep training hall beneath Gringotts, the inheritance chamber with its walls of names, the hidden vaults that contained artifacts older than recorded history. But this was different. This was human power, accumulated over centuries, expressed in stone and shadow and the weight of tradition. The chamber was circular, rising in tiers of seats that overlooked a central floor where those seeking audience would stand. Each seat bore the crest of the family that held it, carved into the stone, glowing faintly with the magic that bound bloodline to position. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but Harry could feel eyes up there, portraits, probably, watching everything that happened below. He entered through the main doors, flanked by Sirius on one side and a goblin representative on the other. The latter had been controversial, goblins rarely attended Wisingamat sessions, but Harry had insisted. If the wizarding establishment wanted to deal with him, they would deal with all of him. The murmur that swept through the chamber was audible even from the entrance. Harry Potter, someone whispered. The boy who lived. Look at him, he's just a child. A child who freed Sirius Black and brought down Pettigrew. Harry ignored the whispers and walked steadily toward the center of the floor. His robes were black and silver, the colors of House Black, and cut in a style that was neither purely wizarding nor purely goblin. A statement of what he was, something new. Chief Warlock Dumbledore sat in the highest seat, his expression carefully neutral. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry saw the calculation behind the kindly facade. This was the moment Dumbledore had been waiting for, the moment when Harry officially entered Wizarding Society and became subject to its rules. Or so he thought. We are gathered, Dumbledore began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber, to recognize the formal assumption of hereditary seats by Harry James Potter Black. As is tradition, the claimant will present his credentials and swear the oaths of office. A wizard in formal robes stepped forward, the clerk of the Wisingamat, responsible for maintaining the records. He carried a scroll that seemed to glow with its own light. Harry James Potter Black, the clerk intoned. You claim the hereditary seat of House Potter, passed to you through your father, James Fleamont Potter. Do you affirm this claim? I do. You claim the hereditary seat of House Black, passed to you through blood adoption by Arcturus Black III. Do you affirm this claim? I do. You claim the hereditary seat of House Peveril, passed to you through the Potter line as descendants of Ignotus Peveril. Do you affirm this claim? The chamber went silent. The Peveril seat had been empty for centuries, most believed the line extinct. Harry had known this moment was coming, had planned for it, but the weight of the silence was still striking. I do. The murmur that swept through the chamber was less whisper than wave. Harry could see faces turning to neighbors, mouths opening in shock and outrage and something that might have been fear. 3 seats. 3 of the oldest, most powerful positions in the Wizengamot. In the hands of a 10-year-old boy. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly controlled, before settling back into neutrality. The Peveril claim was not included in the original notification. The Peveril claim was confirmed by Gringotts 3 years ago, Harry replied calmly. The documentation has been filed with the clerk's office since yesterday. I apologize if the timing was inconvenient. It wasn't an apology at all, and everyone knew it. Harry had deliberately withheld the Peveril claim until the last moment, ensuring that his opponents had no time to prepare challenges or objections. The documentation appears to be in order, the clerk said, after consulting his scroll. The claim is valid. Then we shall proceed. Dumbledore's voice was smooth, but Harry caught the tightness around his eyes. Harry James Potter Black, do you swear to uphold the laws of magical Britain, to serve the Wizengamot with honor and integrity, and to fulfill the duties of your office to the best of your ability? I swear. Then I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, do hereby recognize your assumption of the seats of Potter, Black, and Peveril. May you serve with wisdom and honor. The magic of the chamber responded. Harry felt it wash over him, ancient bindings, connecting him to the seats his ancestors had held, linking him to the institution that governed magical Britain. It was different from goblin magic, different from the Black family power, older, in some ways, though less primal. He was in the system now. Part of it. Subject to its rules. But also positioned to change them. The session that followed was largely procedural, votes on minor matters, reports from various committees, the ordinary business of governance. Harry observed carefully, noting the alliances and animosities that shaped every interaction. The sacred families clustered together, casting suspicious glances his way. The more progressive members seemed uncertain whether to welcome him or fear him. Dumbledore managed the proceedings with practiced ease, but Harry could feel the old wizard's attention on him throughout. Assessing. Calculating. Trying to understand what this new piece on the board would do. The first real test came near the end of the session. New business, Dumbledore announced. Lord Malfoy has submitted a motion regarding the regulation of creature-owned businesses. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat, every inch the aristocrat in his perfectly tailored robes. His eyes found Harry briefly, cold, calculating, full of barely concealed hatred, before sweeping across the chamber. Honored members, Lucius began, it has come to my attention that certain enterprises have been operating within our society without proper oversight. Specifically, businesses owned or controlled by non-human entities, which have historically been exempt from many of our regulations. Harry understood immediately. This was aimed at him, at his goblin connections, at the network of businesses that operated on both sides of the wizard-goblin divide. I propose that all businesses with significant non-human ownership be required to register with the Ministry, submit to regular audits, and comply with the same regulations that govern wizard-owned enterprises. It sounded reasonable on the surface. That was what made it dangerous. The motion is seconded, said a witch Harry didn't recognize, one of Malfoy's allies, probably. Discussion. Dumbledore's voice was neutral, but his eyes flickered toward Harry. Harry rose. The chamber fell silent. Honored members, he said, and his voice carried the way Silverclaw had taught him, calm, clear, impossible to ignore. I appreciate Lord Malfoy's concern for proper oversight. However, I wonder if he's considered the implications of his proposal. By all means, enlighten us. Lucius's tone was condescending. Though perhaps such matters are beyond the understanding of someone so young. The Treaty of 1743, Harry continued, ignoring the jab, established the framework for wizard-goblin commerce. It grants Gringotts and its affiliated enterprises certain exemptions from ministry oversight, exemptions that have been honored for nearly 3 centuries. He paused, letting that sink in. Lord Malfoy's proposal would effectively void those treaty obligations. The Goblin Nation might consider that problematic. The Goblin Nation will accept what we decide, Lucius said smoothly. They have no choice. Actually, they do. Harry's voice hardened. The treaty includes provisions for what happens if either side attempts to unilaterally alter its terms. I believe the relevant clause mentions something about calling in all outstanding debts immediately. He looked around the chamber. Does anyone know how much the average pureblood family owes Gringotts? I do. It's quite illuminating. The silence that followed was profound. Harry had done his research. He knew exactly which families had mortgaged their estates, which had taken loans they couldn't repay, which were one bad investment away from bankruptcy. The threat was implicit but unmistakable: push this motion, and the Goblin Nation would push back. Perhaps, Dumbledore said carefully, this motion would benefit from further study before being put to a vote. I withdraw the motion, Lucius said, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. For the moment. Noted. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Is there any other new business? There wasn't. The session ended, and Harry found himself surrounded by wizards who wanted to introduce themselves, some friendly, some hostile, all calculating. He navigated the crowd with practiced ease, saying nothing important, committing to nothing, learning everything he could about the people who would shape his future. And through it all, he felt Dumbledore's eyes on him, watching, waiting, trying to understand what Harry Potter Black would become. You made enemies today, Sirius said that evening, as they sat in the study at Grimmauld Place. Powerful enemies. I already had enemies. Now they know I can fight back. That's not the same thing. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit he'd developed since his release. Lucius Malfoy isn't just wealthy and connected. He's patient. He'll wait for the right moment to strike, and when he does, it won't be in public where you can see it coming. I know. Harry stared into the fire. But I couldn't let that motion pass. It was designed to weaken my position, to separate me from the Goblin Nation, to make me dependent on Wizarding Society alone. I understand the strategy. I'm just worried about the cost. Sirius's voice softened. You're 10 years old, Harry. You shouldn't have to think about things like this. I've been thinking about things like this since I was 3. Harry looked at his godfather. The cupboard taught me that the world doesn't care what should be. The goblins taught me how to survive in the world that is. I can't go back to being the kind of child who doesn't understand these things. That child would be dead by now. Sirius was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something like grief. Your parents wanted better for you. They died trying to give you a normal life, a childhood full of love and safety and all the things that got stolen from you. He met Harry's eyes. Don't forget that. Don't let the politics and the fighting make you forget that you deserve more than this. I don't forget. Harry's voice was quiet. I just can't afford to want it. Not yet. Not until it's safe. And when will it be safe? Harry thought about Voldemort, still out there somewhere, reduced but not destroyed. About the network of enemies who wanted him dead. About the ancient mysteries that awaited him at Hogwarts. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe never. Sirius nodded slowly. Then we'd better make sure you're ready for whatever comes. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Harry met with Narcissa, who provided detailed briefings on the families whose children he would encounter at Hogwarts. The Malfoys, obviously, Draco would be in his year, raised to hate everything Harry represented. The Parkinsons, the Knotts, the Crabs and Goyles, all Death Eater families, all watching to see which way the wind would blow. But there were other families too. The Longbottoms, whose son Neville had lost his parents to the same war that had orphaned Harry. The Bones family, whose head was the formidable Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Greengrasses, who had remained neutral during the last war and might be open to alliance. Hogwarts will be a crucible, Narcissa told him. Every interaction will be watched, analyzed, reported back to parents who are trying to determine whether you're an asset or a threat. You'll have perhaps a month before the positions solidify, a month to shape how they see you. And Draco? Narcissa's expression tightened. My son has been raised by his father to believe certain things. Those beliefs may be difficult to change. She paused. But he's not evil, Harry. He's a child who's been taught to see the world a certain way. Given the right circumstances, the right influences. You want me to save him. I want you to give him a chance to save himself. Narcissa met his eyes. He's family, Harry. Complicated, problematic family, but family nonetheless. Isn't that worth something? Harry thought about his own complicated family. About Sirius, damaged but recovering. About the goblin nation that had raised him, the black legacy he now carried, the Potter heritage he was still learning to understand. I'll give him a chance, he said finally. One chance. What he does with it is up to him. Narcissa nodded, relief evident in her eyes. Thank you. The day before his departure for Hogwarts, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Andromeda Tonks arrived at Grimmauld Place in the late afternoon, her presence announced by the violent reaction of the portrait in the entrance hall. The painting of Walburga Black, Sirius's mother, frozen forever in magical canvas, screamed about blood traders and mudbloods until someone managed to close the curtains. She always was dramatic, Andromeda observed, settling into a chair in the study. She looked remarkably like her sister Narcissa, but softer somehow, less polished, more genuine. I wasn't sure you'd see me. Narcissa said you might not want contact with the controversial branches of the family. Narcissa doesn't speak for me. Harry studied his unexpected aunt. You left the family. Married a Muggle-born. Got burned off the tapestry. I did. Why? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Because I fell in love with someone my family didn't approve of. Because I couldn't pretend to believe things I knew were wrong. Because. She paused. Because sometimes the price of belonging is too high. Do you regret it? Never. Her voice was firm. Ted is the best thing that ever happened to me. Our daughter Nymphadora is starting her final year at Hogwarts. She wants to be an Auror, if you can believe it. She smiled, and it transformed her face. I lost my family name, but I gained a real family. That's not a bad trade. Harry considered this. Why are you here? Because you're family too, whatever the tapestry says. Because you've done something remarkable with the Black Legacy, something I never thought possible. Andromeda leaned forward. And because I wanted to warn you about Hogwarts. Warn me. The school is not neutral ground. Dumbledore controls it absolutely, the staff, the curriculum, the flow of information. Whatever you think you know about the place, whatever preparations you've made, he has advantages you can't anticipate. I'm aware of that. Are you? Because from where I'm sitting, you look like a very capable 10-year-old who's about to walk into a trap that's been centuries in the making. Andromeda's expression was serious. Hogwarts isn't just a school, Harry. It's an institution designed to shape young witches and wizards into proper members of society. It will try to shape you too, to smooth away the edges, to make you fit into the role they've prepared. And if I don't want to be shaped, then you'll have to fight. Every day, in ways both obvious and subtle. You'll have to remember who you are when everyone around you is telling you to be something else. Andromeda rose from her chair. That's my warning. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Harry stood as well. Thank you, Aunt Andromeda. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, at being acknowledged as family. You're welcome, Lord Black. Try not to burn the school down. I make no promises. She laughed, and for a moment she looked exactly like her sisters, all three of them, Narcissa and Bellatrix and herself, united by blood if nothing else. "Good luck, Harry. You're going to need it." The morning of September 1st dawned grey and drizzly, perfectly suited to Harry's mood. He stood in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, his trunk packed and waiting, his familiar weight of the hidden dagger pressing against his forearm. Silverclaw had come from Gringotts to see him off, a breach of protocol that spoke volumes about how much the Goblin Nation valued their unusual student. "The communication pendant will work anywhere within Hogwarts," she reminded him. "If you need assistance, I'll call." "I know." Harry met her eyes. "Thank you, Silverclaw. For everything. Thank me when you graduate." But there was something soft in her expression, something that might have been pride, or affection, or both. "Remember your training. Trust your instincts. And try to avoid starting any wars during your first term." "What about the second term?" "That's more negotiable." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Sirius appeared in the doorway, looking uncomfortable in the formal robes he'd chosen for the occasion. "The car's waiting. We should go." The journey to King's Cross was quiet, both of them lost in their own thoughts. Harry watched London slide past the windows, thinking about everything that had brought him to this moment, the cupboard, the goblins, the training and the politics and the enemies who wanted him dead. And now this. A train station. A platform hidden between two others. A school that would try to shape him into something he wasn't. They arrived with 30 minutes to spare. Sirius led him through the Muggle crowds to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, then stopped. "I can't go through," he said quietly. "Too many people who might recognize me. The press would have a field day." Harry understood. Sirius was still fragile, still recovering from years of trauma. Facing the chaos of platform 9 3/4 would be too much. "I'll be fine." "I know you will." Sirius pulled him into an awkward embrace, the first real hug they'd shared since his release. "Write to me. Let me know what's happening." "And Harry." "Yes. Try to have some fun. You're 11 years old. You're allowed to enjoy yourself occasionally." Harry thought about fun, about what it might feel like to simply enjoy something, without calculating angles or watching for threats. It seemed like a foreign concept. "I'll try," he said. And then he was through the barrier, emerging onto platform 9 3/4, surrounded by the chaos of hundreds of families saying goodbye to their children. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the grey morning light, steam billowing from its engine. Students in various states of dress milled about, some in Muggle clothes, others already wearing their Hogwarts robes. Parents called out last-minute instructions. Owls hooted from their cages. A toad escaped from someone's grasp and was pursued by a round-faced boy who looked nearly as flustered as the amphibian. Harry moved through the crowd without drawing attention, a skill he'd perfected over years of not wanting to be noticed. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled into a seat by the window. The platform continued to swirl with activity outside. He watched families embrace, watched children wave goodbye through windows, watched the ordinary rituals of departure that had never been part of his life. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, prominent front teeth, an expression of determined intelligence that reminded Harry oddly of his goblin tutors. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which seemed slightly too large for her. "Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full," and a boy down the corridor was very rude when I asked. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes going wide. "Oh. Oh my. You're Harry Potter." "Harry Potter Black, actually." "And you are?" "Hermione Granger." She stepped into the compartment, her surprise already transforming into curiosity. "I've read about you, you know. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, I'm aware of the literature. You're also mentioned in several financial publications, though those are harder to find. Something about restructuring the Potter Black holdings and unprecedented cooperation with the Goblin Nation." She paused, seeming to realize she was rambling. "Sorry. I get carried away sometimes. My parents say I talk too much when I'm nervous." "Are you nervous?" "Terrified, actually." She sat down across from him with a thump. "I'm Muggle-born. I didn't know magic existed until I got my letter. Everything about this world is new and strange, and I keep worrying I'll do something wrong and everyone will know I don't belong." Harry studied her. There was something refreshing about her honesty, the complete absence of political calculation that marked every other conversation he'd had in months. "That feeling never entirely goes away," he said. "But it does get easier. You're not Muggle-born." "No. But I was raised by Muggles for a time. And then by Goblins. I don't fit neatly into any category either." Hermione's eyes widened. "You were raised by Goblins? The books didn't mention that. How did that happen? What was it like? Do they really eat?" "They don't eat children, if that's what you were going to ask. And it's a long story. I like long stories." She leaned forward eagerly. "I've been trying to learn everything I can about the magical world, but the books only tell part of it. The real stories, the ones that explain how things actually work, those are harder to find." Harry considered her. She was clearly brilliant, the kind of intelligence that would be valuable in the years ahead. She was also completely without the prejudices and preconceptions that marked pureblood society. That made her both an asset and a liability. "If you want real stories," he said, "you have to understand that the magical world is built on secrets. People don't share information freely, they hoard it, trade it, use it as currency. If you want to know how things actually work, you have to be willing to dig. I'm good at digging. My parents say I'm like a dog with a bone once I get interested in something." "Then you might survive Hogwarts after all." Hermione frowned. "That's an odd way to put it. Hogwarts is supposed to be one of the safest places in the magical world." "Safe for whom? By whose definition?" Harry shook his head. "Never mind. That's a conversation for another time." The train whistle sounded, and with a lurch, the Hogwarts Express began to move. Harry watched the platform slide away, watched the last frantic waves of parents and children, watched England begin to unreel outside the window. "Tell me about yourself," Hermione said, apparently undeterred by his cryptic comments. "The real you, not the version in the books." Harry thought about what to say. How much to reveal to this strange, brilliant girl who spoke without guile and seemed to have no idea what kind of world she was entering. "I grew up thinking I was a freak," he said slowly. "An unwanted burden, locked in a cupboard, told I was worthless. Then the goblins came, and I learned that I wasn't worthless at all, I was valuable. Maybe too valuable." He met her eyes. "I've spent the last 7 years learning to survive. Learning to fight. Learning to navigate a world where everyone wants something from me and most of them are willing to kill to get it." "That sounds horrible." It was. Sometimes it still is. Harry paused. "But it taught me something important. People will always try to define you, to put you in a box, assign you a role, tell you who you're supposed to be. The only way to survive that is to define yourself, before they get the chance." Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing this. "Is that what you're going to do at Hogwarts? Define yourself?" "Yes. And probably make a lot of enemies in the process." "Can I help?" The question surprised him. "Why would you want to?" "Because you're interesting. Because you're honest. Because..." She hesitated. "Because I don't have any friends yet, and you're the first person who's talked to me like I'm worth talking to." Harry studied her for a long moment. She was naive, certainly. Uninformed about the dangers she was walking into. But there was steel beneath the eagerness, a determination that reminded him of Silverclaw, in an odd way. "Friendship with me is dangerous," he warned. "People who get close to me tend to become targets. I'm already a target. I'm a Muggle-born. Half the pure-blood families think I shouldn't exist." Hermione's jaw set stubbornly. "If I'm going to be targeted anyway, I'd rather have someone watching my back. You don't even know me. Then I'll get to know you. That's how friendship works, isn't it?" Harry felt something shift in his chest, something unexpected. In 7 years of training in politics and survival, he hadn't had many friends. The goblins were allies, teachers, sometimes almost family, but not friends. The concept seemed foreign, almost dangerous. But looking at Hermione Granger, with her bushy hair and determined expression and complete lack of guile, he found himself wanting to try. "All right," he said. "Friends. But I should warn you, I'm not very good at it." "That's okay. I'm not either." Hermione smiled, and it transformed her face. "We can learn together." The train rolled on through the English countryside, carrying them toward whatever waited ahead. The compartment door opened again an hour later. This time, 2 boys stood in the doorway. The first was tall and red-haired, with freckles and clothes that looked slightly too small for him. The second was shorter, rounder, with an anxious expression and a toad clutched in his hands. "Sorry to bother you," the red-haired boy said, "but we're looking for—" He stopped, his eyes going wide. "Bloody hell. You're Harry Potter." "Harry Potter Black," Harry corrected. "And you are?" "Ron. Ron Weasley." The boy's ears turned red. "This is Neville Longbottom. We were looking for an empty compartment, but they're all full." "You can sit here," Hermione said, before Harry could respond. "We have room." Ron looked at her with an expression that suggested he hadn't noticed her until that moment. "Oh. Thanks." He dropped into a seat, and Neville followed hesitantly. "Are you Muggle-born? I don't recognize your family name." "Yes, I am." Hermione's voice was slightly defensive. "Is that a problem?" "What?" "No, I didn't mean," Ron's ears reddened further. "My dad works at the Ministry, in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He loves Muggles. Talks about them all the time." "Oh." Hermione relaxed slightly. "That's interesting. What sort of artifacts?" As Ron launched into an explanation of his father's work, enchanted toilets and flying cars and the eternal struggle against illegally modified broomsticks, Harry found himself studying the newcomers. Ron Weasley was easy to read. Open face, obvious emotions, the kind of person who said what he thought without much filtering. His clothes were worn and his wand looked secondhand, a family without much money, then, despite their pure-blood status. Neville Longbottom was harder to parse. The boy sat hunched in his seat, clutching his toad like a lifeline, barely speaking. But Harry noticed the way his eyes moved, taking everything in, watching for threats. That wasn't the behavior of a simple, frightened child. "Longbottom," Harry said, interrupting Ron's monologue. "Your parents were Aurors. Frank and Alice." Neville flinched. "You know about them?" "I know they were tortured by Death Eaters. The Lestranges." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "I know they're in St. Mungo's, in the permanent ward. I know the people who hurt them were never properly punished." The compartment had gone silent. Ron was staring at Harry with something like shock. Hermione looked uncomfortable. "Why are you?" Neville began. "Because we have something in common." Harry met the boy's eyes. "We both lost our parents to Voldemort's followers. We both grew up without them. And we both have reasons to want justice." Neville swallowed hard. I'm not, you don't have to decide anything now. But when the time comes, remember that you're not alone." Harry looked out the window, at the countryside rolling past. "There are others who remember what was done. Others who want to make things right. The silence stretched. Then, quietly, Neville nodded. I'll remember. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of conversation and candy and the endless shifting landscape outside the window. Ron proved to be entertaining company, not brilliant, but warm and genuine in a way that Harry found surprisingly pleasant. He talked about his family, 6 siblings, all with various quirks, about Quidditch, which seemed to be a kind of religion for him, about his hopes for Hogwarts, anything but Slytherin, please, his mother would kill him. Neville slowly opened up as well, revealing a passion for herbology and a self-deprecating humor that masked genuine intelligence. His grandmother had raised him after his parents' injury, apparently with an iron fist and expectations he felt he could never meet. Hermione contributed her own observations, often correcting Ron's facts about magical history or explaining concepts that Neville assumed everyone knew. She was annoying in her certainty, but Harry noticed that she was usually right. They made an odd group, the political heir, the muggle-born bookworm, the impoverished pureblood, and the traumatized herbology enthusiast. But by the time the train began to slow, something had shifted between them. Not friendship, exactly, that would take time. But the beginning of something. We should change into our robes, Hermione said, glancing out the window. I think we're almost there. The boys shuffled out to change, giving Hermione privacy. When they returned, the train was pulling into Hogsmeade Station, and the chaos of arrival had begun. First years. First years over here. The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen, easily twice the height of a normal human, with a wild beard that covered most of his face. He stood at the end of the platform, holding a lantern that looked tiny in his massive hand. That's Hagrid, Ron whispered. He's the groundskeeper. My brothers told me about him. Harry filed this information away. The groundskeeper, an employee of Dumbledore's, which meant someone whose loyalty was predetermined. Still, the man seemed genuinely happy to see the students, his enormous face beaming as he herded first years toward the lake. 4 to a boat. No more than 4. Harry found himself in a boat with Hermione, Ron, and Neville, the same unlikely group that had formed on the train. The boats moved on their own, gliding across the black water of the lake toward the castle that rose on the opposite shore. And then Hogwarts came into view, and even Harry had to catch his breath. It was vast. Towers reaching toward the sky, windows glowing with warm light, battlements and bridges and structures that seemed to defy gravity. It looked like something from a fairy tale, the kind of castle that existed in stories, not in reality. But it was real. It was waiting for him. And somewhere within those walls, ancient secrets waited to be uncovered. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione whispered. Yes, Harry agreed. And dangerous. She looked at him curiously, but the boats had reached the shore, and there was no time for questions. The Sorting Hat was older than Harry had expected. It sat on a 3-legged stool at the front of the great hall, a battered, patched thing that looked like it might fall apart at any moment. But when it opened what appeared to be a mouth near its brim and began to sing, Harry felt the magic radiating from it, ancient, powerful, deeply tied to the castle itself. The song was about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the cunning. It was propaganda, Harry recognized, a way of sorting students into categories that shaped their entire Hogwarts experience. But it was also something more. The hat was connected to the founders themselves, holding memories and knowledge that went back to the school's creation. If Harry could get it to talk. When I call your name, Professor McGonagall announced, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat to be sorted. The names began. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Harry watched each sorting carefully, noting how long the hat took, what expressions crossed each student's face. Some sortings were instant. Others took longer, private conversations between hat and student that no one else could hear. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, her nervousness evident. The hat sat on her head for almost a full minute, an eternity compared to most sortings, before shouting, "Gryffindor." She hurried to the Gryffindor table, looking relieved. Harry caught her eye and nodded slightly. Longbottom, Neville. Another long sorting. The hat seemed to be arguing with Neville, judging by the boy's expression. Finally, Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco. Harry's attention sharpened. The blond boy walked to the stool with an arrogance that seemed practiced, his chin lifted, his expression disdainful. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, "Slytherin." Draco smirked and joined his house table, immediately surrounded by others who seemed to be congratulating him. His eyes found Harry briefly, and the look they exchanged was not friendly. More names. More sortings. Then, Potter Black, Harry. The hall went silent. Every eye turned toward him, some curious, some hostile, some calculating. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, neither hurrying nor dawdling, and sat. The hat descended over his eyes, cutting off his view of the hall. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his head. "This is unusual." Harry didn't respond aloud, didn't want to give the watching crowd anything to analyze. "Goblin trained, I see. Interesting. Very interesting. The last wizard they trained was Gringotts himself, you know. And you've got the Black family magic woven through you, and the Potter legacy, and, oh my. The Peveril connection. That's rare. Very rare indeed. You can read all that?" "I can read everything, boy. Every thought, every memory, every secret you've ever had." The hat seemed almost amused. "Which makes sorting you rather tricky, actually. You've got courage enough for Gryffindor, brains enough for Ravenclaw, loyalty enough for Hufflepuff, and ambition enough for a dozen Slytherins. What do you recommend?" "Me?" The hat laughed, a strange sensation, feeling laughter echo through his mind. "I recommend you stop trying to manipulate me and let me do my job. You want Slytherin because you think it will give you political advantages. You want to avoid Gryffindor because Dumbledore expects you there. But neither of those reasons has anything to do with where you actually belong." Harry considered this. "Then where do I belong?" "You belong wherever you decide to belong. That's what people like you do, you don't fit into categories, you make your own." The hat paused. "But if I had to choose? If I had to put you somewhere that would challenge you, force you to grow, make you confront the parts of yourself you'd rather ignore?" The hat fell silent for a long moment. "There's something in you, Harry Potter Black. Something dark. Something that could become terrible, if you're not careful. You felt it, haven't you? The cold satisfaction when you kill. The detachment that lets you manipulate people without feeling guilty. The ambition that makes you see others as tools rather than people." Harry felt ice spread through his chest. He had felt those things. Had tried not to think about them. Slytherin would nurture those parts of you. Would help them grow, shape them into something powerful but perhaps monstrous. The hat's voice grew serious. But Gryffindor would challenge them. Would force you to choose, again and again, between what's easy and what's right. Would surround you with people who value things you've been taught to dismiss, friendship, loyalty, the courage to be vulnerable. You think I should be in Gryffindor. I think you need Gryffindor. Whether you want it or not is a different question." The hat sighed. "But ultimately, the choice is yours." Where Harry thought about everything the hat had said. About the darkness it had seen inside him. About the choice it was offering. He thought about Hermione, already sitting at the Gryffindor table, watching with anxious eyes. He thought about Dumbledore, who would see Gryffindor as a victory. He thought about Draco Malfoy, smirking at the Slytherin table, expecting Harry to join him. And he thought about what Silverclaw had taught him, years ago, about the importance of going where your enemies don't expect. Gryffindor, he decided. Let's see what happens. Wise choice, the hat said. Or possibly foolish. Only time will tell. And then, aloud, so the whole hall could hear, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. The Slytherin table looked stunned. Dumbledore's expression flickered, satisfaction quickly hidden beneath his usual benevolent mask. Harry walked to his new house table and sat down beside Hermione, who was beaming at him. "I hoped you'd be in Gryffindor," she whispered. "Me too," Harry said. And found, to his surprise, that he meant it. The feast was everything Harry had expected and nothing like it. The food was magnificent: roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, lamb chops and roast potatoes, platters of vegetables and gravy and things Harry couldn't name. The hall buzzed with conversation, laughter, the particular energy of hundreds of young witches and wizards gathered in one place. But beneath the surface, the politics were already moving. Harry noticed the glances between tables, the Slytherins assessing him, trying to understand why he hadn't joined them. The Ravenclaws were curious, several of them leaning together to whisper. The Hufflepuffs seemed uncertain, unsure what to make of the famous boy who lived sitting with their rivals. And at the head table, Dumbledore watched everything with those ice-blue eyes, smiling benevolently but missing nothing. "The teachers," Harry murmured to Hermione. "What do you know about them?" She launched into a detailed summary: McGonagall for transfiguration, Flitwick for charms, Sprout for herbology, Snape for potions. Harry listened carefully, noting which teachers seemed loyal to Dumbledore and which might be more independent. "What about him?" he asked, nodding toward a nervous-looking man in a purple turban. "The one who keeps twitching. Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts." Hermione frowned. "He was a Muggle studies professor before, but he took a year off to travel and came back, different. Everyone says he's terrified of everything now." Harry studied Quirrell more closely. The man did seem nervous, hands trembling, eyes darting around the room, sweat beading on his forehead despite the comfortable temperature. But something about the performance felt off. Too consistent. Too deliberate. And there was something else. A faint sensation at the edge of his awareness, like a sound too low to hear. Something wrong. He filed it away for later investigation. There were more immediate concerns. "The dormitories," he said. "Do you know how they're arranged?" "Boys and girls separate, of course. The common room is shared." Hermione looked at him curiously. "Why?" "Security. I need to know the exits, the sight lines, the best places to defend if necessary." Hermione's expression shifted. "Do you really think someone might attack you here? In Hogwarts? Someone has been trying to kill me for 7 years. Why would they stop now?" She was quiet for a moment, processing this. "Then, I could help you map the tower. If you want. I'm good at noticing things." Harry looked at her, this strange, brilliant girl who seemed to have no instinct for self-preservation whatsoever. "You don't have to involve yourself in my problems." "I know. But I want to." She met his eyes steadily. "We're friends, remember? Friends help each other." Harry felt that unfamiliar warmth in his chest again. It was uncomfortable, unsettling, but not entirely unpleasant. "All right," he said. "Tomorrow, then. We'll map the tower." Hermione smiled, and for a moment, the weight of everything, the politics, the danger, the endless calculations, seemed slightly less crushing. The Gryffindor common room was exactly as the books described, warm and comfortable, with squashy armchairs and a roaring fire and walls covered in scarlet and gold. But Harry saw it differently than the other first years, who were exclaiming over the decorations and settling into their new home. He saw the single entrance, easily blocked or defended. He saw the windows, too small for an adult to climb through but accessible enough to be a weakness. He saw the stairs to the dormitories, which the prefect explained would turn into a slide if boys tried to enter the girls' side, a security measure he filed away for future reference. The dormitory itself was simple, 5 four-poster beds arranged in a circle, each with curtains for privacy. Harry's bed was near the window, which could be either an advantage or a disadvantage depending on the circumstances. His roommates were Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and 2 boys he hadn't met yet, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. They seemed friendly enough, though Seamus kept glancing at Harry's scar like it might start glowing at any moment. "Is it true you were raised by goblins?" Dean asked, as they unpacked their trunks. He was Muggle-born, apparently, with an artist's eye and a practical manner. Yes. That must have been unusual. It was educational. Harry arranged his belongings with practiced efficiency, spare robes in the wardrobe, books on the bedside table, weapons hidden in places only he would look. They're not what most wizards expect. What are they like? Really, I mean. Harry considered how to answer. Fierce. Honorable. They don't lie, but they don't tell the whole truth either. They value skill over birth, action over words. He paused. They took me in when no one else wanted me. I owe them more than I can repay. Dean nodded slowly. That sounds good, actually. Better than some of the things I've read. Books lie. Or rather, they tell the truth their authors want to tell. Harry pulled the curtains around his bed, signaling the end of the conversation. Good night. Good night, came the chorus of replies. Harry lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of his roommates settling in. The rustle of sheets, the creak of bed frames, the gradual slowing of breath as sleep claimed them one by one. He didn't sleep. Not yet. Instead, he reached into his shirt and touched the pendant Silverclaw had given him. The metal was warm against his fingers, thrumming with goblin magic. I'm here, he thought. I'm inside. The pendant pulsed once, acknowledgement, reassurance, a reminder that he wasn't alone. Harry closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. The dreams came, as they always did. The circular chamber. The 3 figures. The voice that asked what he would sacrifice. But this time, something was different. The figures seemed clearer, more defined. One of them stepped forward, the one with galaxy eyes, and spoke directly to him. You've entered the castle. Good. The seals are closer now, you can feel them, can't you? The weight of what's hidden below. Harry felt it. A pressure at the edge of his awareness, like standing near something massive and invisible. The castle itself seemed to pulse with it. What's down there? He asked. The truth. The beginning. The thing that was sealed before this school was built, before these houses were founded, before the world was divided into wizards and muggles and the races between. Who are you? The figure smiled, a terrible expression, beautiful and frightening. We are what remains. The last guardians of the old compact. The ones who remember what was done, and what must yet be undone. What do you want from me? Want? The figure laughed. We want nothing. We simply watch. We've watched for millennia, waiting for one who could open the seals. Waiting for one with the blood of Peveril, the inheritance of Black, the suffering of the Potters. I didn't choose any of those things. No. But they chose you. And now you must decide what to do with them. The dream began to fragment, the chamber dissolving around him. Remember, the voice whispered. The castle remembers. The stones remember. And when you're ready, when you've grown strong enough to face what waits below, we will be here. Waiting. Always waiting. Harry woke to grey light filtering through the curtains and the sound of someone moving in the dormitory. He lay still for a moment, processing the dream. Then he rose, dressed, and prepared to face his first day at Hogwarts. The game had begun. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The War of Shadows. The first hex came 3 days into term. Harry was walking from Transfiguration to lunch, Hermione beside him discussing the theory behind turning matches into needles, when he felt the shift in air pressure behind him. He moved without thinking, sidestep, pivot, hand already reaching for the dagger in his sleeve, and watched a jet of purple light streak past his shoulder and splash against the stone wall. The corridor went silent. Harry turned to face his attacker. Draco Malfoy stood 20 feet away, wand raised, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle like bookends. His expression was caught somewhere between triumph and surprise. He hadn't expected Harry to dodge. Malfoy. Harry's voice was calm, conversational. That was sloppy. You, Draco's face flushed. You were supposed to fall down. Cry for help. Run to a teacher. Harry took a step forward, and something in his posture made Crabbe and Goyle shift nervously. Which response were you hoping for? You think you're so special, Potter. Draco's wand trembled slightly. Living with goblins like some kind of animal. Taking the black name like you deserve it. You're nothing but a half-blood pretending to be better than he is. And you're a child playing with your father's toys. Harry's eyes were cold. The difference is, I know what I am. Do you? Draco's wand arm started to move again, but Harry was faster. Not with magic, with movement. 3 steps closed the distance between them, and suddenly Harry was inside Draco's guard, one hand locked around the blonde boy's wrist, the other pressed flat against his chest. Let me explain something, Harry said quietly, so only Draco could hear. I've killed people. Real people, not targets in a dueling range. I've watched the light leave their eyes and felt nothing but relief that I was still alive. Do you understand what that means? Draco's face had gone pale. Up close, he looked very young. It means I don't play games. It means if you come at me again, I won't embarrass you, I'll hurt you. And your father's money and your mother's connections won't change what happens next. Harry released him and stepped back. We're family, Draco. Cousins, after a fashion. That should mean something. Think about what you want it to mean. He turned and walked away, Hermione hurrying to catch up. Behind him, he heard Draco's sharp breathing, the shuffle of Crabbe and Goyle's feet, the whispers already spreading through the watching students. Harry, Hermione said, her voice tight. That was necessary. You could have reported him. Gone to a teacher, and shown weakness. Let everyone know that I need protection. Harry shook his head. That's not how this works, Hermione. In the world I come from, you handle your own problems. Anything else is an invitation for more attacks. She was quiet for a moment, processing. Is that how it has to be here too? It's how it is everywhere. Some people just pretend otherwise. They walked in silence to the great hall, but Harry could see the questions building behind her eyes. She would ask them eventually, she always did. For now, though, she seemed to understand that some answers weren't simple. The incident with Draco was just the beginning. Over the following weeks, Harry found himself navigating a web of challenges, tests, and provocations that came from every direction. The Slytherins were the most obvious, snide comments in the corridors, hexes attempted when teachers weren't looking, rumors spread about his time with the goblins. But they weren't the only ones. The other houses had their own agendas. Some Ravenclaws seemed determined to prove he wasn't as intelligent as his reputation suggested, challenging him to debates and academic contests at every opportunity. Several Hufflepuffs watched him with barely concealed suspicion, apparently convinced that anyone associated with the Black family must be hiding dark secrets. Even some Gryffindors seemed uncertain what to make of him. The boy who lived was supposed to be a hero, not a cold-eyed strategist who spoke of killing with such casual familiarity. Harry handled it all with the patience Silverclaw had drilled into him. He answered the challenges without rising to provocation. He deflected the suspicion with careful politeness. He let his academic performance speak for itself, top marks in every subject except potions, where Snape seemed determined to find fault regardless of the quality of his work. And through it all, he watched. Learned. built a map of the school's social landscape that grew more detailed with each passing day. "You're keeping lists," Hermione observed one evening in the common room. They'd claimed a corner near the fire, books spread around them, ostensibly studying but actually talking in low voices. "I've seen you writing in that notebook. Names, connections, who talks to whom. Information is power. The goblins taught me that. It seems cold. Treating people like pieces on a board. People treat themselves like pieces on a board. I'm just paying attention." Harry set down his quill. "You do it too, you know. You notice things about people, remember details, use that information to navigate social situations. The only difference is I write it down." Hermione frowned, but she didn't argue. She'd been watching him closely since the Draco incident, trying to understand this strange boy who seemed to operate on entirely different rules than everyone around him. "The teachers," she said, changing the subject. "Have you noticed anything odd about them?" "Several things. McGonagall is completely loyal to Dumbledore, she'd report anything unusual directly to him. Flitwick is more independent, probably because of his goblin ancestry. Sprout seems genuinely apolitical, focused on her plants to the exclusion of almost everything else." Harry paused. "And then there's Quirrell. What about him?" "He's lying. The nervous act, the stutter, the constant fear, it's a performance. A good one, but not perfect." Harry's eyes narrowed. "And there's something else. Something I can't quite identify. A presence, almost. Have you noticed anything strange when you're around him?" Hermione considered. "My head hurts sometimes. After his classes. I assumed it was just. I don't know, tension. My scar burns. Not much, just a flicker. But it's consistent." Harry touched his forehead absently. "I've felt something similar before. In my dreams, when the three figures speak to me." "The dreams you mentioned. The circular chamber." "Yes." Harry had told her about the dreams, not everything, but enough. She was the only person at Hogwarts who knew, and he wasn't entirely sure why he trusted her with the information. "Something about Quirrell is connected to something much older. Something that's been waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For me, I think." Harry picked up his quill again, returning to his notes. "That's what I need to find out." The first real break came in late October. Harry had been exploring the castle systematically, mapping passages and hidden rooms, learning the patterns of ghosts and portraits. The castle was vast, far larger than it appeared from outside, and full of secrets that most students never discovered. One night, following a route he'd traced from the library to the 7th floor, he found something unexpected. The corridor seemed ordinary at first, stone walls, flickering torches, the usual arrangement of doors and tapestries. But as Harry walked its length, he felt a familiar sensation. A pressure at the edge of his awareness. The same weight he'd felt in his dreams. He stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall and waited. Nothing happened. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the black family magic that lived in his blood now. It responded, dark, hungry, eager to be used. He let it flow outward, touching the wall, seeking whatever was hidden there. The wall shimmered. A door appeared, ornate, ancient, covered in symbols that Harry recognized from his studies. Goblin work, but older. Much older. He pushed the door open and stepped through. The room beyond was circular, not surprising, given his dreams, and empty except for a single pedestal in the center. On the pedestal sat a mirror, tall and ornate, with an inscription carved around its frame. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry walked closer, studying the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, but not quite. The reflection was older, stronger, surrounded by figures he didn't recognize. A woman with his eyes, holding his hand. A man with messy dark hair, smiling proudly. Behind them, more figures, goblins and humans together, wearing expressions of fierce loyalty. His parents. The family he'd never known. The future he might have had. Harry felt something crack inside him. A wall he'd built long ago, when he'd learned that wanting things led only to disappointment. For a moment, just a moment, he let himself want. Then he stepped back, and the image faded. "The mirror of Erist," said a voice behind him. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts." Harry didn't turn around. He'd felt Dumbledore's presence the moment the old wizard entered the room. "You knew I'd find this. I suspected you would. The castle has a way of revealing its secrets to those who seek them." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him, his reflection appearing in the mirror, an old man surrounded by loved ones, all of them wearing thick woolen socks. "What do you see?" "My parents. A family I never had." "Ah." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "The deepest desire of an orphan's heart. I should have guessed." "What do you see?" "Socks, mostly. A good pair is remarkably difficult to find." The old wizard's eyes twinkled, but there was sadness beneath the humor. "The mirror is dangerous, Harry. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see, unable to accept that their desires will never become reality." "Is that a warning?" "An observation." Dumbledore turned to face him directly. "You've been at Hogwarts for 2 months now. You've handled yourself remarkably well, better than I expected, honestly. But I worry about you, Harry. I worry about the coldness I see in you, the calculation, the way you treat everything as a strategic puzzle to be solved. Should I treat it differently? Perhaps. Perhaps not." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I made mistakes with you, Harry. Leaving you with the Dursleys, failing to check on your welfare, allowing the goblins to shape you without my input. Those mistakes have consequences that I'm only beginning to understand." "You're apologizing again." "I'm acknowledging the truth. There's a difference." The old wizard's expression grew serious. "You have a destiny, Harry. A role to play in the events that are coming. I had hoped to guide you toward that destiny, to help you become the hero that our world needs. But the path you're walking isn't what you planned." "No. It isn't." Dumbledore sighed. "You're not the weapon I hoped to forge. You're something else entirely, something I don't fully understand. And that frightens me, Harry. It frightens me because I know what's at stake, and I don't know if you're prepared to face it." Harry considered his response carefully. The old wizard was being honest, more honest than he'd been in their previous encounters. That meant something. "Voldemort," Harry said. "He's connected to this, isn't he?" "To everything?" "Yes. Though perhaps not in the way you think." "Tell me." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, and his voice was heavy with secrets long kept. "When Voldemort attacked you as a baby, when his curse rebounded and destroyed his body, something happened. Something I didn't understand at the time, and barely understand now." The old wizard met Harry's eyes. "A piece of his soul attached itself to you. You carry a fragment of Voldemort within you, a Horcrux, created accidentally in the moment of his defeat." Harry felt the world shift beneath his feet. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Inside him. Part of him. That's why my scar burns. When I'm near something connected to him. Yes. The connection works both ways, you can sense his presence, but he can potentially sense yours. And if he ever discovers the truth. Dumbledore's expression was grave. He would hunt you not just to kill you, but to reclaim what you carry. Can it be removed? I don't know. I've spent years researching Horcruxes, trying to understand how they work and how they might be destroyed. The only method I've found with certainty is the death of the vessel. The old wizard's voice cracked slightly. Which is why I've tried so hard to protect you, Harry. Why I wanted to shape you, guide you, prepare you for what's coming. Because one day, you may have to choose between your life and the destruction of Voldemort's last anchor to existence. Harry processed this. The weight of it settled onto his shoulders, another burden, another piece of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving. Does anyone else know? No one living. The knowledge is too dangerous to share. Then why tell me? Dumbledore smiled sadly. Because you deserve to know. Because I'm tired of secrets and manipulation. Because. He paused. Because I hope that knowing the truth will help you understand why I've done the things I've done. Even when they seemed wrong. Even when they caused pain. Harry looked at the mirror again. His parents smiled back at him, frozen in an image of what might have been. I won't forgive you, he said quietly. For the cupboard. For the years of neglect. For treating me as a piece on your board. I wouldn't expect you to. But I understand now. Why you did it. What you were trying to protect against. Harry turned to face the old wizard. That doesn't make it right. But it makes it comprehensible. That's more than I deserve, perhaps. Dumbledore moved toward the door. The mirror will be moved after tonight. To somewhere safer, more hidden. I suggest you don't seek it out again. Dumbledore. The old wizard paused. Quirrell, Harry said. There's something wrong with him. Something connected to Voldemort. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. What makes you say that? My scar burns when I'm near him. The same way it burns in my dreams, when I feel the presence of something old and dark. Harry's eyes narrowed. You already know, don't you? You've known all along. I have suspicions. Nothing I can prove, yet. Dumbledore's voice was careful. But yes, I believe Professor Quirrell is not what he appears to be. I've been watching him, waiting for him to reveal his true purpose. And in the meantime, he teaches children. Walks the halls. Has access to everything in this castle. Yes. The risk is calculated, Harry. Whatever Quirrell is seeking, I believe I know what it is, and I've taken steps to ensure he cannot obtain it easily. The old wizard's eyes were sharp. But I appreciate your vigilance. It confirms that you see things others miss. What is he seeking? That's a conversation for another time. For now, know that Hogwarts is protected, and that I am not as oblivious as I may sometimes appear. Dumbledore opened the door. Good night, Harry. Dream well. He left, and Harry stood alone in the chamber, surrounded by secrets and shadows and the weight of everything he'd learned. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Inside him. Making him a target not just for death, but for something far worse. Harry looked at the mirror one last time. His parents smiled at him, oblivious to the darkness their son carried. Then he turned and walked away, leaving desires behind. November brought cold winds and darker developments. The revelation about the Horcrux changed everything. Harry began to see his situation differently, not just as a political game or a struggle for survival, but as something more fundamental. He was a piece of Voldemort, whether he liked it or not. His fate was bound to the Dark Lords in ways that went beyond prophecy or history. He threw himself into research with renewed intensity. The Hogwarts library was vast, and the restricted section contained texts that most students never saw. Harry used his status, Lord Black, after all, had access to certain privileges, to obtain permissions that would have been denied to anyone else. Horcruxes. Soul magic. The nature of the connection between a fragment and its source. The books were horrifying. Creating a Horcrux required murder, deliberate, cold-blooded, designed to tear the soul apart. Voldemort had made himself less than human in his quest for immortality, sacrificing pieces of his essence with each killing. And Harry carried one of those pieces. Had carried it since he was a baby, unknowing, unconscious of the darkness that lived alongside his own soul. You've been different lately, Hermione observed, one evening in the library. They were surrounded by books, ancient texts that Harry had claimed for research purposes, and the candlelight cast strange shadows across the pages. More focused. More intense. I learned something. About myself. Harry didn't look up from the book he was reading. Something that changes how I see everything. Can you tell me? Harry considered. He'd told Hermione many things, more than he'd told anyone else at Hogwarts. But this felt different. Heavier. More dangerous. Not yet. Maybe someday. He met her eyes. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that the knowledge itself is dangerous. Knowing certain things makes you a target. I'm already a target. You said so yourself. Not like this. This is. He searched for words. This is the kind of secret that people kill to protect. The kind of knowledge that marks you for death just by possessing it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. When you're ready to tell me, I'll be ready to hear it. Thank you. The words felt inadequate, but Harry didn't know how else to express what he felt. This girl, this brilliant, stubborn, impossible girl, had accepted him without reservation, questions without judgment, friendship without condition. It was more than he deserved. There's something else, he said, closing the book. Something I need to tell you. About Quirrell. He explained what he suspected, the connection to Voldemort, the performance of fear, the presence he felt whenever the defense professor was near. Hermione listened carefully, her expression growing more concerned with each revelation. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, for now. Dumbledore knows, or suspects, and he's watching. If I move too soon, I might disrupt whatever he's planning. Harry's jaw tightened. But I'm not going to sit passively either. Something is coming, Hermione. Something that involves Quirrell and whatever he's after. When it happens, I need to be ready. She corrected. We need to be ready. Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw, the way her hands had curled into fists without her seeming to notice. This isn't your fight. Yes it is. You're my friend, Harry. Your fights are my fights. She lifted her chin defiantly. That's what friendship means. Or are goblins different about that too? Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. It was unfamiliar, he still wasn't used to emotions that didn't serve a purpose, but not unpleasant. No, he said quietly. Goblins understand loyalty perfectly well. Good. Then we're agreed. Hermione pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward her. Now. Tell me everything you know about Quirrell's movements, and let's figure out what he's really after. The answer came in December, from an unexpected source. Ron Weasley had been hovering at the edges of Harry's awareness since their meeting on the train. The red-haired boy was clearly intimidated by Harry's reputation and manner, but equally clearly drawn to him, whether by curiosity, ambition, or genuine interest, Harry couldn't tell. It was Ron who stumbled across the crucial piece of information. There's something on the third-floor corridor, he whispered to Harry one evening, sliding into the chair beside him in the common room. The one that's forbidden. My brothers, Fred and George, they know a way past the protections. They won't tell me what's there, but they say it's big. Important. Something Dumbledore's hiding. Harry's interest sharpened. How big? How important? I don't know. But they're scared, Harry. Fred and George aren't scared of anything, but when they talk about this, they get quiet. Ron's freckled face was pale. What do you think it is? Harry thought about everything he'd learned. Dumbledore's hints about Quirrell. The sense of something waiting. The feeling that pieces were moving toward a confrontation he couldn't yet see. I think, he said slowly, that it's time I found out. The third-floor corridor was protected by exactly the kind of obvious warnings that invited curious students to investigate. Harry bypassed the first lock with a charm Silverclaw had taught him, goblin magic, designed to convince metal that it wanted to be open. The door swung inward silently, revealing a dark passage that smelled of dust and something else. Something animal. He heard the growling before he saw the creature. The Cerberus was massive, 3 heads, each the size of a horse's, with teeth that glinted in the wan light. It stood over a trapdoor, guardian of whatever lay beneath, and its 6 eyes fixed on Harry with predatory intelligence. Harry didn't run. Didn't reach for his wand. Instead, he began to hum. It was a goblin technique, music that spoke to the beast mind, bypassing the instinct to attack. Silverclaw had taught him that all creatures, no matter how dangerous, could be soothed if you found the right frequency. The Cerberus's growling faded. Its heads began to droop. Within moments, all 3 were snoring. Harry approached the trapdoor and pulled it open. The drop was longer than expected. He fell through darkness, casting a cushioning charm at the last moment, and landed on something soft and yielding. Vines, he realized, devil's snare, the same plant that Neville had been so excited about in herbology. Fire drove it back. Harry moved on. The second chamber contained flying keys and a broomstick, a puzzle clearly designed for someone with Quidditch skills. Harry didn't bother with subtlety. He blasted the correct key out of the air and used it to unlock the door. The third chamber was a giant chess set. The pieces looked old, weathered, and incredibly dangerous. Harry studied the board for a moment, then withdrew a small pouch from his robes. Inside were several glass spheres, goblin-made, filled with concentrated explosive force. He rolled 3 of them across the board, dug behind a knight statue, and covered his ears. The explosion was satisfying. When the dust cleared, a path had been blasted straight through to the far door. "Not very sporting," said a voice from the rubble, "but certainly effective." Harry spun, wand raised, to find nothing. Just echoes and debris. He moved on, more cautiously now. The fourth chamber contained a troll, already unconscious, sprawled across the floor with a massive lump on its head. Someone had been here before him. The fifth chamber was full of purple and black flames, blocking access to the final door. A table nearby held 7 potions and a scroll of riddles. Harry read the riddle, identified the correct potion, and drank. The flames parted, and he stepped through. The final chamber was smaller than the others. A mirror stood in its center, the same mirror Harry had found with Dumbledore, the mirror of Erist. And in front of the mirror, speaking to himself in a voice that was not his own, stood Professor Quirrell. "Harry Potter," said the voice. It wasn't Quirrell's normal stutter, this voice was cold, high, ancient. "I wondered when you would come." Quirrell turned slowly. His face was pale, sweating, twisted with something that might have been fear or ecstasy. His turban was half unwound, revealing glimpses of something beneath, something wrong. "You can feel it, can't you?" The voice came from Quirrell's mouth, but it clearly wasn't his. "The connection between us. The fragment of my soul that lives inside you." "Voldemort," Harry said. His voice was steady, but his hand had moved to the dagger in his sleeve. "I was wondering when you'd stop hiding." Quirrell's face contorted. The turban fell away, and Harry saw what was beneath. A face. Another face, growing from the back of Quirrell's skull. Pale as death, features barely formed, eyes red as blood. "Yes," hissed Voldemort. "See me, Harry. See what remains of the Dark Lord. See what you will help me become again." "I doubt that." Voldemort laughed, a terrible sound, like glass scraping against stone. "You doubt? You, who carry my soul within your own. You are mine, Harry Potter. You have always been mine. The only question is how long you will resist the inevitable." Harry felt the connection Voldemort spoke of, a pulling sensation, a resonance between the thing in his scar and the thing on Quirrell's skull. It would be easy to surrender to it. To let the darkness swallow him. He chose not to. The stone, Harry said, nodding toward the mirror. That's what you're after. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's immortality device. You know more than I expected. Voldemort sounded almost pleased. Yes, the stone. With it, I can create a new body, a body of my own, freed from this pathetic vessel. Quirrell flinched at the insult, but said nothing. Dumbledore thought he could hide it from me. Thought his little puzzles would be enough to stop me. But I am Lord Voldemort. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. And yet here you are. Stuck on the back of a stuttering professor's head. Doesn't seem very eternal to me. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. Insolent child. You dare mock me? I dare many things. Harry began to circle slowly, looking for weaknesses, planning his attack. You killed my parents. You've been trying to kill me for 10 years. Mockery seems like the least of what I dare. Your parents. Voldemort's voice dripped with contempt. A mudblood and a blood traitor. They died because they stood against me, because they refused to accept the new order I was creating. Their deaths were necessary. Their deaths were murder. Is there a difference? The strong take what they want. The weak submit or die. That is the natural order of things. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Harry. You understand this, don't you? The goblins taught you the truth, that power is the only thing that matters. That weakness invites destruction. Join me, Harry. Embrace the darkness that lives inside you. Together, we could reshape this world. Harry felt the pull again. The seductive whisper of the soul fragment, urging him to listen, to accept, to become what Voldemort wanted him to be. He thought about Silverclaw's training. About Ragnok's teachings. About everything he'd learned in 7 years of fighting to survive. And he thought about his parents. About the sacrifice they'd made. About the love that had protected him, even when he hadn't understood it. No, he said. No. I've been told I carry a piece of you inside me. That your soul and mine are connected in ways that can't be severed. Harry's voice was calm, almost conversational. But here's the thing, Voldemort. Connection isn't control. The darkness inside me doesn't make me yours, it makes me the person who understands you best. Who knows how you think, how you plan, how you fail. Fail? You've failed 3 times already. The night you attacked my family. Every assassination attempt since. And now, tonight, when you thought you could claim the stone. Voldemort's face contorted. I have not failed. The stone is right there, in the mirror. All I need is, someone to get it for you. Because you can't do it yourself. Harry smiled coldly. Dumbledore's final protection. The stone can only be retrieved by someone who doesn't want to use it. Someone who wants it not for power or immortality, but for something else entirely. Then get it. Get it for me, and I will spare your life. Why would I do that? Because I will kill you if you don't. Quirrell's body lurched forward, and suddenly Harry was facing not just words, but action. Seize him. Seize him. Quirrell's hands reached for Harry's throat. And then something unexpected happened. The moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, the professor screamed. His hands blistered, blackened, began to crumble to ash. He staggered backward, staring at his ruined fingers in horror. What is this? Voldemort's voice was shrill with disbelief. What magic is this? My mother's protection. Harry understood now, understood what Dumbledore had told him about sacrifice, about love, about the magic that had saved his life as a baby. She died for me. Her love lives in my blood, my skin, my very existence. And you, Voldemort, you can't touch love. It burns you. Kill him. Voldemort screamed. Kill him, you fool. Quirrell lunged again, and Harry met him. Not with magic, but with his bare hands. Every touch was agony for the professor. His face began to crumble where Harry's fingers brushed it, his body collapsing inward like paper in a fire. It was over in seconds. Quirrell's form dissolved, and something dark and terrible rose from the ashes, a wraith, a ghost, the remnant of Voldemort's consciousness. It streaked past Harry with a shriek of rage and vanished into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber, surrounded by dust and echoes. The mirror gleamed behind him. For a moment, he was tempted to look into it, to see his parents again, to feel the warmth of their presence. He turned away instead. Some desires were better left unexamined. Dumbledore found him in the hospital wing, 3 days later. Harry had collapsed after the confrontation, magical exhaustion, Madame Pomfrey said, combined with exposure to dark magic that had nearly stopped his heart. He'd been unconscious for most of the intervening time, drifting in and out of dreams that were blessedly free of circular chambers and ancient figures. You could have died, Dumbledore said, settling into the chair beside Harry's bed. Quirrell's defenses, the enchantments on the chambers, Voldemort himself, any one of them could have killed you. But they didn't. No. They didn't. The old wizard studied him with those ice-blue eyes. You knew about the stone. You knew what Quirrell was after, and you went anyway. I had to know. Had to see what he was planning. And now you know. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and Perenelle agreed that it was too dangerous to remain in existence. Voldemort's path to resurrection is closed, for now. For now. He won't stop, Harry. He'll find another way, another method, another plan. Voldemort's greatest strength is his patience, his willingness to wait and scheme and try again. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. This was a battle, not the war. The war continues. Harry processed this. He'd known it, of course, had known since learning about the Horcrux that the conflict with Voldemort was far from over. But hearing it confirmed still carried weight. The Horcrux, he said quietly. The piece of his soul inside me. Can it be destroyed? I don't know. I'm still searching for answers. Dumbledore met his eyes. But I believe there's hope, Harry. The fact that you resisted him, that you chose light over darkness even when the darkness called to you, that suggests the fragment doesn't control you. You're not becoming him. You're becoming yourself. Whoever that is. Whoever you decide to be. The old wizard rose from his chair. Rest now. The school year is almost over, and you've earned some peace. Dumbledore. The headmaster paused at the door. The 3 figures in my dreams. The circular chamber. The sealed vault beneath the castle. Harry's voice was steady. You know about them, don't you? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. There are things in this world, Harry, that go beyond the conflict with Voldemort. Ancient things, sleeping things, things that have waited since before wizards walked the earth. His voice was soft, almost reverent. The vault exists. The figures are real. And someday, when you're ready, you'll have to face them. When will I be ready? When you've learned everything I can teach you. When you've grown strong enough to make choices that will shake the foundations of what we understand. When you've become. Dumbledore paused. When you've become who you're meant to be. He left without another word. Harry lay in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. The war with Voldemort. The mystery of the vault. The darkness inside him and the light that burned alongside it. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. The game continued. The end of term came quickly after that. Harry packed his things with the same efficiency he'd shown all year, said goodbye to classmates who were still uncertain what to make of him, and boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home. Home. The word felt strange. Grimmauld Place was waiting for him, and Sirius, and the Goblin Nation beyond. A summer of training and planning and preparation for whatever came next. Hermione found him in his usual compartment, accompanied by Ron and Neville. The four of them had become something like a unit over the course of the year, not quite friends, perhaps, but allies. People who watched each other's backs. "It wasn't what I expected," Hermione said, as the train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station. "Hogwarts. All of it. I thought it would be easier." "Nothing worth doing is easy," Harry said. "That's what Silverclaw taught me." "The goblin who trained you?" "Yes. She's probably planning my summer curriculum right now. More combat training. More financial education. More preparation for whatever comes next." Harry nodded. Outside the window, Scotland scrolled past, green hills, ancient forests, the wild beauty of a land that had known magic since before memory. "What is coming next?" Neville asked quietly. He'd grown more confident over the year, though he still clutched his toad like a lifeline. "The thing you fought at the end. Was it really Voldemort?" "Yes." Harry saw no point in sugarcoating the truth. "He's not dead. He'll try again. And when he does, we need to be ready." "We?" Ron's voice was uncertain. "You mean, all of us? Anyone who wants to stand against him? Anyone who refuses to let darkness win?" Harry looked at each of them in turn, the brilliant Muggleborn, the overlooked Longbottom heir, the impoverished Weasley who was more capable than he knew. "This isn't just my fight. It's everyone's fight. And it's going to take everyone to win." The train rolled on through the afternoon. They talked about summer plans and upcoming years and the thousand small concerns of young people with their whole lives ahead of them. But beneath the conversation, Harry could feel the current of something larger, a connection forming, alliances being built, the foundation of something that would matter when the darkness came again. When the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry stepped onto the platform and found Sirius waiting for him. His godfather looked better than he had at the beginning of the year, more solid, more present, more like the man he'd been before Azkaban. "How was your year?" Sirius asked, pulling him into a brief embrace. "Educational." Harry looked back at the train, at the students streaming toward their families. "I learned a lot about myself. Good things. Complicated things." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "But I'm still here. Still standing. Still ready for whatever comes next." Sirius smiled. "That's what matters." They walked together toward the barrier, toward the Muggle world beyond, toward a summer of preparation and growth and the endless work of becoming. Behind them, the Hogwarts Express sat silent and empty, waiting for the next journey. The first year was over. 6 more remained. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Reckoning. The summer between first and second year changed everything. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place to find it transformed. Sirius had spent the months of Harry's absence tearing out the darkness, ripping down cursed tapestries, burning dark artifacts, flooding the ancient house with light that hadn't touched its walls in generations. The portrait of Walburga Black still screamed when disturbed, but someone had installed permanent silencing wards that reduced her fury to impotent mouthing. "Couldn't destroy it," Sirius explained, watching Harry examine the changes. "The magic's tied to the house itself. But I could shut her up." "You've been busy. Had to do something. Sitting around waiting for you to come back was driving me mad." Sirius ran a hand through his hair, still streaked with gray, but less so than before. "The healers say I'm making progress. Fewer nightmares. More good days than bad." Harry studied his godfather. The man was healing, slowly, but the scars of Azkaban would never fully fade. Some damage couldn't be undone. "I killed someone," Harry said. At the end of term. Professor Quirrell. He was possessed by Voldemort, and I know. Dumbledore told me. Sirius's expression was complicated. How do you feel about it? I don't know. He was trying to kill me. He would have succeeded if I hadn't stopped him. But. Harry paused, searching for words. He was still a person. Somewhere under the possession, under Voldemort's control, there was still a human being. I burned him alive, Sirius. Watched his face crumble to ash. Did you enjoy it? No. Harry considered. But I didn't hate it either. It was just, necessary. Like putting down a rabid animal. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he sat down across from Harry, his grey eyes serious. Your father killed people too. During the war. It was something we never talked about afterward, the things we'd done, the choices we'd made. But I remember the first time James came back from a battle with blood on his hands. He didn't eat for 2 days. Couldn't look anyone in the eye. What changed? He accepted it. Accepted that some situations don't have clean answers. That sometimes the choice is between killing and being killed, and the only moral option is to survive. Sirius leaned forward. You're not a monster, Harry. Monsters enjoy the killing. You're just a survivor, someone who does what needs to be done and carries the weight of it afterward. The weight doesn't feel as heavy as it should. Give it time. The weight accumulates. Sirius smiled sadly. Trust me on that. The summer training began 3 days later. Silverclaw arrived at Grimmauld Place through passages that shouldn't have existed, her armored form appearing in the kitchen as if materializing from shadow. She took one look at Harry, noted the changes a year at Hogwarts had wrought, and nodded. You've gotten soft. I've gotten educated. Same thing, for a warrior. She tossed him a practice blade. Let's see how much you've forgotten. The sparring session that followed was brutal. Harry had maintained what fitness he could at Hogwarts, but a year of academic focus had dulled the razor edge that goblin training demanded. Silverclaw exploited every weakness, punished every hesitation, drove him to collapse and then demanded he rise and continue. Again, she said, standing over him as he gasped on the floor. Your footwork is sloppy. Your guard drops when you're tired. Your killing instinct has been buried under too many books. I killed Quirrell. You survived Quirrell. There's a difference. She pulled him to his feet. The possessed fool was clumsy, desperate, half-mad from the parasites in his skull. A real enemy, a trained killer, would have taken your head before you could blink. Then train me harder. Silverclaw's lips curled. That's the first intelligent thing you've said all morning. The training intensified over the following weeks. Mornings were combat, not just blades now, but unarmed techniques, improvised weapons, the art of killing with whatever came to hand. Silverclaw brought other goblins to spar with Harry, each one teaching different styles, different approaches. He learned to fight in confined spaces, in darkness, in situations where magic was suppressed or unreliable. Afternoons were devoted to other skills. Ragnok sent tutors from Gringotts, specialists in magical theory, in financial warfare, in the 1,000 subtle arts that separated power from mere wealth. Harry learned to read markets like battlefields, to identify vulnerabilities in corporate structures, to trace gold through labyrinths of shell companies and hidden accounts. Evenings belonged to Sirius. His godfather's lessons were different, personal, focused on the wizarding world's unwritten rules and hidden histories. Sirius taught Harry about the sacred families, their feuds and alliances, their secrets and shames. He taught him about the first war with Voldemort, the resistance that had formed, the losses that still haunted everyone who'd survived. Your parents were at the center of it, Sirius said one night, as they sat in the newly renovated study. James and Lily, they weren't just targets. They were symbols. The pure-blood heir who'd rejected his heritage and the Muggle-born witch who'd proven herself better than any of the old families. Voldemort hated them for what they represented. And you? I was James's brother in everything but blood. When he died. Sirius's voice cracked. Part of me died with him. The part that believed the world could be fair, that justice would prevail. Azkaban killed the rest. But you're still here. I'm still here. Sirius managed a smile. Thanks to you. You gave me a reason to keep fighting. Harry looked at his godfather, this broken, healing man who had suffered so much for crimes he hadn't committed. For loyalty to people who were gone. I won't let it happen again, Harry said. The injustice. The suffering. The people who use the system to destroy innocence. That's a big promise. I have big resources. Harry's voice hardened. The Potter fortune. The Black Legacy. The Goblin Alliance. I'm going to use all of it, Sirius. Not just to survive, to change things. To make sure what happened to you can never happen to anyone else. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. Your parents would be proud. I know. Harry looked out the window, at the London night beyond. That's why I have to do it. Not for revenge, for them. For what they believed in. The summer brought other developments as well. Narcissa Malfoy came to visit in July, her face drawn with tension, her eyes darting to shadows that weren't there. The attempted assassination earlier in the year had shaken her, and the months since had only deepened her fear. Lucius knows, she said, sitting in the parlor that had once belonged to her ancestors. He doesn't know everything, not yet, but he suspects. The way I've been acting, the information I've shared with you. He's watching me, Harry. Waiting for proof. Then come here. Bring Draco. I can protect you. It's not that simple. Lucius has the Dark Lord's old followers behind him. If I leave openly, they'll see it as betrayal. They'll come for me, for us, with everything they have. Let them come. You don't understand. Narcissa's voice was tight. These aren't politicians and bankers, Harry. These are killers. The inner circle, the ones who tortured the Longbottoms, who burned entire villages during the war. They're patient, they're ruthless, and they never forget a slight. Harry considered this. The Death Eater network was something he'd studied, understood in abstract terms. But Narcissa was describing something more personal. Something that had haunted her for years. What do you want to do? I want to protect my son. Whatever else happens, whatever price I have to pay, I want Draco safe. Her eyes met his. You spoke to him on the train. At the beginning of term. You warned him, gave him a chance to choose differently. He didn't take it. He's 11 years old. He doesn't know how to take it. Narcissa's voice cracked. His father has been filling his head with poison since he was born. Pure blood supremacy, hatred of Muggles and Muggleborns, contempt for anything different. But underneath all that, there's a boy who just wants his parents to love him. I remember. Harry thought about his own childhood, the cupboard, the neglect, the desperate need for approval that had defined his earliest years. I remember what that feels like. Then help me save him. Not for me, for him. For the person he could become if someone showed him a different way. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Draco Malfoy was an enemy, had been an enemy since their first confrontation on the train. But he was also family, in the complicated web of pure-blood relations. And he was a child, shaped by forces beyond his control. What do you need? Time. Resources. A safe place to go when things fall apart. Narcissa's hands twisted in her lap. And when the moment comes, when Lucius makes his move, I need you to be ready. I'll be ready. Harry's voice was cold, certain. Whatever it takes. The moment came sooner than anyone expected. Late July brought a letter from Hogwarts, the standard supply list for second year, delivered by Owl. But attached to Harry's letter was a second note, written in handwriting he didn't recognize. The enemy moves. The faithful gather. The Dark Lord's return approaches. Watch the chamber. No signature. No explanation. Just those cryptic words. Harry showed the note to Ragnok. Someone inside Hogwarts, the director concluded, studying the parchment. Someone who knows your identity and has access to the school's owl system. A warning or a trap? Possibly both. Ragnok's eyes were thoughtful. The Chamber of Secrets. Do you know the legend? Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber. Supposedly contains a monster that only his heir can control. Harry frowned. But that's myth. Centuries of searching haven't found any proof it exists. The absence of proof is not proof of absence. Ragnok set down the letter. I'll have my people investigate. In the meantime, be cautious. Whoever sent this wanted you to know something, wanted you to prepare. That suggests they're on your side, but it doesn't guarantee it. I'll be ready for anything. Yes. Ragnok smiled thinly. That's rather the point, isn't it? The second year began with tension that Harry felt the moment he stepped onto platform 9 3/4. Something was different. The usual chaos of departure, parents shouting, children running, owls hooting, was muted, underlaid with a current of anxiety he couldn't quite identify. He saw families huddling together, speaking in low voices. He saw glances thrown his way that held more fear than curiosity. You feel it too, Hermione said, appearing at his elbow. She'd arrived early, apparently, and had been watching the platform with the same analytical intensity Harry applied. Something's happening. Something beyond the usual politics. There have been attacks. Over the summer. Hermione's voice was low. Muggleborns, mostly. Nothing fatal, just intimidation. But the message is clear. The old guard is reasserting itself. Or someone is trying to make it look that way. Hermione's expression was troubled. I've been doing research. The attacks don't match the pattern of Death Eater activity during the First War. They're too random, too amateurish. It's almost like someone is imitating what they think Death Eaters would do. A false flag? Maybe. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. She managed a smile. That's been known to happen. Harry didn't return the smile. His instincts were screaming at him, the same instincts that had kept him alive through assassination attempts and political warfare. Something was wrong, and he needed to find out what. Keep watching, he said. Keep listening. And be careful, Hermione. If someone is targeting Muggleborns specifically. I know. Her jaw set stubbornly. I'm not hiding. Whatever this is, running away won't help. No. But being smart might. Harry touched her arm briefly. We'll figure this out. Together. They boarded the train, found their usual compartment, and settled in for the journey. Ron and Neville joined them soon after, both looking subdued. My family's worried, Ron admitted. Dad says there's been talk at the ministry. Dark magic signs, old symbols appearing in places they shouldn't. He says it feels like before, like the First War, when things started getting bad. But Voldemort's not back, Neville said. His voice was uncertain. He can't be. Harry stopped him. I stopped one plan. One attempt. Harry's voice was grim. But he's still out there, somewhere. Waiting for another opportunity. The train rolled on through the countryside. Outside, the world looked peaceful, green fields, blue skies, the ordinary beauty of a summer day. But Harry knew that appearances were deceiving. Darkness was gathering, and it was only a matter of time before it struck. The attack started 2 weeks into term. The first victim was a first-year named Colin Creevy, Muggleborn, irritatingly enthusiastic, famous for following Harry around with a camera. He was found in a second-floor corridor, frozen solid, his eyes wide with terror, his camera clutched in petrified hands. "Petrified," Madame Pomfrey announced, her face pale. "A powerful dark curse. I've never seen anything like it." The school went into lockdown. Students were required to travel in groups, classes were shortened, and the corridors were patrolled by prefects and teachers at all hours. But the precautions weren't enough. A week later, a ghost named Nearly Headless Nick was found floating motionless in a fourth-floor passage, his transparent form somehow frozen in mid-drift. Beside him lay Justin Finch-Fletchley, another Muggleborn, petrified like Creevy. The whispers started immediately. "It's the heir of Slytherin," people said. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. They're targeting Muggleborns. Just like the legend says. Harry Potter is the heir. He's a Parselmouth, everyone saw him talking to that snake in dueling club." Harry had indeed spoken to a snake, had discovered, to his own surprise, that he could understand and communicate with the creatures. The revelation had come during a dueling demonstration when a conjured serpent had threatened Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry had told it to stop, using a hissing language he hadn't known he possessed. The school had reacted with horror. Parseltongue was the language of dark wizards, Slytherin's gift, passed down through his bloodline. The fact that Harry possessed it seemed to confirm every suspicion about his nature. "They think I'm doing this," Harry said to Hermione, one evening in the library. They'd taken to meeting in secluded corners, away from the fear and hostility that followed Harry everywhere now. "Some of them do. The stupid ones." Hermione's voice was fierce. "You were with me when Colin was attacked. You have an alibi for every incident. Anyone with half a brain can see you're not responsible. Logic doesn't matter when people are scared." Harry stared at the book in front of him, a history of the Chamber of Secrets, one of a dozen texts he'd been studying. "They need someone to blame. I'm convenient. What are you going to do? Find the real culprit?" Harry's jaw tightened. "Whoever is doing this, they're using my reputation as cover. Making it look like the boy who lived has turned dark. I need to know why." "I've been researching the chamber," Hermione said. "The legends say it contains a monster, something Slytherin placed there to purge the school of Muggleborns. But the descriptions don't match any creature I've found in the standard texts. Keep looking. There has to be something. Harry." Hermione hesitated. "The Parseltongue ability. The note you received before term. Someone is trying to draw you into this. Someone who knows things about you that they shouldn't." "I know." Harry's voice was cold. "And when I find them, they're going to regret it." The investigation consumed him. Harry threw himself into research with an intensity that worried even Hermione. He spent hours in the library, in the restricted section when he could access it, digging through ancient texts and forgotten histories. He explored the castle at night, mapping corridors, looking for hidden passages, searching for any trace of the chamber's location. The answer came from an unexpected source. Moaning Myrtle was a ghost who haunted the second-floor girls' bathroom, a perpetually sulking spirit who had died decades ago under mysterious circumstances. Most students avoided her, but Harry sought her out, following a hunch he couldn't quite explain. "You want to know how I died?" Myrtle seemed surprised by the question. "No one's ever asked before. Everyone just wants me to go away. I want to understand what happened. The night you died, were you attacked? Did you see something?" Myrtle floated in silence for a moment. Then her expression shifted, becoming almost wistful. "I was crying in a stall. Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I was so upset. Then I heard someone come in, a boy's voice, which was strange because this is the girls' bathroom. He was saying something in a funny language. Hissing, sort of." Harry's pulse quickened. "And then?" I opened the door to tell him to go away, and I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there, by the sink. Myrtle pointed vaguely. And then. I died. Yellow eyes. The sink. Harry moved to where Myrtle had indicated. The sink looked ordinary, porcelain basin, copper taps, unremarkable in every way. But when he looked closer, he noticed something. A tiny snake, carved into the side of one of the taps. This is it, he breathed. This is the entrance. Harry didn't enter the chamber immediately. He was many things, impulsive was not one of them. The chamber had survived for 1,000 years, hidden from everyone who'd searched for it. Whatever was inside would be dangerous, possibly deadly. He needed to prepare. He sent a message to Silverclaw through the pendant. Her response came within hours, don't go alone. Don't be stupid. Wait for backup. He ignored the advice. Not completely, he wasn't suicidal. But he knew that waiting meant more attacks, more victims, more damage to a school that was already tearing itself apart with fear. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He returned to the bathroom at midnight, alone, armed with everything he could carry. His wand, obviously. The dagger from Silverclaw. A pouch of goblin explosives. And, most importantly, a mirror, because whatever creature had yellow eyes that killed, looking at it directly was clearly fatal. Open, he hissed at the sink, the Parseltongue coming naturally now. The tap glowed. The sink moved aside. A pipe appeared in the floor, massive, large enough to slide down. Harry descended into darkness. The Chamber of Secrets was exactly what its name suggested. Vast, ancient, filled with the accumulated weight of 1,000 years of secrecy. Massive stone pillars carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, creating echoes that seemed to whisper secrets. And at the far end, dominating the space, a massive stone face. Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in granite, his expression severe and unforgiving. I knew you'd come. The voice came from the shadows to Harry's left. He spun, wand raised, and found Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister, a first year who Harry had barely noticed. She stood in the darkness, her red hair lank, her eyes empty, her posture wrong in ways Harry couldn't quite identify. Ginny? What are you, not Ginny? The girl smiled, and it was nothing like the shy expression Harry had seen on the train platform. Not anymore. She held up a book. Small, black, leather-bound. A diary. My name is Tom Riddle. I've been waiting a very long time to meet you, Harry Potter. Harry understood immediately. The diary was another Horcrux, another piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved and waiting for a victim to possess. Ginny had been that victim, her innocent trust exploited, her body used as a weapon. Let her go. Why would I do that? Riddle's smile widened on Ginny's face. She's been feeding me her life force all year. Her fears, her secrets, her desperate need to be noticed. It's almost enough now, almost enough for me to leave this diary, to become real again. You're not Voldemort. You're a memory. A fragment. I am what the Dark Lord was, before he took that name. I am the brilliance, the ambition, the pure potential that became Lord Voldemort. Riddle's eyes, Ginny's eyes, glittered with malice. And soon I will be so much more. No. Harry's voice was flat. You won't. He moved before Riddle could react. Not toward Ginny, toward the diary. His dagger flashed in the dim light, and he drove it straight into the book's spine. The reaction was immediate. Riddle screamed, a horrible sound, tearing from Ginny's throat with supernatural force. The diary convulsed, ink pouring from it like blood, and something began to rise from its pages. A face. A form. Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, materializing from memory into something approaching flesh. You think you can stop me with a simple blade? Riddle's form was solidifying, becoming more real with each passing second. I am beyond such things now. I am, a soul fragment anchored to an object. Harry's voice was cold. I know what Horcruxes are, Riddle. I know how to destroy them. He pulled out one of the goblin explosives, a small sphere filled with concentrated fiendfire. It was a last resort weapon, something Silverclaw had given him with strict warnings about its power. But this seemed like the moment. He crushed the sphere against the diary. The fire that erupted was unlike anything in nature. It roared with voices, formed shapes that screamed and clawed, consumed everything it touched with a hunger that seemed almost alive. The diary disintegrated instantly, and Riddle, the half-formed shade of him, shrieked as the flames engulfed him. You can't, this isn't, I am Lord Voldemort. You were, Harry said. Now you're nothing. The fire died as quickly as it had risen, contained by the goblin magic that had created it. When the light faded, the diary was gone. Riddle was gone. And Ginny Weasley lay unconscious on the floor, pale but breathing. Harry knelt beside her, checking her pulse, her breathing, the signs of life that his training had taught him to recognize. She would survive. Whatever Riddle had taken from her, she would survive. The chamber groaned around him. Without the diary's magic to sustain it, ancient mechanisms were failing. Dust rained from the ceiling. Cracks appeared in the massive pillars. Time to leave. Harry gathered Ginny in his arms, she was lighter than he expected, barely a burden, and began the long climb back to the surface. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore found Harry in the hospital wing, sitting beside Ginny's bed, watching her sleep. The old wizard looked older than usual, the weight of the evening's revelations pressing down on him. Another Horcrux, Dumbledore said quietly. The diary. I suspected, but I couldn't be sure. How many are there? I don't know. At least 5, possibly more. Voldemort fractured his soul repeatedly in his quest for immortality. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Each one must be found and destroyed before he can be truly killed. Including the one in me. Including that one. Yes. The old wizard met Harry's eyes. I've made some progress in my research. There may be ways to extract a Horcrux from a living host without killing them. But the process would be dangerous, uncertain, and possibly worse than death itself. Better than carrying him inside me forever. Perhaps. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You destroyed the diary with fiendfire. That's remarkable. Most wizards can't control that magic at any age, let alone 12. Goblin engineering. The fire was contained in the sphere, I just released it. Still. To think clearly enough to use it, in that moment, with Riddle manifesting and Ginny's life hanging in the balance. Dumbledore shook his head. You continue to exceed expectations, Harry. I'm not sure if that's reassuring or terrifying. Both, probably. The old wizard almost smiled. Yes. Both. He rose from his chair, moving toward the door. The school will know what happened by morning. The Chamber of Secrets has been found and sealed. The attacks will stop. The students will be safe. And Ginny will recover. Physically, at least. The psychological damage. Dumbledore paused. Being possessed by Voldemort's memory, used as a weapon against her fellow students, that will leave scars. She's strong. The Weasleys are strong. Yes. They are. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. And you, Harry? Are you strong enough to carry what you're carrying? Harry thought about the question. About the Horcrux in his scar. About the bodies he'd left behind. About the darkness that lived inside him and the light that fought against it. I don't know, he admitted. But I'm going to find out. The summer that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. He returned to Grimmauld Place with a new sense of urgency. The diary had been destroyed, but there were other Horcruxes out there, other pieces of Voldemort that needed to be found and eliminated. Harry threw himself into research with an obsession that worried everyone around him. The goblins helped. Ragnok authorized access to Gringotts archives, ancient records of dark magic, forbidden knowledge that had been accumulated over millennia. Harry learned everything he could about soul magic, about the rituals Voldemort had used, about the weaknesses that might be exploited. 5 confirmed Horcruxes, he reported to Ragnok, 3 weeks into summer. The diary, destroyed. The ring, I found references to a ring in Voldemort's family history. The locket, passed down through the Slytherin line. The cup, Hufflepuff's relic, stolen decades ago. And me. That's 4 confirmed and 1 suspected in you, Ragnok corrected. The 5th could be anything. Ravenclaw's diadem. It fits the pattern. He collected founder artifacts, turned them into anchors for his soul. The diadem has been lost for centuries, but Voldemort was obsessed with Hogwarts history. If anyone could have found it. Then you need to search Hogwarts. I need to search everywhere. Harry's voice was grim. But there's something else. Something beyond the Horcruxes. He told Ragnok about the dreams that had continued throughout the school year. The circular chamber. The 3 figures. The voice that asked about sacrifice and promised revelations. The sealed vault, Ragnok said slowly. You believe it's connected to Voldemort? I believe it's connected to everything. The dreams started getting stronger after I confronted Riddle in the chamber. As if destroying part of Voldemort woke something else up. Harry met the director's eyes. I need to know what's down there, Ragnok. What's been hidden beneath Hogwarts since before the school was built? That knowledge is dangerous. Everything is dangerous. But ignorance is more dangerous than knowledge. Harry's jaw set. I'm going to find that vault. Whatever it takes. Ragnok was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. The Goblin Nation has records. Ancient records, from before we built Gringotts. Stories of something that existed in these lands before wizards came, before humans came, even. Something that was sealed away by powers we don't fully understand. He rose from his chair. I'll have the archives searched. But Harry. Yes. Be careful what you seek. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The 3rd year arrived with a new threat. Sirius had been rebuilding his life slowly, painfully, with Harry's support. But freedom had its complications. The magical world still viewed him with suspicion, the wrongfully convicted were often treated as guilty regardless of legal vindication. Job opportunities were scarce. Social connections were severed. Then, in July, the Azkaban escapes began. Not Sirius, he'd been free for nearly 2 years now. But others. Death Eaters who'd been imprisoned since the First War, somehow breaking through wards that had held for decades. Bellatrix Lestrange was among them. Narcissa's sister. The witch who had tortured Neville's parents into madness. She'll come for me, Narcissa said, appearing at Grimmauld Place 3 days after the escape was announced. She was trembling, her aristocratic composure finally cracking. She knows I've been helping you. She knows I chose the Black family over the Dark Lord's cause. She'll see it as betrayal. Let her come, Harry said. You don't understand. Narcissa's voice was desperate. Bella is, she's not like the others. She's not political, not strategic. She's devoted to the Dark Lord in ways that go beyond reason. She'll kill anyone who stands against him, even family. Especially family. Then we need to be ready. Harry sent messages to everyone who mattered. The Goblin Nation. His allies at the Ministry. The network of contacts he'd built over the years. By the end of the week, Grimmauld Place was a fortress, warded beyond any private residence in Britain, staffed with guards who had fought in the worst conflicts of the last century. Narcissa and Draco moved in. It was a necessary compromise. Draco was still hostile, still resentful of Harry's position and power, but he loved his mother. When she'd asked him to choose between his father's world and her safety, he'd hesitated only briefly. "This doesn't make us friends," Draco said, on his first night in the house. They stood in the entrance hall, surrounded by the remnants of Black family history, two heirs of the same bloodline facing each other with generations of conflict between them. "No. It makes us allies." Harry met his cousin's eyes. "That's enough for now. My father will never forgive this. Your father is on the wrong side of history. He just doesn't know it yet." Draco's expression flickered, anger, confusion, something that might have been doubt. "You think you know everything, don't you? You think your goblin training and your political connections make you invincible. I don't think I'm invincible. I think I'm prepared." Harry's voice softened slightly. "Your father chose his path a long time ago, Draco. The question is whether you want to walk it with him. What's the alternative? Help me stop what's coming. Help me protect the people who deserve protection, not because of their blood status, but because they're innocent. Help me build something better than the world we inherited." Draco was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was uncertain, the first time Harry had ever heard him sound less than confident. "I don't know if I can. I don't know if I believe what you believe." "Then learn. Watch. Make up your own mind." Harry extended his hand. "That's all I'm asking. A chance to show you a different way." The handshake that followed was brief, reluctant, charged with tension. But it was a beginning. Bellatrix came in September. Not to Grimmauld Place, the wards there were too strong, even for her madness. Instead, she struck at Harry's network, attacking the edges, testing defenses, looking for weaknesses. A goblin courier was killed near Diagon Alley. A ministry contact was attacked in their home. A small business Harry owned was burned to the ground, dark magic signatures lingering in the ashes. "She's hunting," Silverclaw reported, after examining the attack sites. "Not randomly, strategically. She's mapping your resources, identifying your vulnerabilities." Then we changed the map. Harry's eyes were cold. "Set traps. Create false targets. Make her think she's hunting us when we're hunting her." The operation took weeks to plan and execute. Harry coordinated with the goblins, with the Aura Department, through Amelia Bones, who had become an unexpected ally, with everyone who had reason to fear Bellatrix Lestrange's return. The trap was sprung in late October. A supposed safe house, positioned to look vulnerable, staffed with hidden fighters who were anything but. Bellatrix took the bait, appearing in the night with two other escaped Death Eaters, expecting easy prey. She found Harry waiting for her. The boy who lived. Bellatrix's voice was a sing-song, her dark eyes glittering with madness. "My cousin's godson. The half-blood who stole my family's name. The name wasn't yours to keep." Harry's wand was steady. "You abandoned it when you chose Voldemort over your own blood. The Dark Lord is everything. Family is nothing." Bellatrix laughed, a high, terrible sound. "He taught me that. He taught me so many things. He taught you to fail. That's all." Harry raised his wand. "This is your one chance, Bellatrix. Surrender now, and you'll be returned to Azkaban. Keep fighting, and I'll end you. End me." More laughter. "You're a child. A little boy playing at games he doesn't understand. The Dark Lord will return, and when he does," she never finished the sentence. Harry moved first, but Bellatrix was fast, faster than Quirrell, faster than Riddle's Shade, faster than almost anyone he'd faced. Their spells collided in the air, explosions of light and force that shook the building around them. It wasn't a duel. It was a war in miniature. Harry fell back on his training, using the technique Silverclaw had drilled into him. He didn't try to match Bellatrix's raw power. She had decades of experience, a fanatic's dedication, the advantages of insanity that removed all hesitation. Instead, he fought smart. Used the environment. Created openings where none existed. The other Death Eaters fell quickly, overwhelmed by the hidden fighters who emerged from the shadows. But Bellatrix kept fighting, kept pushing, kept trying to reach Harry with killing curses that missed by inches. "You're good," she hissed, after a particularly close exchange. "Better than I expected. But not good enough. We'll see." He saw his opening and took it. A moment of overextension, a fractional delay in her recovery, and Harry was inside her guard. His dagger, the same blade Silverclaw had given him years ago, found the gap in her defense. Bellatrix Lestrange went down, the blade in her shoulder, her wand falling from suddenly nerveless fingers. "Yield," Harry said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "It's over." "It's never over." Bellatrix smiled up at him, blood on her teeth. "The Dark Lord will return. He always returns. And when he does, he'll remember what you've done. He'll make you suffer. He can try." Harry stepped back, let the Aurors move in, let them bind the woman who had caused so much suffering. Bellatrix screamed curses as they dragged her away, threats, promises, dark prophecies of revenge. Harry watched her go without expression. One threat neutralized. Many more remained. The rest of third year passed in a blur of study and preparation. Harry had arranged special permission to skip some classes, focusing instead on independent study under the supervision of various teachers. He worked with McGonagall on advanced transfiguration, with Flitwick on combat charms, with even Snape on potions that might prove useful against dark creatures. His reputation in the school had shifted. No longer just the boy who lived, now the boy who had stopped the chamber attacks, who had captured Bellatrix Lestrange, who seemed to be everywhere at once and nowhere at all. Students watched him with a mixture of respect and fear. Teachers treated him more like a colleague than a student. Even Dumbledore seemed to view him differently, less as a piece to be moved, more as a player in his own right. "You're changing the balance of power," the headmaster observed, during one of their occasional meetings. "The ministry, the old families, the dark forces that lurk in the shadows, they're all adapting to your presence. Trying to figure out where you fit." "I don't fit. That's the point." "Is it?" Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. "You've built alliances that cross traditional boundaries. Goblins and wizards. Purebloods and muggleborns. Ministry officials and outsiders. You're creating something new, Harry, a coalition that doesn't match any existing model. Someone has to. The old models failed. The First War proved that. And you think you can do better?" Harry considered the question. "I think I have to try. Whatever happens with Voldemort, whatever comes from the vault beneath the school, the magical world needs to change. The prejudices, the corruption, the willingness to sacrifice innocence for political convenience, it can't continue. That's a revolutionary sentiment. I'm a revolutionary person." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "You taught me that, whether you meant to or not. By leaving me with the Dursleys, by letting the goblins raise me, by making me into something that doesn't fit your categories, you created a variable you can't control." "I never wanted to control you, Harry." "No. You wanted to shape me. There's a difference, but it's smaller than you think." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than usual. "I've made so many mistakes. So many choices that seemed right at the time but led to pain and suffering. Your childhood. Serious as imprisonment. The Horcrux I should have destroyed years ago." He shook his head. "I'm old, Harry. Too old to change who I am. But I can acknowledge when someone else sees more clearly than I do. Is this an apology?" "It's an admission. An acceptance. Dumbledore smiled sadly. You're not the hero I hope to create. You're something else entirely, something that might be better, or might be worse, but is certainly beyond my ability to predict. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. It's meant as one. Summer between third and fourth year brought the climax Harry had been preparing for. Lucius Malfoy made his move. The attack on Narcissa came without warning, a coordinated assault on the safe house where she'd been staying while Draco finished the school year. Death Eaters, dark creatures, mercenaries hired with gold that flowed from old family vaults. They came in the night, expecting to find a vulnerable woman protected only by hired guards. They found Harry Potter waiting for them. The battle was brutal. Harry fought with everything he had, magic and blade, goblin techniques and wizarding spells, the accumulated training of a decade compressed into minutes of violent action. Bodies fell around him. Blood soaked into the carpet. Curses and screams filled the air. When it was over, Lucius Malfoy knelt before him, his perfect robes torn, his silver hair matted with blood, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. You've made an enemy of me, boy, Lucius hissed. The Malfoy family has resources you can't imagine. Allies you can't, your allies are dead or fled. Your resources are frozen, I had Gringotts lock your accounts an hour ago. Harry's voice was cold. You've been so focused on plotting against me that you didn't notice your own position crumbling. This isn't over. No. It's just beginning. Harry gestured, and Aurors moved in to take Lucius away. But from now on, you'll be watching from a cell. The game you thought you were playing. It ended the moment you attacked my family. Lucius was dragged away, screaming threats and promises. Harry watched him go without satisfaction. Victory was never satisfying, it was just the end of one conflict and the beginning of the next. Narcissa appeared from the protected room where she'd waited out the battle. Her face was pale, her hands trembling, but her eyes were clear. It's done. It's done. Lucius will be prosecuted for attempted murder, conspiracy, possession of dark artifacts. The evidence we've gathered should be enough for a life sentence. Draco is safe. He's been with Sirius all night. Harry met her eyes. He wanted to come. Wanted to help fight. I told him his job was to survive. Thank you. Narcissa's voice cracked. For everything. For protecting us, for giving Draco a chance, for your family. That's what family does. She embraced him, brief, fierce, the first physical affection she'd ever shown. When she stepped back, her aristocratic mask was back in place, but something had changed behind her eyes. What happens now? Now we prepare for what's coming next. Harry looked out the window, at the dawn breaking over London. Voldemort is still out there. The Horcruxes still need to be destroyed. And there's something beneath Hogwarts that I need to face. The vault you mentioned. The ancient power. Yes. The dreams have been getting stronger. More urgent. Whatever is down there, it's waking up. Harry's expression was grim. I've been running from it, preparing for it, trying to understand it. But I think the time for preparation is ending. When will you go? 4th year. When I've learned everything Hogwarts can teach me. Harry turned to face her. Whatever happens, make sure Draco survives. He's the future of the Black family now, the future I'm trying to build. And you? Harry thought about the circular chamber. The 3 figures. The voice that had asked, so many times, what he would sacrifice. I'm the one who has to pay the price. Whatever it turns out to be. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, the air of everything. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4 on a morning that felt different from all the others. Harry stood at the window of his compartment, watching London slide past, feeling the weight of everything that had led to this moment. For years of preparation. For years of fighting, learning, growing into something that didn't fit any category the wizarding world had created. Now it was time to see if any of it had been enough. "You're quieter than usual," Hermione observed. She sat across from him, a book open in her lap that she wasn't really reading. "Even for you." "Thinking about the vault?" Harry nodded. He'd told her everything over the summer, the dreams, the sealed chamber, the ancient power that had been waiting beneath Hogwarts since before the school existed. She'd listened without interruption, asked precise questions, and then thrown herself into research with the intensity that defined her. "The records I found in the Black Library mention something called the Covenant of Silence," she said. "An agreement made between the magical races before written history. Humans, goblins, centaurs, mere-people, they all participated. The vault was created to contain something they couldn't destroy." "What kind of something?" "The texts don't say. They refer to it as the first truth or the foundation. Whatever it is, learning about it seems to have driven some researchers mad." Hermione's voice was worried. "Harry, are you sure about this?" "No." He turned from the window to face her. "But I've been dreaming about that chamber since I was 3 years old. The figures there have been waiting for me, watching me, preparing for something. I can't keep running from it." "You could. You could focus on the Horcruxes, on Voldemort, on the threats we actually understand. And let the other threat grow until it's too late to stop." Harry shook his head. "The dreams have been getting stronger, Hermione. More urgent. Something is changing down there, waking up. If I don't face it now, on my terms, I might have to face it later on its terms." She was quiet for a moment, processing. "Then I'm coming with you." "No. Harry, this isn't negotiable." His voice was firm. "Whatever is in that vault, it's connected to me specifically. My blood, my heritage, the choices my ancestors made. Taking you into that would put you at risk for no gain. And if you die down there, alone, with no one to help, then you'll know where to find my body." Harry's expression softened slightly. "I'm not being noble, Hermione. I'm being practical. If I fail, someone needs to continue the fight. Someone needs to know what I knew, to carry on what I started. That's you. I don't want to carry on. I want to help. You are helping. By being here. By being ready." He reached across and took her hand briefly. "You're the best friend I've ever had. Maybe the only real friend. Whatever happens tonight, that matters." Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but she didn't argue further. She understood, even if she didn't accept it. The compartment door slid open. Ron and Neville entered, followed by Draco, still awkward in their group, still uncertain of his place, but present nonetheless. The four of them had become something like a unit over the years, bound by shared danger and grudging respect. "We heard you're doing something stupid tonight," Ron said, dropping into a seat. "Figured we'd try to talk you out of it. Or failing that, offer backup," Neville added. His voice was steadier than it had been in first year. 3 years of training with Harry had changed him, given him confidence, purpose, the kind of quiet strength that came from facing fear and surviving. "No backup," Harry said. "But I appreciate the offer." "Stubborn as always," Draco muttered. "My mother asked me to talk sense into you. I told her it was hopeless. She's right to worry. You should all worry." Harry looked at each of them in turn. "But this is something I have to do alone. When it's done, if it goes well, I'll tell you everything. And if it doesn't go well?" Ron asked. Harry didn't answer. The train rolled on through the countryside, carrying them toward whatever waited. The feast that night was a blur. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by friends and acquaintances, eating food he couldn't taste and listening to conversations he couldn't follow. His mind was already in the depths below the castle, in the circular chamber he'd seen so many times in dreams. Dumbledore's speech was the usual mix of welcomes and warnings. Harry caught the old wizard watching him several times, a complicated expression on his face. They had spoken over the summer about Harry's plans. Dumbledore had tried to dissuade him, had offered to go in his place, had finally accepted that the choice wasn't his to make. "Be careful," Dumbledore had said, at the end of their last meeting. "What you'll find down there. I don't fully understand it. No one does. The records are fragmentary, the accounts contradictory. All I know for certain is that it's old, it's powerful, and it's been waiting for something. For me. Perhaps. Or perhaps for what you represent." The old wizard's eyes had been troubled. "You carry Peveril blood, Harry. You carry a piece of Voldemort's soul. You've been shaped by goblins, marked by prophecy, tested by fires that would have destroyed anyone else. Whatever is in that vault, it's connected to all of those things. Then it's time to find out how." The feast ended. Students filed toward their dormitories. Harry waited until the crowd had thinned, then slipped away, moving through corridors he knew by heart toward a destination he'd visited only in dreams. The entrance was exactly where he remembered. The blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, the one that had revealed the mirror of Erist years ago. But Harry wasn't looking for the room of requirement tonight. He was looking for something older, deeper, hidden beneath even that hidden space. He pressed his hand against the stone and reached for the magic in his blood. The black power, dark and hungry. The Potter legacy, bright and fierce. And beneath both, something older still, the Peveril inheritance, the connection to foundations that went back to the dawn of magic itself. The wall dissolved. Behind it was a staircase, spiraling downward into darkness that seemed absolute. Harry lit his wand and began to descend. The stairs went down for what felt like hours. The air grew colder, then warmer, then cold again. The stone changed, from worked blocks to rough-hewn rock to something that looked almost natural, as if the passage had formed itself from the living earth. And then, without warning, he was there. The circular chamber was exactly as he'd dreamed it. Vast, ancient, its walls covered in symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the wan light. The ceiling was lost in shadow, and the floor was made of something that might have been glass or crystal or nothing he had a name for. 3 figures waited in the center. They were not human. Harry understood that immediately, though he couldn't have said why. They had human shapes, more or less, 2 arms, 2 legs, faces with features in approximately the right places. But there was something wrong about them, something that made his eyes slide away when he tried to look directly. "The heir arrives," said the first figure. Its voice was like stone grinding against stone, the same voice he'd heard in his dreams for years. "Younger than we expected," said the second. "But older than his years suggest." "He carries the weight," said the third. This was the one with galaxy eyes, the one who had spoken most often in his dreams. The blood. The soul fragment. The choices that shaped him. "He is ready." "Ready for what?" Harry's voice was steady. "You've been watching me for 11 years. Waiting, preparing, testing. I want to know why." The figures exchanged glances, or something like glances, a communication that didn't quite involve eyes meeting. "The first truth," said the galaxy-eyed one. "The foundation upon which all magic was built. It was sealed here, long ago, when the world was young and the races of magic had not yet learned to hate each other." "What kind of truth?" "The truth of origins. Of how magic came to be, and why, and what it costs." The figure moved closer, and Harry felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. "The magical races tell themselves stories about where their power comes from. Gift from the gods. Natural evolution. Birthright and blood. All lies. Comfortable lies, necessary lies, but lies nonetheless. Then what's the real story? Magic is theft." The words hung in the air like a judgment. Long ago, in the first age of the world, there was a power that did not belong to any mortal race. A force that existed before humanity, before goblins, before any creature that walks or swims or flies. Your ancestors, all of your ancestors, every magical being that has ever lived, they stole that power. Took it for themselves. And in doing so, they made an enemy that has been waiting ever since. Harry processed this. An enemy. The thing you sealed in the vault. Not a thing. A presence. A memory of what was taken, and a promise of what will be reclaimed. The figure's voice grew softer. The seal is weakening, Harry Potter. It has been weakening for centuries, but the process has accelerated. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that you carry, it's connected to the same source. Every Horcrux he created, every time he tore his soul apart, he fed power to the thing that waits below. Voldemort doesn't know this. Voldemort knows nothing. He thinks he discovered Horcrux magic on his own, found it in forbidden texts and ancient grimoires. He doesn't understand that the knowledge was given to him, fed to him, piece by piece, by something that wanted him to use it. The figure's expression, if it could be called that, was grim. Every soul fragment he created strengthened the enemy. And when you destroyed the diary, when you killed Quirrell, when you fought against his plans, you slowed the process, but you didn't stop it. How do I stop it? You can't. No one can. The figure gestured, and the wall behind it became transparent, revealing something beyond. But you can choose what happens next. Harry looked through the revealed window. What he saw made his breath catch. The vault was not a chamber. It was a chasm, vast, impossibly deep, stretching down into darkness that seemed to have no bottom. And at the edge of that darkness, something moved. Something massive, ancient, patient beyond comprehension. He could feel it watching him. The same presence he'd sensed in Quirrell, in the diary, in his own scar when the connection to Voldemort burned strongest. But magnified beyond measure, not a fragment of something, but the source itself. The hollow, said the figure. The absence that was created when magic was stolen. It has been growing since the first theft, feeding on every act of dark magic, every murder committed with magical power, every time the gift was used to harm rather than heal. And Voldemort fed it. More than anyone in history. His Horcruxes, his murders, his systematic campaign of terror, all of it strengthened the hollow. If he returns to full power, if he creates more Horcruxes, if he wages another war. The figure shook its head. The seal will break. The hollow will rise. And everything with magic in its blood will be consumed. Harry stared into the abyss, watching the thing that moved in the darkness. He understood now why he'd been having the dreams. Why the figures had been watching him. He was the key to everything. The Horcrux in my scar, he said slowly. It's connected to the hollow. That's why you need me. The fragment you carry is the last piece of Voldemort's soul that remains on this side of the seal. If it's destroyed, if you're destroyed, the connection between Voldemort and the hollow will be severed. He'll still exist, still be dangerous, but he won't be able to feed the enemy anymore. But he'll be weaker. Vulnerable. Able to be killed permanently. Yes. Harry looked at the figures. At the chasm behind them. At the thing that waited in the depths. You want me to die. We want you to choose. The galaxy-eyed figure moved closer. We've watched you for 11 years, Harry Potter. We've seen your courage, your determination, your willingness to sacrifice for those you love. We believe you're the one who can make this choice, the choice that generations of your ancestors avoided. What choice? To end it. To sever the connection once and for all. To give the magical world a chance to survive, even if it costs you everything. Harry felt the weight of the decision settle onto his shoulders. All his life, he'd been preparing for something. Fighting to survive, learning to be strong, becoming someone who could face any challenge. But this wasn't a challenge he could fight his way through. This was a sacrifice, pure and simple, without glory or victory. He thought about everyone he'd fought for. Sirius, still healing from his years in Azkaban. Hermione, brilliant and fierce and the best friend he'd ever had. Narcissa and Draco, finally free from Lucius's shadow. Neville and Ron and all the others who'd stood with him. He thought about his parents, who had died protecting him. About the sacrifice that had saved his life and marked him forever. And he thought about the future, the world that would exist after he was gone, if he made the choice the figures were asking him to make. If I do this, he said slowly, what happens to my friends? To the people I've protected? They'll survive. The Hollow's influence will fade without Voldemort feeding it. The magical world will have time to prepare, to strengthen its defenses, to face the remaining Horcruxes without the pressure of the greater enemy. And Voldemort himself will be weakened but not destroyed. Someone else will have to finish what you started. The figure's voice was gentle. You've done more than anyone could have asked, Harry Potter. Given more than anyone had the right to expect. This final sacrifice, it's not a failure. It's the culmination of everything you've been building. Harry closed his eyes. The darkness behind his lids was nothing compared to the darkness in the chasm, the Hollow, waiting, patient, certain of its eventual victory. He could refuse. Walk away. Live out whatever years remained before the seal broke completely. No one would blame him. No one would even know what he'd given up. But he would know. And the people he loved would suffer for it. There's something you're not telling me, he said, opening his eyes. Something you're holding back. The figures exchanged another of their glances. There is another way, the galaxy-eyed one admitted. A harder way. A way that might destroy you even more thoroughly than death. Tell me. The Horcrux can be removed. Not destroyed, transferred. Placed into an object, like the diary was, and then that object can be cast into the Hollow itself. That would work. It would create a bridge. The Hollow would consume Voldemort's soul fragment directly, and in doing so, it would create a connection that goes both ways. Voldemort would be bound to the Hollow, unable to feed it, unable to escape it, trapped for eternity in a prison of his own making. And I would survive. You would survive the transfer. But the process. The figure hesitated. Removing a Horcrux from a living host requires sacrifice. Not death, something more personal. You would have to give up something fundamental to who you are. A piece of yourself that can never be reclaimed. What kind of piece? We don't know. The magic takes what it needs, what will balance the scales, what will pay the price of the working. It could be your magical power. Your memories. Your capacity to love. There's no way to predict until the ritual is complete. Harry considered this. Death, certain and final. Or survival, with the loss of something essential. Neither option was acceptable. Both options were necessary. I choose the second way, he said. The harder way. You understand the risk. I understand that I've been fighting to survive since I was 3 years old. I understand that everyone I care about is counting on me to find a solution that doesn't require my death. Harry's voice hardened. I won't give up while there's still a chance. That's not who I am. The galaxy-eyed figure studied him for a long moment. Then it smiled, a strange expression, almost human but not quite. We hoped you would say that. We've been waiting a very long time for someone brave enough, or foolish enough, to make this choice. Then let's do it. The ritual was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. The figures arranged themselves in a triangle, their not quite human forms beginning to glow with light that came from somewhere beyond the visible spectrum. Symbols appeared on the floor, the same writhing characters from the walls, but moving now, arranging themselves into patterns that hurt to look at directly. Harry stood in the center, alone, feeling the magic build around him like a storm preparing to break. The Horcrux is deep, the galaxy-eyed figure said. Woven into your very being since infancy. Removing it will feel like dying, worse than dying. You will want to stop. You will want to escape. You must not. I understand. Do you? The figure's expression was almost sad. We'll see. The ritual began. Pain was too small a word for what followed. It felt like being torn apart at the molecular level, every cell in his body screaming as something was ripped from him. Harry felt the Horcrux resisting, clinging to the life it had parasitized for 13 years, fighting with all the desperate fury of a dying thing. He saw flashes of memory, not his own. Voldemort's memories, leaking through the connection as it was severed. A boy in an orphanage, cold and alone, discovering that he was different. A young man at Hogwarts, brilliant and charming and already planning murders. The creation of the first Horcrux, the ecstasy of splitting his soul, the beginning of the path that had led to everything. And beneath those memories, something else. A darkness that went deeper than Voldemort, older than the magical world itself. The Hollow, reaching up through the connection, trying to drag Harry down into the abyss with the soul fragment it was consuming. He fought. Not with magic or blade, but with will, the same stubborn refusal to surrender that had kept him alive through everything. He thought about his parents, who had died rather than give in. About Sirius, who had survived Azkaban through sheer determination. About Hermione and the others, waiting above, trusting him to return. The Horcrux tore free. Harry screamed, a sound that seemed to shake the walls of the chamber, and felt something dark and terrible rip away from him. For a moment, he could see it, a twisted, shadowy thing, shaped like a dying man, screaming as the Hollow pulled it down into the abyss. Voldemort's face. Voldemort's soul. Being consumed by the thing he had fed for decades. The ritual ended. The symbols faded. The figures stopped glowing. Harry collapsed to the floor, gasping, tears streaming down his face. He felt different. Lighter. As if a weight he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it existed had finally been lifted. It's done, the galaxy-eyed figure said. The Horcrux is destroyed. Voldemort is bound to the Hollow, he'll never be able to create another, never be able to feed the enemy again. The seal will hold. The price, Harry managed. What did I lose? The figure was quiet for a moment. We're not certain. The magic took something, but what it was. It gestured, and Harry saw his own reflection in the crystal floor. He looked the same. Same dark hair, same green eyes, same scar on his forehead, though the scar was different now, faded, almost invisible. He raised his hand and felt magic respond, reassuring him that his power remained. I can still do magic. I remember everything. I feel. He paused, searching for what was different. I feel lighter. Clearer. Like a fog I didn't know was there has lifted. The Horcrux was more than a soul fragment, the figure said. It was an influence. A darkness that colored everything you thought and felt. The coldness you felt after killing. The detachment that let you manipulate without guilt. The ambition that sometimes crossed into cruelty. Those were the Horcrux. Partly. Some was your own nature, shaped by your experiences, by the hard life you've lived. But some was Voldemort, bleeding through the connection, influencing you in ways you couldn't detect. The figure's voice was gentle. What the magic took was that influence. The dark tendencies that came from carrying a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Harry absorbed this. For 13 years, he'd thought the coldness inside him was simply who he was, the result of his upbringing, his training, the necessities of survival. Learning that some of it came from Voldemort. I'm not sure if that's a price or a gift. Perhaps both. The figure moved closer. You'll find that emotions come more easily now. Connection, warmth, the kind of vulnerability you've always struggled with. Some will see it as weakness. Others will see it as the emergence of who you were always meant to be. And the war. Voldemort is still out there. Still dangerous. But weakened, mortal in a way he hasn't been since he created his first Horcrux. The figure's expression shifted. You've done something remarkable tonight, Harry Potter. Something no one else could have done. The magical world has a chance now, a real chance to survive what's coming. What about you? The three of you. We'll continue to watch. Continue to wait. The figure smiled. Perhaps, in another 1,000 years, we'll find another like you. Another heir who's willing to pay the price. I hope you won't need one. So do we. Harry climbed out of the depths as dawn was breaking. The castle was stirring around him, students heading to breakfast, teachers preparing for classes, the ordinary rhythms of Hogwarts life continuing as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Harry felt it with every step, every breath. The darkness that had lived inside him for 13 years was gone. The connection to Voldemort was severed. He was, for the first time since infancy, entirely himself. It was terrifying. It was liberating. Hermione found him in the entrance hall, her face drawn with worry. She took one look at him and knew that something fundamental had shifted. It's done. It's done. Harry felt his lips curve into a smile, a real smile, easier than smiles had ever been before. The Horcrux is destroyed. Voldemort is weakened. The ancient enemy is contained. And you? I'm different. He considered how to explain. Better, I think. Lighter. There was a darkness in me that came from carrying part of Voldemort's soul. It's gone now. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Harry. I know. It's a lot to process. He pulled her into a hug, something he would never have done before, something that felt natural now. But I'm okay. Really okay, for maybe the first time ever. She hugged him back fiercely. I was so worried. All night, waiting, not knowing if you'd come back. I promised I would. I keep my promises. They stood there for a long moment, holding each other, letting the reality of survival sink in. Then Hermione pulled back, wiping her eyes, her practical nature reasserting itself. So what happens now? Now we finish what we started. Harry looked out the great doors, at the grounds of Hogwarts spreading toward the forest and the lake. Voldemort is still out there. The remaining Horcruxes need to be found and destroyed. And the magical world needs to be prepared for what's coming. But you're not doing it alone anymore. No. He smiled again, and it felt even easier this time. I have friends. Real friends, who I can let in now without the darkness getting in the way. That makes everything different. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind. News of the vault's ceiling spread through channels Harry had never fully understood. The Goblin Nation reacted with cautious optimism, the ancient records they held suddenly made more sense, patterns they'd seen for millennia finally having context. Dumbledore, when Harry told him what had happened, sat in silence for nearly an hour before speaking. You've done something I thought impossible, the old wizard said finally. Faced the first truth and survived. Changed the fundamental balance of power between magic and its source. I didn't do it alone. The figures, whatever they are, they guided me. Gave me the choice. And you chose the harder path. The path of sacrifice. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. That's not the choice Voldemort would have made. Not the choice I might have made, if I'm honest. It was the right choice. Yes. I believe it was. The old wizard rose from his chair. The magical world owes you a debt it can never repay, Harry. Whatever happens next, whatever challenges remain, know that what you've done tonight will echo through history. I don't want echoes. I want results. Dumbledore smiled, a genuine smile, without the usual calculation behind it. Then let's make sure you get them. The remaining Horcruxes fell one by one over the following months. The ring was found in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack, destroyed by fiend fire that Harry created and contained with goblin engineering. The locket was retrieved from a cave where Voldemort had hidden it, protected by protections that crumbled without the Horcrux's connection to feed them. The cup was extracted from Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts, a operation that required every favor Harry had accumulated with the Goblin Nation. And the diadem, Ravenclaw's lost relic, was found in Hogwarts itself, hidden in the Room of Requirement, where Voldemort had placed it decades ago believing no one would ever find it. Each destruction weakened Voldemort further. Harry could feel it, even without the direct connection, a sense of something crumbling, something that had been invincible becoming vulnerable. "He's hiding," Sirius reported, after months of investigation. "Our sources say he's retreated to one of his old strongholds, surrounded by what remains of his followers. He knows something has changed, knows his immortality has been stripped away. Then it's time to end it." The final battle was not what anyone expected. Harry didn't lead an army. Didn't rally the forces of light for a climactic confrontation. Instead, he went alone, slipping through defenses that had been designed to stop magical assault, using the non-magical techniques the goblins had taught him. He found Voldemort in a ruined manor, surrounded by dark magic that flickered and failed as Harry approached. The Dark Lord looked wrong, diminished, somehow, his power drained by the loss of his Horcruxes, his connection to the Hollow serving now as a prison rather than a source. "Potter." Voldemort's voice was a rasp. "You've come to finish it." "Yes. You think you can defeat me? I am Lord Voldemort. I have killed more wizards than you have years of life. You were Lord Voldemort." Harry raised his wand. "Now you're just a man. A broken, dying man who destroyed himself chasing something he never understood." The duel that followed was brief. Without his Horcruxes, without the Hollow's power feeding his magic, Voldemort was still skilled, still dangerous, but no longer invincible. Harry fought with everything he had, every technique he'd learned, every strategy he'd developed. And in the end, it wasn't a spell that killed the Dark Lord. It was a blade. The same dagger Silverclaw had given him years ago, driven through Voldemort's heart while the wizard's attention was focused on a magical feint. Voldemort's eyes widened. His mouth opened to speak, but no words came. He crumbled. Dissolved. Became nothing but ash and memory and the final echo of a soul that had been eaten by its own ambition. Harry stood alone in the ruined manor, surrounded by dust, feeling nothing but the quiet satisfaction of a task completed. It was over. The aftermath took years to sort out. The wizarding world reacted to Voldemort's final death with a mixture of celebration and uncertainty. The old power structures had been shattered, not just by the war, but by the coalition Harry had built, the alliances that crossed traditional boundaries, the new order that was emerging from the ashes of the old. Harry didn't seek power for himself. Instead, he focused on rebuilding, helping the Goblin Nation renegotiate their treaties, working with the Ministry to reform the laws that had allowed so much injustice, supporting the people who wanted to build something better. "You could be minister," Amelia Bones told him, a year after the war's end. "You could be anything you wanted. The magical world would follow you anywhere." "I don't want followers. I want partners." Harry looked out the window of her office, at the London skyline beyond. The magical world doesn't need another powerful leader. It needs institutions that work, laws that protect everyone equally, a society where blood status doesn't determine destiny. That's a revolutionary sentiment. I've been told that before. He smiled. But maybe it's time for a revolution. Years passed. Harry married eventually, Hermione, to no one's surprise, in a ceremony that brought together wizards and goblins and everyone in between. They had children, built a home, created a life that neither of them had ever expected to have. The darkness that had been lifted from Harry never returned. He felt emotions more easily now, connected with people more naturally, loved with a depth he'd thought himself incapable of. Sometimes he wondered what he might have become if the Horcrux had never been removed, if the cold, calculating version of himself had continued unchecked. He preferred not to think about it. Sirius lived to see Harry's children born, finally at peace with his past. Draco became an unexpected ally, his transformation from antagonist to partner one of the more surprising developments of the post-war years. Neville became a renowned herbologist, Ron a successful businessman, and the friends Harry had made at Hogwarts scattered across the magical world, building lives of their own. The vault beneath Hogwarts remained sealed. The figures Harry had met there faded from his dreams, their purpose fulfilled, their watch continuing in whatever way ancient beings watched. Sometimes, on quiet nights, Harry thought he could still feel them, observing, approving, waiting to see what the magical world would become. But most nights, he didn't think about any of it. He thought about his children, about Hermione, about the simple joy of living a life he'd fought so hard to achieve. The heir of everything had become, in the end, just a man. And that was enough. On Harry's 50th birthday, Hermione found him standing in the garden of their home, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Thinking about the old days, she asked, sliding her arm through his. Sometimes. Less than I used to. He pulled her close. Mostly I'm thinking about how lucky I am. Lucky? I should have died a dozen times. Should have become something terrible, between the cupboard and the Horcrux and the endless fighting. Instead. He gestured at the home around them, the children visible through the windows, the life they'd built together. Instead, I got this. You earned it, Hermione said firmly. Every moment. Every sacrifice. All of it led here. I know. Harry smiled, easy, natural, the way smiles had become since that night in the vault. But knowing and feeling grateful are different things. Right now, I feel grateful. They stood together in the fading light, two survivors of wars both personal and universal, watching the day end and the stars emerge. The magical world continued around them, changed, improved, still imperfect but better than it had been. Somewhere, goblin smiths were forging new wonders. Somewhere, young witches and wizards were learning that blood didn't determine worth. Somewhere, the foundations Harry had helped build were supporting structures that would outlast them all. And here, in a garden in England, the boy who lived was simply Harry, husband, father, friend, content at last with who he had become. Come inside, Hermione said softly. Dinner's almost ready. In a moment. Harry looked up at the first stars, thinking about the three figures in their circular chamber, about the ancient power still contained in its sealed vault, about all the secrets that remained hidden in the depths of the world. Then he turned away, took his wife's hand, and walked toward the light. The game was over. The life was just beginning.